all by itself. $3 million prize pool total. First place team going to be taking home $500,000. That is exactly what these teams are going to be fighting for here. So like you mentioned, today is definitely a marathon. I'm really interested to see how these teams have prepared for this, how their coaches are going to be kind of hyping them up. I was getting a little bit of a view backstage and while hearing some of these coaches talk to their teams, like, look, I want consistency. I want to see you guys be able to play the game that got you here in the first place. And that's what we definitely need to see.
What I'm kind of interested in as well is, normally, you've played the Miramars the previous day, you have all evening, all night to recollect your thoughts about how your Miramar performances went, to be able to re-engage those strategies, anything you noticed, anything you wanted to change, you can really fully brief your team as a coach, as an analyst. Now, they're going to have to do that on the fly. Yeah. They're going to have to do that faster for specifically Miramar than we've seen for any other map. And so that could be an interesting dynamic to let unfold here in terms of those point scoring when it comes to the end of today and the last two matches of it. As we're getting locked in, our players boarding the plane for the first time. Looking ready. Yeah. Hopefully Ida don't get too hot with their drops. We know what they like to do, but it's not, as the desk was highlighting there, it is not Erangel, it's not Picardo, sorry, it's not, it may be Picardo, I hope it's not. It's not Erangel, it's not Rondo, so they have to try and get some points on board.
They need to desperately. Let's get this one started here, folks. You can see the players are excited. I'm hyped. I know y'all guys at home are excited to see some serious PUBG Mobile action. Let's get into it. Plane path going right down the center in a beautiful diagonal. So these teams, no crazy plane paths to start us off here. But I like what you mentioned, you know, we have to look at it for what it is, right? We're playing 2 Miramars today, and then we're gonna be finishing with Miramar today. So it's gonna be really interesting to see like how these teams are gonna go into these 2 matches. And it's gonna give these coaches a lot of time, right? In between all the other matches to prepare for those final 2. So I'm interested to see how these squads start here and end here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it would be interesting to compare the differences. We haven't seen them yet. I'm talking in the future now.
Yeah,
but compare the differences to the adjustments that we're going to see potentially on Erangel, and then look at what adjustments we may see from the start Miramars to the end Miramars today. But that's a conversation for later on, because we do have to get stuck into the action. Hopefully not super quickly, but stranger things have happened. At the moment, I'm not seeing too much danger on these drops. It looks like teams are fairly extricated from one another. It's a little bit interspersed on the east side here, though. Hot Jukes with Tianba and S2G. However, I don't imagine that's going to be too much of a problem. Grab some vehicles, get back, regroup. The circle up to the north side should help to pull that apart as well. Maybe some danger between Godlike and Orangutan, but yeah, they're far enough afield. I don't think that they're going to get too aggy with it.
Yeah, you can see Enigma Galaxy, they're going to be heading on over to El Pozo. That is normally out the 7th drop, but they are not here in the finals, so they should be able to get looted up pretty quick here. They're going to start off by, of course, securing those vehicles. Super important inside of Miramar. Kooks right in the trike. You can see him looking up, be like, trike, come on, man. Where is my UAS? Where's my Murado? He's going to need to find something else here. Or stuck to doing some little baby looting here. They're going to be finding some buildings.
They should be all right.
Yeah, they should be plenty. They'll have plenty of time here to get looted up.
Yeah, they're fairly center on this one. They could potentially break out towards some of the areas in Crater Field to send some looting over there. Alula as well, likely to head towards La Copraria. Maybe try and hold some of the hills, leave an outpost down south. Aurora gets some target practice in. Yep, that bush is gone. That's no points for that, though. Unfortunately, shrubbery does not count towards your elimination total.
Hey, you always got to check the bush, all right? You never know. There could be a random player hiding in that one. And you're going to see QZZ get his Murata, so he's going to be driving fast down the lane. But yeah, you got to get some, got to get the fingers warmed up here.
Ooh, I'm seeing a duo from Aura kind of chasing quick from Alula up north near La Cobraria. It seems like they wanted to try and get engaged with that fight, but I don't think they've been able to hunt it down quick just a little bit too up to his namesake. Hang on a minute. They are back on the road again. And Quick is turning tail, moving back towards the rest of the roster for Alula. In the middle of La Cabrera, they're still hiding out, and he has to dunk it out by the concretes. Now he's holding on the upstairs. Backup needs to come through, but currently no response really being seen from the rest of Alula. They're leaving him kind of high and dry as Jiggle from Aura is going to try and descend on this location too. Finally, they're into the vehicles and they're coming in for the rescue. But will it be too little too late as Quick has to go for the hot swap to the UMP juice?
What a sick shot with that shotgun. Unfortunately, it doesn't hit the mark enough to get a knock. And you can see Sleepy, he ended up going to that other side there because he doesn't have a vest at all. He wanted to be able to at least get something. But because of this fight, now you got the rest of Aula being able to hunt them down. You can also see some of the other members of Aura going to come and try and support these three men. Can he hit the shot? No, unfortunately, Reb doesn't get it. It is a 3v3 from this close end, but the fourth is coming and that off angle. Let's see how this turns out.
I mean, when you have that south side hill under lock and key for No Fear, if he's going to get engaged here into the fight, maybe not, maybe more preoccupied with some loot, they say, you know what, it's fine, we got this, we got this under control. They're not pushing, they're being timid. They have lost the player so early, it's not what you want to see. A very aggressive roll down coming through from Ahora in that scenario. Did not want to let Quick get away. I thought maybe they had stopped off a little bit before, but no. They just kept on going, kept hounding that one down. It's worked out here. The question now for me is, as I always talk about with early engagements, how long are you going to spend getting stuck in on this one?
That's the exact question, right? So I like what Aura did, right? They saw a solo player, chase him down, get the secured point. That's fine. I'm starting to wonder what Aula's doing. Yep, because of the fact that they are taking way too long. They are getting caught out, and now here comes Aura on the push. Sky running in with the UMP, looking to get those finishes, and they are on the run. Nasser trying to at least get some angles here. Ooh, hits the crasher, but it's not going to be good enough. It's Aura to delete the first squad here on day 2 of the finals.
Every player getting their elim. Horror getting stuck in early on Miramar. 4 eliminations for the team, 1 apiece. Sleepy will get back to his feet, and they can look to re-establish control back down towards Crater Fields. They may need a little bit more loot on side, depending on how much was going through. I think I did spot a Winchester on one of the players for Horror, so probably looking to get that one replaced, although there will be crates on the players coming through from Alula as well. In the meantime, though, Godlike has managed to capitalize on this opportunity from this northeast side. They've managed to move in and could contest for the Crater Heels approach.
All right, yeah, you can see these movements coming out really, really quick. Leaderboards, you can see right there on the right of your screen here, folks. E-Arena up on top, waiting to see when Godlike's going to wake up. They definitely need to here today. They're sitting in 14th place with 13 points. Let's see if they can do it. There's still plenty of matches here to be played here, folks. I have a big feeling these leaderboards are going to get shaken up big time by the end of the day.
I mean, we talked about it yesterday a little bit, that 18 match sets, generally you can put more stock into your averages performance rather than those big E-Arena 29 elimmers kind of coming on through.
Yeah.
Which, even then, didn't serve them too well in a 12-match set, which is absolutely insane. But, yeah, absolutely. I'm talking about getting consistent 6-pointers on the boards is so great for your team. If you can do that, every time you get further than that, brilliant. Beautiful stuff. Furia running into a little bit of a roadblock in the form of Enigma Galaxy, but a 1v1 over the top of the hill. Silence shuts him out. And Lord will no longer be able to levy the toll on the crossing. And Furia may even be able to get the res here for Enigma Galaxy. It is not a good start. In 3rd place, you don't want to be losing players early, not like this.
That was a huge shot there from Silence with the DBS in the mid-range. Is able to get the knock. Very crucial. Instant thirst as well. So you can see Coops is going to be hunting down some high ground, trying to get the revenge for his teammate, but Ayala is climbing this up as well. Is Coops going to see him? He does! He finds Silence slipping. Now he's going to go for the 1v2. Got to watch out for that shotgun, though. Oh, that did tip him up a little bit. Coops so good in the CQC, though. Push it back and forth. Finds the angles and catches the 1v2 against Duniya.
He baited out so many of the shotgun shells, forced the weapon swap. He knew he had a disadvantage against the shotgun there and was able to do a lot of work. This is vengeance coming through for Coops, and Furia left flagging. Unfortunate. Silence may be resible here as Chief sidles in to go for the res. There is another fight happening on your elimination feeds as well as Fourth Thrives clash with Team Flash on the south side. Fourth Thrives doing well. A nade over the top, and Coops goes for 3 now against Furia, who took one of their players down, but they are finding out what it feels like to be under the wrath of Coops. Turning his attention out now to the open sand dunes, but not going to quite connect on the first part of the spray down. Looks for more.
Ooh, headshot! Oh. Are you kidding me? That is Coops with the 1v4 against Duniya.
Beautiful stuff going on through from Coops. Furia needed to keep that one together. That was not looking tidy. Flash, in the meantime, have now been dragged down to 1 on the south side as Fourth Thrives are going to be the main benefactors of that, getting 3 elims. I think, yeah, they're the team that has taken down all 3 players so far from Flash. Aurora a little bit further afield in those Picado Hills to the north side of it. They are not going to contest it just yet. So for Fourth Thrives, they know how to move in, because we did see a fairly hard east shift on this zone.
Yeah, the eastern shift is going to definitely get these teams moving here pretty quickly. And yeah, Fourth Thrives, they are not in the zone just yet. They're right on the south side of San Martin. They're going to be just kind of making sure they get their vehicles going, choosing for the buggy. All right, they're all set up, and now going to find a spot in this next zone. As far as teams that are not here yet, you're going to be looking at Nosham Red Force. They're all the way down in Los Leones. They're still in the blue zone here, so they're going to be one of the teams pushing the latest into this circle. They are in 12th place right now with 21 points. But with this zone shift like this, it definitely buys you a lot of time here. So the most important thing is just rotating very carefully, not trying to get shot out of your vehicle. Play things very, very calculated. You can see Tianba already set up in these buildings near water treatment. And this is where they're going to park themselves for as long as possible.
Oh, yeah. You're just going to hold out for the time being. See if you can hold down on these houses. Just trading shots. Ooh.
Oh!
Crazy's found himself a big green gun.
That's my favorite. The AWM. I want to see some snipes, man. Nothing gets me more excited than see a crazy flick headshot to turn the game around. Let's see what Razy can do. He's got the 8x too. Let's see what this replay. Coops, pow, gets the knock on to Silence. Wins the clutch 1v1 here against Ayala. Look at the terrain usage from Coops here. It's just beautiful. Yeah,
that's what I was highlighting before, right? That shotgun bait coming through from Coops, peeking up so quickly and back down, dodging the shells coming through, and again, forcing that weapon swap. He knows that he's going to have the advantage, or at least be on a level playing field if he can do that. The nade on target, yeah, great. Furia just didn't seem to understand how to complete against this high ground position. I'm not too sure what more they could have done there. Maybe just not engaged on that spot to begin with. But yeah, it's a little unfriendly. Next circle comes on through, and that will take us back down towards San Martin on that south side. Keeps the hills to the southwest of water treatment. Hacienda all in play. And teams are going to start to crunch in onto the middle. This roadside to the southwest of water treatment is going to be tricky to navigate, and it looks like Tiamba are going to try and do so, try and keep themselves alive. S2G find out just how tough it can be to move past this location.
Yeah, a smart play there from Tiamba. They go ahead and move, and they take this gas station. They realize one of the players from S2G are isolated. Easy point lockdown. That's going to hurt S2G, leaving them with 3. That's an elimination for Tiamba and a slightly better position as well. So this gas station is pretty solid if the zone shifts away from them. The most important thing, though, is protecting those vehicles. It's very weak to that hill behind them. So they're going to have to put them in some different spots just in case the zone does shift.
I mean, it is that road that they are sat right next to that is so difficult to cross right now for teams out on the northeast side, which is why you're seeing so many teams committing down to this southwest edge, right? To being a little bit more uncomfortable, a little bit too close for comfort, but you don't have that major blockage of trying to get across that open ground, which is going to be difficult for Vitality, unless they can find a big opener, crack the can open with that AWN, land that shot. and try and find that pick. Ooh.
Oh, that's
Aurora.
a huge one.
Aurora getting spotted. I think 4 Thrives are getting stuck into the fight. 4 Thrives, 4 players alive. Aurora having one of their players flushed away, and now Hazaifa close up into the fight. The bump action for Reefus, trying to hold the door, but the SK-12 has a couple more rounds behind it, and Ziol goes down quickly too. With 4 Elims already on the card, Aurora going to be contributing to the points tally for 4 Thrives fairly soon. It looks like Doc goes down.
Wow.
The big boom through the window. And Aurora ain't got nothing in the face of 4 Thrives, who look to mark the start to their ascendancy.
And the crowd goes wild here in Paris, France. The 4 Thrives fans are chanting their name. This is what they want to see. And this isn't going to get just any squad here, folks. This is against Aurora, who has been crushing it here so far. So that's the 4th place team out. 4 Thrives in 6, now with 6 eliminations, looking really, really strong to start the day.
Oh yeah, that's exactly how you want to kick things off. But remember, as we said before, it is a marathon today. You can't allow yourself to get tired out. I mean, it's excellent when you find those moments, when you find those high octane, high adrenaline moments, but you cannot allow yourself to drop off after that. So I hope that they're going to have their heads screwed on tight so that they can keep their nerve for the rest of the day as well. And there is still much more of this match to play, so they have to get a lot further. And in this position that they are right now, against Nongshan Red Force, I feel like they potentially could have a good time, but they're going to have to shift northwest away from their current location, past San Martin, which is going to contain, I would say two. I was going to say 2 teams, but it's 1 plus another player. Top's the last player alive for Flash. That was dealt with earlier by 4 Thrives themselves.
So, yeah, you can see Tops does get away from now. Now 4 Thrives, man. I'll tell you one thing. When it comes to the finals, I'm already feeling a different level of aggression here. Like, these teams are pushing immediately. The second they feel weakness, they're sending it. Now here comes Aura. We saw Sky get an elimination in the feed. We're going to keep an eye on this one, though. This is still outside of the circle, just to that bottom right side of San Martin.
Yeah, this is on board with the fight in the northwest now, as Hora are able to find Salme. They got that flush that they found the knock for earlier. And Godlike, they are now down to 3. S-Power, though, can just regroup over towards the rest of his team, and they should be fine out there. Hora can look to try and navigate their way forwards. I don't expect another fight between these 2 teams, maybe for the next minute or so. Oh, dear.
Oh, no, not like this.
That's a real bozo play right there coming through. Yes. That's Max Man's grenade of the day.
He almost got away with it too. You know what I'm saying? But our observer's just too good, right? Had to show the replay real quick, just be like, just in case you missed this, right? That is where it's at. Yeah. So unfortunate for Aurora, and it just goes. And I'm telling you, folks, at this level, I mean, we got $500,000 for first place, and it's little mistakes like this that hurt, but we can see Razy with the AWM starting to put in some work.
Shouldering that can opener. Looks to try and split the seams of Tianba's hold on the longhouse, but we know what Tianba can do when they're holding down a longhouse, so we know what Milu can do at least. Vitality want to try and find it. The res comes through. Milu is low HP, but he can get some healing done. Razy is close by. Another stepping forwards, but staying on the rooftops here is bold from QZZ. It may just work with a nade. In response is Brutal, and another to follow it up over towards Aching. Now only 1 player in the longhouse. Milu looking to try and hold it down. With the Molotov burning, it's going to slow it out, but there's the off angle coming through from Axel. Where's the backup coming from Eagle? He's too far away to get involved here. The nade dribbles down the stairs. Might prove to be difficult to get past there. Does go down. And the res is still yet to come through. 3 players now for Vitality on the inside. Nade's cooking. Axel with a long one. Up to the top floor. May just blast them apart, but Eagle is just chilling. What is going on?
He's leaving it up to Milu, saying, you got this, bro. Oh, I guess you don't got this, as Axel gets the nade onto him. So that is Tianba just getting picked apart here. And really unfortunate for them, but you know what? Vitality soaking up some good points.
I mean, the Eagle has flown away here. It is not what you want to see. I'm not entirely sure what he's trying to do. Maybe he wants to keep that forward position, but the rest of your team's dead, mate. You need to do something about that. Vitality were able to run through there. They got a really great opener with that AWM that we were talking about, the can opener on the position. And he was able to keep that momentum rolling with some big nades up to the top of the roof and a couple more positions beside. Admino looking to stop the run out from Vitality, and they will have to run out with the circle shifting central.
Oh, Admino's got this on lock. Yeah, I mean, we're going to have to see a crazy shot here from Vitality to help this team out. I know that there is an AWM somewhere around there. And, oh, nice shots there. They know exactly where he is. They say, oh, you think you have this down? Oh, that headshot, though, said, okay, how you like some of that? So, oh, that looks like it is Eagle going down. Oh, there's the AWM. Brazy's got it. Said, pick me. I dare you. I dare you to go over that rock. I told you! That is it! Brazy taking him out!
Boom! Takes him down from behind the rock. What a pickup coming through from the shot. At the end of the AWM barrel. Beautiful stuff. They baited him into thinking it was a rifle fight as well.
Yeah.
Little tickle trades, and then he was like, I'm going to win this trade surely. And then he's like, bam, bam. You didn't expect that. Claps back, and immediately now Godlike down to 2 players alive. After losing one earlier to Hora on that northwest edge. Ooh, Tizzy, that's not good news. That's immediately flushed by 4 Thrives on the southeast.
Now we're going to go ahead and see Vitality. That goes to show you, folks, the bolt action could change the game for you. And it works out here. AWM clutching it up. Now you can see the rest of Godlike just going to have to hold those buildings for now. This is inside of the circle. Vitality, they know they have the numbers here, though. So they're like, all right, there's got to be a couple of players of Godlike somewhere. Can't just run into these buildings for free. Just trying to get a little bit of information. Naya, ooh, doing some little pre-fire shots onto some windows, looking to possibly catch somebody off guard. But here we go into the end game. Stage 5, circle starting to close. And this is an interesting one. I mean, we still have San Martin in play. A lot of open field, though, as well. You can see Aaron getting in some headshots onto So Easy. And now here comes Team Vitality on the push.
They're looking to roll around. 2 players now remain for Godlike. Federales leads the charge into the position. S-Power first to face. Molotov on the window, burns him down. Immediately toasts him. And now S-Power on the inside has more to say. The suppressor on the end of the SK-12 makes it quiet, but it's speaking loud with it. And he looks for more as well. 3 players fall at the feet of S-Power. And he looks for the flushes to keep it going. Manya will not be in this fight just yet as he drops for another flush. And in comes the backup. Manya.
He hit him with the Molotov, and now Raysack is down to 1 HP.
And there they go.
S-Power with the 1v4.
Ascendancy coming through for Godlike on the north side. Vitality, they thought they'd taken enough out of them, but no. The gas in the tank, burning.
Let's get this going. Are you kidding me? Day 2 of the finals starting off hot here. Multiple 1v4s. S-Power at the end of the day yesterday said the domination begins, and now it has begun.
Unleashing that luxurious hair, sweeping it left and right with the shotgun shells ringing out in the ears of his enemies. Vitality have no idea what hit them. Milu, S-Power, these longhouse shotgun plays, I'm telling you, man, there's something special about it. I love to see it. I absolutely adore it. With 5 eliminations now in the game, Godlike looking to keep their march going, but they have to get across some open ground here. E-Arena will be fully aware of what has just occurred on their north side. They should know exactly what has unfolded, and crossing this open ground is going to be difficult. I imagine that it's more likely they may look to sweep to the east, get a little bit more coverage as they may try and approach Ulf or sweep through the remnants of other teams across the map.
Let's see how the rest of this match turns out. It's already been so hot here. Coops had a 1v4 earlier. They're sitting with 4 points on the edge of the circle. Satan, I believe, does have a position. Oh, I think this is still out of zone, so they're going to have to start pushing up here. Ooh, XEY in the blue, and this one hurts. This is stage 6. This one's going to start chunking you down. So he's going to go ahead and get himself healed up, and yeah, already getting shot. He's like, oh, I thought I was safe. Nope.
You thought. Yeah, you thought. Down he goes on that side. Ulf all too happy to pick up the point there. They're now on to 6 eliminations, and that will hopefully bolster them. Oh, he was going to find the shot onto S-Power as well. I mean, I said I was thinking they were going to wrap east. I didn't say thought it was going to be successful.
Yeah.
It's still a really tricky approach here, and down goes Manya, but they have left an impression on this match, Godlike. can hold their heads high on their route out of this game.
Hey, it's plays like that that can be the difference, right? I mean, from a big jump in prize pool. So, I mean, godlike, losing players early, still put some good points on the board on the back of that 1v4. Looking on over to Enigma Galaxy, though. What are they going to do? They got their eyes set onto Ida. And it looks like Hoops does get caught, though, on the transition by Sky. But he should be able to get safe here in res. I like the fact that Rauf is starting to throw some util up on top just to buy his teammates some time. And they should be able to get the reset here.
I mean, that was a long-range assist coming through. Hoga on that north side, I think that's at least 300, if not 4, away. And that's a really helpful hand over towards Ida to leave Enigma Galaxy on 2. Rauf now in position to potentially look for the res, suppress the runouts here with those 2 nades lying in wait. Darkin mollying the corner. That's actually going to help them. The res coming through. So for Ida, they're keeping them on the outside, sure, but they're keeping themselves on the inside as well, which is going to allow Enigma Galaxy to get back to fighting form, and they're in the zone too. Arena versus Aura on the north side, though, that looks like it could get nasty soon.
Yeah, I think Ida are just kind of holding him out here because they realize the zone is coming and the edge of this might be outside of it, but let's see how the play ends up reading out. Satan throwing in some nades in there, trying to get that crucial first knock. Rita trying to make some plays. Oh, the off angle here from Ida is going to be huge. Let's see what he can do from that spot.
Could have been huger, but I think he just dropped the nade into the sand dune instead of throwing it over towards the opponents there. Not quite as efficacious as you need it to be. You can see on the picture-in-picture there's fights across the map. Horror really suffering against the arena as Enigma Galaxy still hold to stay all over. Ida on the run out now, rolling around the edge. Emre goes down, and there is just a cacophony of shotgun shells blasting them back. A tide of lead sweeps them straight back in the door they ran out from.
I'm so shocked that they ran out like that. Let's see what Enigma Galaxy can do on this push, though. Darkin's up on top. Coops in the front line with the S12K. That's the weapon you want in the CQC. The best close quarters combat gun in the game. Now let's see what Rauf can do. Everybody shotguns out. Oh, nice play there from Ida, catching some little angles there, peppering up the side of Rauf. These guys are level 3 out of their minds, though, right now.
Oh, goodness me. There's the off angle. I think that's Arena taking shots across the way, because, of course, Arena did clean up the fight with Horror just a moment ago as well. Hot Jukes on that northern side. They got some really big openers with a couple of nades on board, and were able to convert.
Oh, the bounce!
What a bank on the nade there from Coops. And now just one player on the top floor, and the shotguns are going to continue to put the pressure down. But there is still a little bit more left to fight, as Enigma Galaxy are taking shots from across the way. They get rid of Ida, but now Ulf step into their shoes. Take down one Turkish team, another one's here to play.
Hello, catch is right there waiting for you. Aaron's gonna have to turn around though, throw a smoke down, trying to be able to get up Soulless. Enigma Galaxy though, great start, 8 eliminations so far. Ulf have 9 though. They're looking to put themselves up on the leaderboards here. But hey, Arena's gonna have something to say about that. They're gonna go ahead and start throwing some util onto the side of Ulf. Ulf are gonna have to decide where is the biggest threat here, and it's gotta be Arena. Scarface, oh, thinking about trying to pick up his teammate, but Arena's right there.
Oh man, this position is really annoying for Ulf. If they could have gotten rid of Enigma Galaxy, it would be so much more free and easy for them. They could take control of that whole dune all the way out to their west side, but with Coops and Ralph still in action, they are penned in here. Soulless bleeding out, and Arena can start to establish that chokehold on them.
Oh, vehicle coming on up. Here come the mollies too. Aaron's on fire. Not able to make it happen here. Scarface on the other side is getting peppered as well. He's going to throw some util, but oh, Ulf just getting picked apart. Arena.
Big.
Oh, those nades, huge. That's going to pepper up Mormon real good. And it opens up the door for Enigma Galaxy as well.
They're moving across the open ground, and they do fall. Ulf cannot weather the storm again. It's that position from Enigma Galaxy, the prevention of them sweeping out to the west that really came back to bite them here. Tourniquet layering down some more smoke cover now, and Enigma Galaxy with a 2 versus 4. Well, Coops can do it on his own, right? So what's Ralph even doing here? He's not needed.
Yeah, he's just there for moral support at this point, right? Let's see what he can do. But hey, you know what? You could never count out the IGL. That is Rauf. He's already still got that anger built inside him, that fire, all the way from Aaron Gale Pachinki. Looking to apply it here. Ooh. Coops with the headshots. Gets peppered up a little bit, though, in the process. The thing is that these guys are out of position big time. It's going to take a miracle for Enigma Galaxy to do it. But we saw 1v4 before. We could see it here again for the third time in this game.
That would be pretty insane. That would probably be the most 1v4s we've ever seen in a single match of competitive PUBG Mobile at this level. They've got about a minute before the zone closes fully on that stage 9 zone. And they just have a sliver of it on the edge of that open concrete slab. They are just in, but that's not going to be comfortable.
Oh, look at this flyby right here. I mean, E-Arena doing a 2-2 split. Now, if for some reason Coops can get 2 of these players, now, okay, yeah, Schweppes is going to move on over, play that mid-range. I like that. You know, just better safe than sorry. Use your numbers advantage, use the blue zone, and E-Arena should have this locked down.
Yeah, they're playing this very, very safe. E-Arena looking to try and convert from the top of the tables to a chicken dinner at the start of today. It would be so incredible for them to open that kind of a lead. And again, we've talked about it before, Schweppes, the only player here with a chance to get the 3rd title of PMWC champion. The only player in the world with that opportunity.
Oh, here come E-Arena. They're going to go on the push, where they're going to get aggressive. They take down Coops. It's just Rauf, and that is it. E-Arena get the first chicken dinner here today. They're hyped up. They're excited. And they were on top of the leaderboards here, so that's going to push them even further beyond.
And they played that north side well. They rotated through. They weren't over-aggressive. I liked that regroup off the 2-2 because, as you said, if you get one of those miracle picks, all of a sudden, one of those angles is basically gone because you have to stick that res. You have to try and keep your numbers advantage. Then there's some negotiation that can happen. Regroup is 4. There's nothing that Enigma Galaxy can do. The flex out, I think, was probably okay, but was pretty bold, and I liked it. I liked it towards the end there. For E-Arena, they should be happy to kick things off today with a chicken dinner, but we've seen them do that before. We've seen them do that before in record-breaking fashion. I do not want a repeat of what happened for the rest of that day. They did not keep that pace, and it is, again, that marathon today. So for E-Arena, a brilliant start to push them even further at the top of the tables and free and clear of a lot of players keeping up to them right now. For the time being, of course, with a lot more matches to play, there's still the capacity to close that gap, but yeah, very, very happy with that opener. It felt controlled as well, in a way that I think that the big rondo that they had didn't quite feel like it was as much their agency, even though they were proactive and they were doing things. This felt like it was much more E-Arena's victory.
Yeah, I mean, the Thai squad coming in so hot here off the rip. They're looking strong. And let's see if they can continue that dominance here in a bit.
What's up, guys? It's Barney Banks here. I'm backstage with Njang Smith. He is one of our co-streamers here at PMWC. We're going to have a very quick chat ahead of day 2 of the PMWC finals. Njang, let's talk first and foremost about Paris. How's the experience been here at EWC? PMWC's been absolutely crazy so far. So give us some insight about, you know, what your experience has been like so far.
Jadi gimana perasaan kamu tentunya tentang Paris sendiri dan juga tentang PMWC yang selama ini udah gila banget gitu sudah berjalan?
Terima kasih pertama-tama buat pihak EWC dan PMWC telah menyelenggarakan turnamen ini. Saya sangat mengapresiasi dan berterima kasih karena telah diundang ke sini dan saya sangat senang dan vibes-nya di sini sangat-sangat real, nyata, memang benar-benar keren banget.
First of all, I just want to say thank you for EWC and PMWC for inviting me here. It's been a very surreal experience and it's a very real experience as well. And it's just gonna go on and on and on.
It's great to have you here. Now we can see that obviously you are supporting Team Vitality while you're here. The boys from Indonesia are performing really well on the main stage. Tell us like a bit about the boys and how they're getting on and how do you think they're gonna do here at PMWC in the finals?
Tentunya kan kamu di sini datang sebagai pendukung Vitality juga. Gimana pendapatmu tentang tim Vitality yang sudah bertanding di PMWC ini? Terus habis itu juga gimana apa harapan kamu kepada tim Vitality?
Harapan saya untuk tim Vitality terakhir Indonesia mengangkat Piala Dunia di 2019. Semoga di 2026 ini bisa kembali mengangkat Piala Dunia kembali. Dan saya mensupport Vitality sangat-sangat dengan keras, dengan antusias yang besar bersama dengan viewer saya di live streaming. Bahkan mereka sudah meramaikan stiker-stiker Bigetron dan Vitality di kolom komentar. Mereka full support buat Vitality hari ini.
Of course, the last time that Indonesia wins the World Cup is back in 2019, and now 2026. I can only hope that they can win it again, and I can only also wish the best for them. I will give them my full support. As of course, also the viewers in the chat and the live stream also they give their full support now, and we will hope for the best for Vitality.
How have the chat been since you've been here? Like, how has the experience been while you've been co-streaming right here with the event going on behind you? What's the chat been like? How has the streaming experience been for you here on the main stage?
Jadi gimana pengalaman kamu tentang live streaming di Paris di EWC ini? Begitu pula juga dengan ya, apa sih vibes chatnya dari selama ini yang bertanding dan juga pengalaman kamu juga live stream di sini?
Pertama-tama mungkin dari peralatannya ya kok, karena peralatannya di sini benar-benar bagus, benar-benar disupport banget. Saya senang banget bisa difasilitasi buat bisa jadi co-stream di sini. Dan untuk viewers di live chat, mereka semua senang karena melihat peralatan yang proper ada di sini.
First of all, I just want to say this is like the best equipment I have ever found. This is like a full equipment that I never even used myself. So it's just like a very surreal experience so far. Yeah.
Well, and Jang, it's an absolute pleasure to have you here at EWC. PMWC has 2 more days of competition and we can't wait to see you on your co-stream popping off. So thank you so much for joining us in this interview. Enjoy the rest of your experience here and we'll check back in with you on Sunday. Back to you guys.
ไม่ออกติดกูหันหลังสมองนะเอาเลยนะขวาตัวเดียวที่เหลืออีกตัวหนึ่งน่าอยู่ซ้ายไม่จอดนะมีเกก็มีตาสุดอ่ะตัวเดียวตรงนั้นตัวเดียวให้ผมดิไอ้ก็เจนเกอร์ลึกกันรอเกอร์ก็รอได้คิวป่ะตัวท้ายอ่ะได้หมดเลย
E-Arena coming in hot, wanting to maintain that first place. And boy, what a start for this team here in day 2, even though we're going to be playing some matches from day 1. Still, E-Arena, this is what we've been wanting to see, especially when you teased us with the 29 eliminations.
Yeah, I was like, we cannot afford to see a flash in the pan kind of performance from E-Arena, but man, they delivered. I will say, the reason why they won is some teams doing some mistakes, right? We'll dive into it a little bit deeper here with Natura, but man, E-Arena putting up the 10 placement points from that chicken dinner, 10 eliminations on top of that. They were already number 1.
Yeah.
And now they're creating a gap.
Yes.
Hey, it seems like this tournament might be the chase after the White Rabbits.
Absolutely. Like, you've got Enigma Galaxy coming in here. They were in 3rd place coming into the first game here, so they've done a bit to extend that gap a little bit more. But you've got Ulf, you've got 4 Thrives. Those kinds of teams, they're also bringing some heat to the game here, Lace.
Yeah, I don't know what you guys are going on about still this first 29 match. Did you guys have eyes yesterday? E-Arena, have been performing the entire time. This ain't even their first chicken dinner. They have actually had so much progression through every single match. It's been amazing to watch. Yeah, we got to revert back to that, that huge statement they made in the group stages, but their consistency has been key.
Yeah, and for Enigma Galaxy, it's all about that goose. because this man has been performing. He actually baited Duniya into rushing him after they were able to eliminate Lord, and Coops was able to handle them all by himself.
He got the revenge he was looking for. I mean, Coops, you know that we were missing him during PMWC Season 1, and he's been putting up the numbers. But look at this. Let's quickly go through that 1v4 scenario. During this entire fight, Coops is on the mountain, uncontested, and this is not a position you should be willing to push. I feel like this is a big fumble from Furia. This is not a fight you should be even willing or even thinking about taking. And Coops here, having the time, going to flush the elimination, denying extra information from Furia. But this grenade, one of the best grenades of the tournament, a Maxman grenade of the day, as he gets that 1v2 and then sprays him down from a distance. He gets the headshot, eliminates the final player. What an insane clutch, but so did S-Power, Niptura.
Didn't he just? I mean, I wanted to replay this because look at what he's able to do here. This guy is a machine. The angles, the quick flicks.
Oh!
He's using these angles. He gets that one. He realizes that Razak is coming around, gets that elimination, and then he knows he doesn't have time to heal up, so he throws the Molotov in there, tries to come out, tries to get these angles going, and that is just buys enough time for his teammate to come on in.
Yeah.
The Molotov will go forward. It's fantastic.
I gotta say, that Molotov he put to try and clear his backside, that was one of the best Molotov. That is a global level Molotov coming out from S-Power. He is showing he has what it takes to be up here.
Absolutely. I love what we're seeing from him today.
I love what we're seeing out of him today as well. I love what we were seeing out of Four Thrives in this last match. Four Thrives being very aggressive, especially with being able to chase some of the other teams. Talking about chasing too. We got a chance to see Enigma Galaxy versus Ida towards the end as well. It doesn't matter, Max, and Lace and Aptura, if it's Pachinki, it doesn't matter where it's at. Enigma Galaxy has their number, but when we're talking about some of the other teams, Four Thrives versus Aurora.
Yes.
We gotta mention that because it was so quick and then Doc with them.
We're not going to talk about Aurora. We're not going to talk about it.
I'll talk about Four Thrives though. Look, they had such an immense sort of split hold in the hillside while Aurora was sort of making their rotate, and it was only a matter of time before they were able to do that. And what we were obviously touching on yesterday is their pacing. So obviously when they get that first contention and then following up with the fight, their pacing is back to what we want to see. So it's very, very impressive that they were able to do that. Unfortunately, they did have IQ at the southern side trying to find a position in zone whilst that contention was going on. Nongshim Red Bulls was sort of running up the eastern side, so they kind of like fell a little bit short there trying to move in because there wasn't much cover for them to sort of progress through that. And I mean, then it was just down to, you know, a little solo, and unfortunately he was found out because Top actually was sitting on top of a building, and that's probably the best spot and the only spot that could have been played.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm very, very, very happy with Four Thrives. T24 especially coming in clutch there. He's back on that long range with the mini. He's back supporting his teammates really, really well. And the whole squad is just looking very, very different from yesterday into today. They're looking very confident. They look like they know what they're doing. They have those final decision-making skills back and at them. And here we see him, 6th place, coming in clutch here.
That's right. Four Thrives being able to jump up that leaderboard with 33 points. But E-Arena with the win starting to create that gap, Max. And this is something that we're going to have to keep a close eye on what kind of gap we're going to be seeing from 1st place to 2nd place and the rest of the teams.
I'm really happy with the arena, right? Of course, you're looking at the consistency. You remove their 2 chicken dinners, their non-games. Like, they're sure they're a little bit low on the placement point side of things, but you know what? You can still get 2 chicken dinners over the course of, what is that, 5 games? That's an insane win ratio. So it kind of takes out of the equation the consistency when you get these big wins. But though, going on to the 2nd page, one team I really want to highlight here, Nick, is Hora. I feel like this should have been at least bare minimum a podium finish.
Yes.
But the moment E-Arena just slightly started pushing up on the mountain, they crumble and they give the high ground position for free. I think Hora really threw that game.
They're not the only ones. Ulf did the exact same thing. They did the exact same thing here. And hopefully they don't do it again.
Hora threw that game, but I did like the aggressiveness that we got a chance to see out of Hora, and I'm hoping that it's going to continue on here. Let's see what's going to be happening on the 2nd Miramar, because it's getting spicy here. Hot Jukes. John, take it away.
I'll tell you what's going to happen. The aggression is going to be at an all-time high here. We've already seen multiple 1v4s to start us off here. And I think we're just getting started. A whole bunch of matches left to go. My Jukes next to the legendary John Allen. 1 game down and a whole bunch more to go.
Oh yeah, we've got our second Miramar today, of which we're going to be treated to 4 Miramars over the course of today. We're going to end on 12 matches played total of our 18-match set. We're going to set that smash boundary. A lot to play for today. And if the arena can continue to perform in the way that they are, that smash boundary is going to be so far away from everybody else, it's not even going to be worth thinking about.
And that is what they're going to be doing. You heard Max say it earlier. Everyone's going to be chasing the White Rabbit here in this tournament. You can see the fans are so hyped, excited. The Duniya side of things pumped up, waiting for them to start making something happen. Unfortunately, they got taken out by Coops in that one. It is what it is, but a bounce back is imminent. That's for sure. First place, $500 million. Second place, $250,000. So a lot of money is on the line here, folks. And let's see which team is going to push themselves and try to catch E-Arena.
It's not just about that cold, hard cash. It's about that warm feeling in your heart when you realize you are the new champions here at the PMWC, at the EWC. For 2026, there's no team here to defend that title, right? Alpha 7. Don't know where they've gone. They must have gone home or something, you know, so, something like that. Yangon Galacticos also not making it to these finals, but it's time for another team to sit on that throne, to sit atop the rest. Let's get things going.
Yeah, let's see which team it's going to be here. Southern playing path here on this one.
Oh,
so we're mixing things up for sure. And this is going to be that second Miramar match. So after this one, if it wasn't hot already, we're going to Toronto, right? So that's going to be a crazy change of pace. Top players so far, you can see Milu right there, 3,000 damage. What a day this guy had yesterday, man. Everything considered, this guy is an absolute monster. And let's just see where Tianbo will end up. All these teams, so many big names, so many top squads. Enigma Galaxy, honestly, I really want to give this squad so much props. I mean, to be in second place, considering that these guys dealt with so many hot drops, is pretty insane.
Yeah, over on Erangel, it certainly was the main feature of their early games. Fortunately for them, though, Ida didn't do anything other than just sort of give points to them, it seemed like. So it was kind of only really one map where 4 Thrives actually third-partied it in that hot drop, where Enigma Galaxy didn't actually have a pretty okay start to their Erangels, right? So for me, it's definitely Ida that needs to move today, but we'll be seeing that later on. And they have been able to profit quite nicely. I mean, you get those 4 points right at the start of the match. That's a good profit already. Yeah. Right? I was talking about how I want to see consistency across a lot of games, across the whole set, rather than just these big pop-offs once or twice over the course of it. And that's exactly what you want, right? If you're able to get 4 points, it's not unlikely you can get 1 or 2 more, and that is a massive boon to your point scoring tally. That's what Enigma Galaxy have been able to find.
Yeah, and again, fortunately for them, it works out with the fact that A7's not here. They're taking El Bozo, which is one of the highest loot areas, if not the highest, in this map. So they're going to be very, very well kitted. They've made some great plays this tournament so far. And yeah, you know, we were talking about them in Erangel. Ida did feed them, essentially, but you still got to beat them. You know what I'm saying? And it's not easy to win a hot drop and keep everybody up. And they're able to do it time and time again, but E-Arena catching out IQ 4 Thrives. That's a huge loss for them.
Oh, that is nasty. Not a good opener, and a pretty great opener for E-Arena. Put themselves now on 69 points total.
Nice.
And they get a free buggy delivery. What more could you ask for? Unfortunate there for 4 Thrives to be losing a player like that. That's a little bit careless, I think, in my book. Should have been a little bit more aware of the surroundings, but not to be. E-Arena causing problems already this match.
Man, E-Arena making it happen. Looking on over to 4 Thrive saying "Kapkungrap," that means thank you in Thai.
Oh, okay.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Very, very happy so far. 69 points on top of leaderboards, and only just beginning. That smash point threshold is going to be where it's at. So if you E-Arena have just they continue to have such a fortuitous day today, their goal should be to just set that point threshold so dang high that nobody can possibly Smash in the final day. Now, so far in the history, we've seen one team smash at an international event. That's going to be Nongshim Red Force, and that was just earlier this year at the PUBG Mobile Macau Invitational. It was, I believe, Duniya that was on top with the most points, but Nongshim Red Force won that final game just by the skin of their teeth, and that automatically made them the champs. So
yeah, I think it was a 1 point. They were 1 point behind the leaders as well, so
yeah,
they needed to win by a smash. It wasn't just a case of winning the game. So a really nice ending for them there, but that's that fairy tale not really converting over to Paris, unfortunately, for Nongshim Red Force. So at the moment, they're in 9th place. Still very much doable, but they have got a little bit of a way to go on that one.
yes, they do. They gotta make sure that they just stay secure in the end game here. Can't afford any slip-ups at all. Gotta be able to make some plays. Man, that 1v4 earlier from S-Power was so dang hype. They're still having a rough day of it so far, though. 13th place. We haven't even reached the halfway point of this tourney, though, so they still got plenty of time to bounce back. But if they want to win this thing, they've already kind of burned through the bad games that they can already afford. They really need to start putting up some good, solid, consistent points here. Because when you see E-Arena on top, that's a major threat. I mean, we've seen this team earlier in this tournament break a PUBG Mobile record for the most points. Again, so silly that they didn't make it into that into the finals off of it.
Well,
but they got some little extra, survival cash, I guess.
Yeah, sure. But that's the point, right? It's a huge, massive, incredible game. Wow, brilliant, bright lights and billboards, sure. But then they weren't able to do much after that. So it was a big fall off coming through from the Arena, and to that end, they didn't deserve to make it straight to the grand final through that. So to be able to come through survivals, fantastic. Okay, now they've started to really up that game, keep that momentum going. This is a much better scenario, which is kind of why what I was alluding to before is I prefer this chicken dinner that we just saw from Arena to the one that we saw in Rondo in terms of quality, in terms of an indicator for what we might expect for the rest of this phase.
Yeah, and we got to be honest too. I mean, these guys very luckily made it here into the finals. They were barely able to pass up the Wolves.
Oh yeah.
So I mean, to see them barely make it in, at least I think it gives a lot of relief, right? Because for all the Wolves fans out there, they're like, we were so close.
Yeah.
But for E-Arena to actually pop off, it's like, okay, you know what? The team that made it deserved it, right? Like, they're actually doing something here. If they were at the bottom of the leaderboards, it'd be like, kind of a waste. But they're not messing around. I think that the way this tournament fared for them so far was kind of a perfect storm, right? Because they had the record, don't make it. They barely make it here, and I think that really just lit a fire in them to be like, you know what? We got to just play our game. Let's go full-fledged aggro. And then that's what's happening, because they are just pushing team after team after team as a full squad and just picking them apart little by little.
A lot of teams will unravel under that kind of pressure. Need to keep your mind thinking forwards. We saw some monumental plays in that last game, so
yeah,
I'm hoping that the nerves aren't going to be too rattled for a couple of our squads. It's going to be difficult, not only on the losing side of those fights, but again on the winning side of those fights, because in those scenarios that adrenaline just hits your system, and it can end up, once it drains out after the end of the game, that can be a real detriment to your performance, and that's when you need to rely on the rest of your team, on the advice of your coach, on the feeling of comfort, hopefully, that you can find with the rest of it, to be able to absorb the impact of falling from that great height.
Yeah, and okay, well, speaking of height, right, the zone goes all the way up to the tippy top here.
Going back.
Yeah, near Crater Fields, near the Hacienda del Patron area. We just saw this circle not too long ago in the last match, so teams are going to be trying to take a similar spot to what they had here. Arena, like, yeah, why don't we go to that same spot we were at last time? We won from there. We'll take that.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit further west. It does keep a lot of those Crater Fields areas in, but it is very similar, you're right, in terms of that location. Aurora spotting a player from Furia, but Coops will not stop in just one game. He's going to find shots onto them again. I feel like they should definitely be aware of his location this time around. But losing a player, you know, for Furia, that's not a good feeling. That is not a good feeling.
Yeah, that's Miramar for you. It's tough. I mean, you're trying to rotate, and losing players on rotation is a rite of passage here. You try to avoid it as much as possible, but just sometimes there can be that one guy there waiting for you. You can see Godlike getting peppered up from Lost. And all these players just ridiculously good at shooting people out of vehicles. And Jiggle, I heard the crowd pop off. Jiggle ends up taking out quick from Aula.
I mean, they did it last time very early on. This time it's taking them a couple more minutes, but same start to unfold. Hora managed to transition down towards that south and look to control the really sharp high ground that sits to the east of Crater Fields and overlooks a lot to that south side. So a powerful position for them to hold if they can maintain it. A little crash between Flash over on the east side and Vitality. That very quickly concludes with one casualty. Win trying to get some revenge, but not really connecting as Grazak bumbles over the top, but doesn't eat damage either.
There goes Vitality, rotating away. They take that elimination and run with it. Federalis driving outside of the zone here, maybe looking for another vehicle. Seems that's what they have their eyes on here. No fear, popping out the buggy though. Going to be putting some pressure onto Aurora. They're on the rotation and they're going to get caught out by Ulf. No fear's going to push up a little bit closer here. Scarface through the nade into the building, catches out top, and that is Aurora getting picked apart here in match number 2.
Only one player now left standing. I do not think Doc is going to get the back up. He is over 500, probably about 700 meters away from them right now in the shadow of Nigma Galaxy on the west side. You just can't move. This is an easy set of flushes coming through. Ulf have got this roadside compound. They've got quite a decent amount of cover. It's Hora who sit on their northwest across the road, up on that high ground. So for them, for Ulf, I'm feeling like they're fairly safe. This next circle might put more pressure on them, but being as central as they are, it's unlikely.
Yeah, they're sitting pretty. They don't pretty much have to move very much. Yeah, they don't have to move at all here with this next circle. Vitality, though, over there by water treatment, are going to have to push on in. Near Nongshim Red Force on the south side are going to have to get into some battles here very, very shortly. And that's just because Nongshim always land on that southern end. So a northern circle like this makes them late to the circle. We'll see what their decision-making is here as Tianba looking to put themselves in a slightly more central position as Sleepy gets a nice knock there on Aaron.
S2G are also pushing in from this northeast side. Aaron down, allows Tianba to move in. Eagle and Milu in with the same vehicle, but there's a beautiful spray down. What a response coming through from Solus, holding in the face of the push. QZ wants to try and turn it around, but Solus has more left in the ammunition. Wow! We'll find a third. Looking for now the last player of Tianba. QZ with the M249 is being hunted. Ketch steps into the fight as well to assist his teammate, but there is still more to do. QZ won't go down, but he finally falls, and Solus stands in the face of Tianba. Says, not today.
Not today, indeed, as Ulf with a beautiful stiff arm onto Tianba. And you can see the pressure is on. You can see the player cam catch relieved after that one. What a play from Solus, though, to be able to shut him down.
There you go. Tian bounced out of that compound. It was not to be. I mean, what a lineup there. A little bit wayward on the crash. It felt discoordinated between the two players in the vehicle. Not quite what you want to see from Tianba. I don't want to say lazy. I feel like it was being harried by Hora with the off angles there on the northwest side. S2G were putting pressure on the back of that, and it became a little bit too chaotic. They couldn't quite find their way through it. There was no way that they could navigate that storm, unfortunately. But for Solus, that is a monumental clip farm. Not quite a 1v4, Jukes, but it was pretty damn close.
That's as close to a 1v4 as it gets here, folks. I'm telling you, big plays coming out of here in the finals. Axel getting naded up pretty good, peppered by Al-Ula. This is with the replay here. Solus with these headshots. Taking out that duo. And still finding himself good movement here. Yeah, as soon as he sees QGZ, comes on out, pops a nade on accident, and gets the knock.
Oh, okay,
What
we're
a
back
play.
in with Alola versus Vitality. One over the top, looking for another as well. There are 3 players alive on side for Alola, but there is damage pouring back over towards Vitality as Razy now and Axel have to step into the fight to try and keep this one going. Razak gets shut down though as S2G are flowing out to third party on the north side here. Kamikaze, Solke, both moving into position. Lost is out on a north wide flank too.
Axel trying to find some high ground here, trying to find an off angle. Razy just forced to just run out in the open, no vehicle to his name. Trying to be able to help out Federalis. Federalis is knocked, and it looks like he will be thirsted here because it's taking a long time. Meanwhile, S2G decided to just back things up. Say, you know what, we don't want none of this zone going down south. Let's prioritize that instead. And Razy is going to start cresting that hill. Can he spot out one of these players of Alula? He sees Rep. When he's going to take that shot? No, does not see a good sight line. Decides to back on up.
Yeah, it doesn't have the team shots to be going, well, doesn't have a team to take shots with, is more accurate here. For Razy, you need to be 100% sure that you can lock down a knock, or maybe even a flush. Ida getting rolled down by Orangutan there, nicely done, but there's still a little bit more to do. Ida being devastated yet again. Rita now the last to stand. Aru and Atanki about face for another approach. Rita cooking a nade to try and slow things down, but there's an off angle coming through from Arena, who is stepping up and forcing him over the ridgeline into the firing line of Orangutan, who get 4 elims on the game and send Ida packing.
There we go, and that's going to be the 15th place team so far. Starting to turn things up, but here we go. It's the White Rabbits battling it out against 4 Thrives. Turney K getting the flushes. It's all up to Falak, and it ain't going to be good enough. Arena just putting in that work, and they're going to keep their whole team alive.
And back up they get. Nicely done, nicely done. We saw Razy doing a lot of work against Alola. Hang on a minute. This is a solo? A solo against Alola on the north side? Where did that come from? Razy's popping off on the north as a solo.
3 eliminations. Razy putting the points here for Team Vitality. The Indo squad looking good here, as they're going to be pushing into this next zone. And we're looking at this next circle as it is just south of Crater Fields. You got OG on that southern end right next to Arena. That battle should happen out any soon. And now you got Enigma Galaxy right next to Nongshim Red Force as well. Let's see how they're going to play this out. Coop's got that Mini 14 looking for that long-range headshot.
I'm also looking at S2G on the northeast side of the circle right now, Jukes. They have to push in, and as a 4, do you go in the shadow of Aura, or do you try and sweep down and push past Flash? But it is a difficult approach for S2G, and they do not have long to make that choice. I feel like they are committed much more up to the north edge and could potentially challenge Horror on that northern side.
Let's see how this is going to play out. Schwepp's got the high ground as well. This is still only stage 4 here, folks. Admino does get knocked, though, from Godlike and flushed. So it's only going to be 2 players up for the side of Godlike. OG in the same boat with the duo. Driving around, just trying to get a little bit of intel. Doc is nearby. You got to watch out for that. Meanwhile, Aura from the high ground are trying to catch S2G out on the rotate here. Sleepy is able to put some suppressive fire, keep him away for now. Kamikaze's buggy is smoking, and he's gonna get popped out of here by No Fear.
Oh, that is a scary sight, cresting the ridgeline, No Fear. Spiking the heart rate of S2G as they try and make their way in. They did have to make that choice in the end. But moving in, they've managed to get 3 through. And into a position which is at least tenable, but not really super beneficial to their long-term prospects. In the circle, though, which is good. Not the same can be said for Enigma Galaxy, Arena, Flash, Ulf. These teams going to have to move when the time comes. So, a good result, but if they keep getting picked apart with Razy still doing bits. Hang on a minute, no, that was over the sky. So, Horror are suffering. This solo Lone Ranger on the north edge, Vitality, letting us know. Okay, this is the replay of the 1v, I think 3.
Yeah, there we go. Yasser catches him out as he pops out the vehicle. And then, pow, beautiful use of that ridgeline. Razy just picking apart Aula. Those mistakes, man, making it look easy there.
Yeah, that was pretty clean. Swaps out to the bayonet as well for the final moment. I wanted him to run it through there a little bit. That would have been the coolest. But you know what? You're looking pretty cool already. Razy still with a knife fixed at the end of the barrel.
Yes, indeed. Let's see what Razy can do with it. He's going to be holding on to that AUG as well. No fear up on top of the hill, doing a good job of applying that suppressive fire on these teams trying to find a way into this next zone. Oh, Razy soaking up the points as a solo here for Team Vitality.
I mean, since he's been a solo, he's gotten 4 eliminations. He's weakened Horror's hold on this northern side as well,
yeah,
which I think is a really big factor here. With 4 players, Horror are basically unassailable. With 3, that's a different conundrum altogether. Ulf could potentially have an opening road towards them if they don't go down in this spot, because Sleepy has got that angle. But if Sleepy on the side with his ghillie suit, trying to play it quiet, trying to play it smart, finding these angles.
Razy playing it very, very quiet. Finds a little spot to hold himself in for now. But he's so dangerous. He's got that ghillie suit in the desert. Not quite the best camouflage he wants.
Yeah, it's the green one. Not great.
It's the green one. But you know what? He's looking to get that green for his team. And this is how you do it right here. Staying alive. Just, you know, able to get some confirmations, some sneaky confirmations on some knocks. Soak up some points. Meanwhile, S2G got a little car wall set up here.
Oh, Furia on the move. Silence up and to the ridgeline. Jiggle will be aware of it. Razy completely hidden from Furia's radar right now. Operative word being right now.
Right now, and yeah, look at this, silence. Gonna have to be silent here, but Razy, he knows something's up. He's waiting for someone to peek that hill, waiting for someone to make the move. But instead, he's just gonna stay very, very quiet here. Uh-oh.
Up they go.
Jiggle, you better watch out. They're coming for you. Silence, driving up the hill little by little.
I think Razy's gonna get spotted here. Igor is gonna run straight into it potentially. Oh, maybe not. Darts back a little bit. They're waiting for the peaks. This negotiation on the north side is tense. S2G isolated right now on the southeast side of all of this. Sort of all just playing in the same spot. Looks like they're trying to start to move out now, which I like. I think it's the right decision. And we've got solos from Aurora, solos from Ulf, as well as Orangutan. Atanki may be the first of those to go down, but does take a fair chunk out of loss before he goes out.
Put some damage on the board. S2G looking to clean this up here. They definitely need to win. They're in 12th place. Win will definitely put them in a good position here for the rest of the day. Duniya, the same boat. Let's see who's going to take this chicken dinner, though. Aura rocking a 2-1 split with Jiggle on the absolute high ground here. Don't forget about Doc, though. Aurora all by himself. He's still there. You can see him. He is just holding that spot and starting to soak up some placement points here. Only 6 teams remaining.
The thing for Aurora right now is that they know there's a solo on the north side, which gives them a little minor advantage if there's going to be a third-party fight between them and Furia. Razy's angle might not be known. S2G take a shot from Eren, who is their solo from Ulf. And Eren finds the flush as well. So S2G now down to 2 players. Jukes, there's a lot of solos here, but they aren't without their opportunity.
Yeah, that's for sure. They could win this whole thing if the timing ends up perfect for them. You can see nice shots there from No Fear. Oh, instant confirmation too. MSG's really hurt.
So he's going to throw the pan there.
Yeah,
no.
That would have been nice.
Pulls the pin on the nade.
Take some of this. How about some of that? Long nade. Not able to get the finish. And it looks like S2G should be able to get the reses here. Does he have a Molotov for another nade? Because, I mean, he has the high ground. He might have the arm to get there.
It doesn't look like they're going to go for it. The res likely to be coming through now. For S2G to keep themselves alive as 2 players. It's Razy that I've got my eyes on still from Vitality. He's gone so far. Come such a distance. Eren, most likely the next solo to fall. Igor's has flexed out and is very close to Doc for Furia. That could be a dangerous spot. if they're caught unawares. Oh, he's hopped out as well. Doc might just be able to get away with a free elim here. There's a nade in his hand. This is not where you want to be for Igor's. If he doesn't hear this pin, if he doesn't get out of the way, this might just be a free knock, but he's into the vehicle again. And I think he's read into it. He's up into the wall now. Doc has to hold his little shack out in the open.
Silence and Furia just waiting for this fight to happen. These guys are going to wait up to the last second here. The zone is closing. Okay, Jiggle backing things up, and he goes right into Razy. Gonna have to make a play. Great headshots, but Sleepy, great teamwork there to be able to shut him down.
It felt like that was the opportunity there. Jiggle stalling on the buggy slip, but just didn't quite finish off that spray. And the backup from Hora, of course, they did know he was there. As I was saying earlier, after losing a player to him was good news. Oh, another solo goes down. That will be the final solo out. So we are playing 3v3v2 as Furia in with a chance here to put that chicken dinner on the board. Same story for all three of our teams. I feel like S2G are the most suppressed in their area right now.
Yeah, but they're and they're suppressed on the leaderboards too, right? So literally all these teams desperately need this game. Gonna be big points regardless. You can see right now, 8th place, 11th place, 12th place. It's gonna help them out big time. Let's see what No Fear can do with that high ground. This is stage 8, folks. The zone will be closing into nothing once that zone pops. Sleepy applying that pressure on S2G. He's got the intel now, knows exactly where they're at. He's got a couple nades. Gonna go ahead and use that high ground to try and get the shots. But some big shots on the Aura. That's No Fear eliminated. That angle being gone is critical.
A really nice pick up there over onto the high ground, as well as Jiggle going down. Leaves Hora now just on the one player alive. Furia want to regroup, and the descent comes through from the last remaining player for Hora, Sleepy, who has broadside on Lost, but he's not taking the shots just yet. I think Lost spotted him just before he ducked behind the ridge. And he has to drop down a little bit further to be a bit safer. Spots Lost, gets a headshot, but doesn't quite get that full-blown knock just yet. And then they roll.
Sleepy
Finds the other, though. He finds his teammate, and maybe a 1 versus 2. But Furia now sat with their players rolling across the open zone. And Sleepy finds another. 3 players now left for him to deal with. But there's a P90 outside. He's behind those trees. I don't think it's going to work. No, sirree. Brazil able to find the chicken dinner here. And Furia fight back.
It's about time. We knew that chicken dinner was only gonna take a little while, and it happened to be just 2 matches here into day number 2. So Furia get the win, and the crowd is pumped up for their team here. A huge, huge win for the side of Brazil.
Absolutely beautiful stuff. I think it was 9 elims towards the end, something in that region. It's a massive jump for them, as we talked about on these longer game sets. 18 matches, a game like that can really give you the foundation that you need to jump up to be in contest. With E-Arena going down fairly early, with Enigma Galaxy going down fairly early, a couple of elims on side for these teams, but that is going to put a dent in the gap, and that's exactly what you need to be doing. Keeping that mindset on side of every single game, the points we profit, that is 1 step closer to the title.
That's exactly what it is right there. Nice play, though, from Sleepy to be able to get that 1v2 on S2G. Gets a couple more points on the board and some extra placement points as well. But you know what? The board is going to be, the leaderboard going to be balanced out a little bit right now, because like you mentioned, top teams go out, teams in that mid-pack start moving their way up. But I think that inequality is going to be coming right back, because guess where we're headed now?
Oh yeah, it's going to be a little bit toasty over on Rondo next, which is very, very exciting stuff. We've already seen, what was it, 2 1v4s, at least 1 1v3, a couple more. Why not throw them in there? It's basically just what happens at this stage. But yeah, I mean, the Razy solo 1v3 on the north side there, beautiful. The impact he had also cannot be ignored. If 4 players were alive for Hora in those final circles, I think they win that.
Yeah.
Without Razy having that impact, it completely changes the dynamic. It allows Furia to be so much more free and easy on that western side. The suppressive force of Hora on that north edge is so much assuaged. So I think that that is a very, very important part of that last game that maybe flew under the radar for a couple of people.
Yeah, you got to be hyped up for Razy. 1v3, then finish in with a 1v2. And you guys got a 1v1 and watch the rest of these matches coming up in just a bit.
of the lights. Better get right, I'm champion.
Chasing the sunrise, boots hit the ground, hear the battle call. Loot up, lock in, we're ready for it all. Every street, every door, searching for a little more. One squad, one dream, nothing's ever what it seems. The circle's closing in, can you feel it on your skin? Heartbeat like the drum, the final fight has come. Fight till you make it, never gonna break it. Stand your ground and take it, right into the fire. Fight till you make it, every move can change it. Higher and higher, we're reaching for the winner, winner, chicken dinner. Fight till you make it, fight till you make it.
What's happening, everybody? Jackie Powers here.
Them to do very, very well here. And it's only a matter of time. I think they get that right position going, and then we see them get that chicken dinner.
I mean, we want that survival stage, Tiamba, right?
Yeah.
To be able to jump up and compete with the very, very best. Furia, fresh off of their chicken dinner, their numbers don't quite display that sort of a storyline just yet, but it is a great start for them to be able to add that one to their tally. And again, it's a real great mental boon to these teams to be able to find a high-scoring game and to be able to close out that game. Sure, maybe the point swing isn't huge depending on how many seconds into those final circles you last, but I feel like there is nothing more relieving than finding that chicken dinner, than converting it. Even if you ignore the 4 extra points you get just on placements alone, it is a massive mental fortitude booster. And you need to keep your head on straight because you are going to get into something crazy very early on. I know it, I love it, it's Rondo and it's ready.
It's ready, these players are hyped up, they're ready to go. I hope y'all guys at home are ready as well because, man, this is just getting started. As the plane is taking off, we're headed to Rondo. Ooh. Okay, we got a little double plane path action here.
Okay, so Neox Factory is accessible from the easternmost plane path, and to be fair, from the west one, but it's unlikely you want to go there because the teams in the east plane will hit the ground so much faster than you. It's much more likely if you're going to hot drop, you go to Yulin, and the same is true vice versa, right? Yulin is further along that plane path. What this is going to do is split these hot drops up. It's going to make them slightly less chaotic, Jukes, but more teams may want to go for them because of that.
Yeah, and those teams that normally like to go to Neox Factory, if you're in that other plane, you're going to be there late, so that's going to put you so far behind. So teams are going to have to adapt on the fly, switch drop locations, and make these decisions very, very quickly here. And you can see, these squads are out. Top players right now. Scarface from Ulp, okay, 16 eliminations. Mormon right behind him, and of course, Milu right there as well.
Yeah, Scarface on those damage numbers as well, right on the heels of Milu. Look at that, only 20 damage points behind. We'll see if that changes very quickly into this match because teams are now starting to touch down in towards Neox Factory. They'll be grabbing those weapons. Yulin also will now be occupied, and things are going to get hairy quite quickly. As E-Arena already taking a knock, Tiamba as well have already lost one. E-Arena, by the way, generally preferring to drop out near Stadium, but the plane path they're on didn't assist with that. We saw them hunting down solos in other matches, those solo outposts that are near those recall towers, which are a major feature in Rondo. They were the team to take that dynamically to that fight in a way that we haven't seen from many others. Oh no, S-Power goes down to a guard.
Not good. Schwepp's hurt and gonna get caught by a beautiful angle from a cop. And that's what happens, is that if you're just so used to dropping in one particular area, switching it up here, sometimes those little angles can catch you off guard. And OG putting in the work here. Gonna be keeping an eye there on the side of Pull. Ooh, does see Aaron. Now we're gonna switch on over to another fight. Here goes Duniya. Applying that pressure to Aura. Sky bandaging here. Waiting to be able to find those angles. He's got some good weapons here, but Yala gets caught.
A nade forces Sky to reposition away from the corner. Does take a little bit of damage, but that'll be okay. Remember, the recall towers here in Rondo allow teams to get their players back up and alive, so early fights are the norm. Silence rolling around the edge of this corner, trying to suppress Sleepy, but the UMP in hand gives him a little bit of confidence and the nade to back it up. Flings across his sightlines. No Fear does go down on a trade, and now Ayala's looking to break wide to change the tune of this fight, and looks for more with Chief at his back. Sky on a sliver of HP just about finds the retreat, but there's a re-engage around the corner.
Chief would have had that, but he ran out of ammunition. Now he's going to have to make a play. Ayala there with the assist, and great work for the side of Furia. They're going to go ahead and take out Aura, put some early points on the board, and they should be able to pick up Silence here. Now they're going to start laser focusing towards the side of Fourth Thrives. Fourth Thrives creeping in on this one. A little late to this third party, and now they're going to have to battle a pretty kitted and well set up Furia.
Fourth Thrives, they got some loot on side as well, though not too many nades. In fact, no nades for T24. Neox Factory's been popping off as well. I think Ulf bore the brunt of a lot of damage pouring on their way. You see some elims coming through from Orangutan. Doing bits, but ooh, okay. Ulf may have a little bit of vengeance here, as Eren is still in the firefight. Tianba with their position on the south edge. Spot Tizzy sending away, but Tizzy wants to re-engage on the door frame. It's not going to work out well for the first spray, but suppresses the angle. QCZ with the nade cooking. Drops around the corner, but Hyunbin evades the damage.
Red for super aggression here. Looking at some of them early eliminations. Hyunbin with the laydown, wide on the open! Catches QZZ with the spray. Just keeps that suppressive fire on that window, catches him on the re-peek, and a great turnaround there. Two superstars battling it out. Now Tizzy, oh, look at that instant peek back. These angles, Yongshin Red Force so good at these CQC angles. Man, and Hyunbin putting in the work, forcing Tianba to have to do a full res on their team.
Getting those flushes nice and quickly. Nongshim Red Force with 2 elims. They're up to 4 now. But they've got another team to try and deal with. Orangutan sidling on into the fight. Tizzy using the bus's cover. There's a nade from a tanky, but the pin goes back in. And Eren, the solo left in the situation for Ulf, is going to find the backlines for Orangutan and slow their approach towards this Nongshim outpost. The 2 players they've got there can just live a little bit longer, but a tanky keeps the pressure up, and Orangutan keep marching.
Man, great movement from the side of Tizzy and Hyunbin. They are outplaying so many of these players here. So good at this urban fighting. Their peaks, their timing, just impeccable. Wizgot, though, with that nade, looks good. Tizzy jumps away and gets peppered only a little bit. Pulls the pin again. And you can see they're utilizing those doors so well. But how about that nade? That one looks good.
Ooh.
Tizzy jumps away from it once again. He's not falling for that one.
I like the attempted utilization of the smoke to stop the vision on the nade arc as it was coming on through. But Tizzy read that one nicely. Knew exactly what they were going for. That nade doesn't connect either. Still has a couple more. The shotgun around the corner. Steps in for it. Wins the trade. And immediately Eren snaffles that point away for Ulf. He's up to 3 elims there on the inside. This guy's doing bits. The rest of Ulf are happy to hang out near Danqing on that south side and let Eren roar over in Neox Factory, because it still has yet to conclude. Aurora, I think, still have a solo in that spot as well. And Eren does finally go down to Godlike, who have rolled up into the fight in Neox Factory. A late approach as they were forced away over towards main round.
Now you can see T24 trying to find some angles here. Zypha, ooh, quick shotgun here. He's got the right-hand priority. He should win this. He does. Catches Ayala. And now, shots happening back and forth all over the place here. But Zypha's gonna have to make another play, but suppressive fire. Was that IQ? Yeah, IQ on the other angle, doing a great job of applying that pressure, that headshot. It's gonna be the end of Furia.
Furia, though, well, in this location.
That's correct, yes.
Igor's on that south side, very far away from Yulin right now, means that they can get that full reset. The recall towers are still available, and at the moment, only 1 player is completely down. I think that's about to change as well, as Admino gets back to his feet. Aurora with top. The man on the spot only needs the 1 shot to take down Saamne, and now he wants more. S-Power with the nade, can't quite connect on towards top, but he spots him running up, has the nade cooking. This could be perfect, needs it over the top, a lot of damage, and the spray to convert. That is good for Godlike.
Great work from S-Power there, right? Just staying calm, collected. He had that nade locked and loaded, just goes, chunks it, and just uses his weapon to take down top. So we're gonna see some recall action happening. Everybody pretty much back up for the most part. Only a few players still eliminated. And now you know what? Why don't you guys do us a favor? Get in game and go ahead and pop some of the lucky spins right now. Hopefully you can get one of those exclusive 2026 PMWC tournament sets. So you can be styling and looking good like a lot of these players are. Let's see how S-Power is going to look, though, in this 1v1 against a Tiki. It is India on India action here. That's that Molotov. Oh, yeah, he's like, all right, I'll hold the stairs for a little longer.
Hot footing it away from that, doesn't take a tickle, which is good result. Hard southeast shift on this next circle. Pushes us down towards the southeast side. Keeps that northern area above Hongshan in the west of Danqing as well. Ulf, very happy about this. I think their hill there is probably going to play quite well for them, I think, Jukes, and that is a great result for them, given that they're in third place right now. E-Arena in first place. They haven't had an impact on this game so far. They were pushed away very, very quickly. There's S-Power. Holds the corner, but yeah, there's a third-party angle. Well, a second player on the opposing team angle coming on through. That should be, again, still recallable. Manya may opt to go for the recall on the forward position so that he can bolster that and let the back two from Godlike move in behind him.
Yeah, S-Power was like, 1v1 me, bro. And they were like, nah, not today. There's money on the line here. We got to make this happen. Now looking on over the rest of the fight, though, we got Vitality, end up holding a building here. They're going to be popping some shots on over to Enigma Galaxy. Satan trying to drive away, trying to be able to survive here. Lowered in the same position. Enigma Galaxy on the bold rotation. And Satan does end up getting caught and eliminated.
Very messy now on the western side of this circle. A lot of teams forced into a fight that is unfavorable for a rotation that leaves them exposed. We're seeing the results of that now. The recall tower on the south side of the circle, currently under control of Nongshim Red Force. Looks like Godlike may have their forward position on one recall as well, I believe. So they could look for that. Actually, it might be E-Arena who have got control of it out on the east side. In the meantime, 4 Thrives, with their 3 elims so far, have a position near Yulin.
You can see these teams just starting to get set up here, getting ready for that late game. This is so critical. This is the map to put some points on the board. OG have 5 eliminations. Aurora have 5 as well. So a great start for a few of these teams. Now it's about how you're going to end. I think the Galaxy down Satan on that rotate. They do end up finding a spot in this next zone. Pretty central one too, just a little bit on the southern side of it. But we never know where this next circle is going to go.
I mean, Ulf really have got a brilliant position here. They've had a while to establish it as well. On the hilltop that they have so much control over the surrounding area. They have vision every single direction. Everybody else just trying to play in their shadow at the moment. E-Arena have managed to push in from the east side. And 4 Thrives continuing their hold on the southeast point of Yulin. Doing a little bit against Al-Ula. Godlike suffering once more at the hands of Orangutan. And E-Arena are actually pushing up to try and third-party split that fight on the north edge and maybe hound down Godlike.
Godlike trying to hold on here. Southern shift. Yeah, indeed for a lot of these teams. S2G, 4 Thrives, E-Arena, not liking that one. Now there's Godlike. But Fudia, they'll take that all day long. Possibly even looking for a back-to-back chicken dinner here. As Aurora, though, that's going to be the team they're going to have to fight because Aurora's going to be pressing into that hard shift side location. Tianba, QGZ knocked. Doing a great job of being able to throw down those smokes very, very quickly here to try to pick up their superstar player. Coops trying to catch some shots into those smokes. They can go ahead and just hold on to that coverage for just a little while longer.
Just a moment longer. Right now, I think that, yeah, we've only seen 3 players really fully confirmed to not be really in with much chance of moving forwards. A lot of recalls coming on through. Almost everyone in the lobby getting back to their feet. Damage going over towards S2G from Coop, but not quite fully connecting.
He's locked in today, man. I mean, those shots were on point. He was hitting them for the little slight angle that he had. He was getting serious value. You know, Tianba's locked in as well. They're just trying to get themselves in a good, solid position. They're in 4th place, 48 points. Not a bad start. But E-Arena with 75. They're the big threat in this lobby. The Thai squad looking really solid here in the Rondo. 1 elimination, the whole team up. They do have a position on the eastern side of the circle. Aurora right on top of them, though. Let's see what they decide to do here.
I mean, they are certainly alive on this side of the circle, but between Aurora and Ulf, it is a difficult position to try and hold down. And can they get much further forwards? I'm not entirely sure. Schweppes. Oh dear, the flames already licking the front of the bonnet there. And that is going to be an unhealthy vehicle. Not really too reliable when it comes to moving next. But they are safe for the time being next to these two teams. I'm looking at Orangutan and 4th Drives on that north side. Could be a contest around the mountain that sits between them. Godlike, I think, are going to have a difficult time moving in as well. Either they could swing out into the blue zone very, very quickly now and try and rejoin Rita. But if you do, you're basically committing to going down in the next zone.
Yeah.
It's just not going to work out.
Yeah, for sure. And EDA need to have a monster Rondo here if they want to be able to get themselves into serious money. Enigma Galaxy, meanwhile, 2nd place, down a player. Lord going to be using some of that terraforming to put himself into a safe position. This is still super early. I mean, that's just Rondo. Rondo starts off so aggressive, starts to slow down here in the mid-game as teams solidify their locations. And then it's going to get red hot here in just a minute. Let's see where this circle goes. We're going to see a crazy Southern hardship again. Will it center up? That's going to be huge for these teams. And it does favor the south side a little bit.
Okay, I mean, for Aura, this is great news for them. Their west side is fairly free and clear. Ida do opt to regroup on the south side, which I'm not entirely sure about. I feel like that may be a misplay for them. A very difficult approach from that angle. S2G trying to make the approach that is probably in Ida's future. Finding out how difficult it can be. Furia extracting a toll for it. But they do crash in. They do get to the center of this one. And actually, may be able to get control of this recall tower that's available for about another minute or so. If they can get control of it, get that recall in fast, they could be in with a full force squad on this location. And I think they know the Jiggle's here, but they don't have a lot of time to play around with. It's really ticking away, and a bounce on the nade's not good.
Yeah, kind of a little bit of a self-nade there. I don't know if you saw that chain link fence at the top of it. Great nades, though, from Nongshim Red Force. Oh, it doesn't hit the mark, though. I thought that was good. And they're going to be sharing this location for now with E-Arena. And this is pretty darn central. So I'm surprised they're really battling this out. This is a dangerous fight, honestly. Like, if they take this fight, they're going to get third party.
I mean, all the fights now in the middle are dangerous. Godlike on the south side.
What happened?
Ooh, I think a vehicle explosion there came on through.
Was
Took
that?
Tony K down. No, it wasn't a self-drop, don't worry. I would have clocked that one. It was an explosion that came through. The nade, just falls short of the deployable cover. And they continue to not quite find the mark for for Nongshim Red Force. They aren't quite connecting here. Not quite getting what they want to get done. Orangutan try and crash into the middle against S2G. It's looking to go pretty well for Orangutan, actually, as S2G are going to go down fully. These recall towers are pretty much done and dusted. Only a couple more seconds to get them used.
Yeah, it's going to be tough to be able to use it here at this late stage, especially if you already burned a lot of your recalls earlier on. And let's see right now as Ray-Z is able to get a nice knock there on the tops with a nade. Another one in return as Bose catches Federales. And now here comes Win in the vehicle. Possibly just trying to get some information. He gets some for sure. Pops out. Oh, that did sting.
Okay.
Razak, though, got the shotgun. S12K. Oh, gets knocked. And Team Flash put in the work here on Vitality.
Hey, we know what Razy can do, but he's not going to do it this time around. Vitality go down. Flash playing on with 3. The recall towers are now shut down, which means that every elim will stick. There are no recalls available. The Arena somehow managed to get straight to the center of this circle is kind of crazy, and to do so with 4 players alive, great news. Hopefully they can make that one work. Meanwhile, on the south side, you've got Godlike, Ida, and Furia all looking for position. Yeah, this is a replay, I think, on how Tony K went down.
Yeah,
he ran into the buggy. He ran into the buggy.
Yeah, well, it was that cover flare that ended up busting up that buggy, and it was just inching it little by little and just did enough damage to pop it. So you gotta watch out where you drop those cover flares.
Hey, no harm, no foul. They're all alive, and that's what matters right now. Nade over the top, over towards Enigma Galaxy, though, from Tianba, who have had to fight down from this north side of their compound. Enigma Galaxy have been hiding here for quite a while, and Tianba seemed to be an overwhelming force for them. Ralph alone, isolated away from the rest of the team. Ulf have been trying to push in from the east side, and somehow Scarface doesn't go down here. Finally does get knocked to QZZ. There is an answer, a little bit of damage, and his 4 drives chiming in for a third party from the west side.
QZZ getting caught out by Ulf. And now Milo getting shot in his back from 4 thrives. Tianba now are fully pinched. You got 4 thrives looking at one side, Ulf looking on the other, and this is all outside of the circle. Disaster here for Tianba, who are looking so strong in this game. Gonna have to fight their way out of this position.
A lot of movement now necessary on the northeast side as well as on this south edge, and this is what I was worried about for Ida. They managed to get a couple of elims on the angle, but they trapped themselves behind the water. Wrapping around that one, it takes so much wind out of your sails. You just don't continue that speed. You don't carry any momentum in towards the circle. And they found out all about it. Furia were a roadblock for them, and they may have dragged Furia down with them, but for Emre, he's now got so much to do, and he's going to crash probably straight onto Aura, and almost certainly going to go down here. I'm so surprised he hasn't already fallen, and Emre just sneaking his way through.
Tianba on the drive-in now. Gonna have to force to just fully send it onto the middle, but they are getting beat up here. Sacrificing players one by one. Milu, with a bad drive. And now it's up to the single player. Oh, he does end up catching 1 point. So Tianba hold on just for a little while longer.
Staying alive, staying in the thick of things. The Arena unlikely to be able to push fully up and over with Ulf suppressing this angle. Hain can survive for just a while longer. And Ulf are going to have a tough time actually pushing towards this one with the suppressive fire coming in, but Hain does go down. That actually comes from Furia. Very long shot down from the south side. Close to max range, I believe. Yeah, 393 meters there, Ayala.
Ayala and Furia are putting in work here. 10 points on the board so far. Right behind him is OG with 8. They definitely needed those points. And here comes Furia, pressing in through the south side, moving in little by little, making sure that there ain't nobody near them.
Aurora with the western high ground as well, this mountain, giving them a lot to work with. The position held previously by Aura, but they decided to commit instead much more central onto the west point of the compound that sits central on this circle. They give Aurora this position. I mean, it absolutely could be, given their position with 8 elims. They've got some brilliant oversight. Not too many teams have the flexibility to challenge them. It is, of course, the Kiss Curse position, though, because you do have to leave it at some point. Well, almost certainly you're going to have to leave it at some point, and that is where things start to get a little bit muddy.
If this zone shifts to Aurora, they're getting like 20 points this game. Plus. I mean, this is the spot to have. But it is quite on the edge here. Let's see if they end up getting lucky. This is the time to get lucky in the map that you really want to get lucky on, that's for sure. But meanwhile, Nongship Red Force catching Chief out from Furia.
Sneaking it. A shot in around the sides of those silos, through the fences. It is pretty resible, though, for Furia, I imagine. The circle does move away from Aurora, though, and up towards the north side. This is a lot of open ground that maybe 4 Thrives could try and leverage, but there's not a lot for them to try and work with. You could see just sweeping out to the west, it's wide open. You're going to need those cover flares, so it depends how many they've got in the back pocket. Create some of your own defilades with that destructible terrain. What they're going to be needing to do to control that north side. In the meantime, Furia still giving it large on the south side.
Doc starting to throw some nades in. They know they got to get moving here. They got those vehicles. They're smoking, though. Bose does go down. That's huge for the side of Aurora. And Doc trying to drive very carefully, little by little. Oh, saw that crate. I need that. I need that. I got 300 rounds. I need more. I need that util. And he's going to find at least another drink because he was out. Swaps vehicles, and now Aurora just trying to leapfrog into this next zone.
Last player of Orangutan goes down in the meantime. IQ gets spotted out in the open. I mean, this is what I was talking about, right? It's such a difficult area to try and move into. The question is timing, and for IQ, he gets caught a little bit too early. And there's really no cover. But it is such a majority on the circle. If you can establish any sort of position out there, you start to get so much control. And with Aurora still able to use the high ground that they've been playing from, they have great sightlines to control that. But Fourth Rise will be able to move in. Aurora also. But it is such a majority on the circle. If you can establish any sort of position out there, you start to get so much control. And with Aurora still able to use the high ground that they've been playing from, they have great sightlines to control that. But Fourth Rise will be able to move in. Aurora are also going to have to move. Oh, beg your pardon. Have to move.
Yeah, I'll tell you one thing, though. This is Rondo, and if you don't got cover, you got to make your own. Use those cover flares, use that terraforming, and make it happen. You can see Ulf with a good, solid position that they've created for themselves. You got Aura on the other end, trying to sneak some eliminations. No fear, going to be laying down, trying to see if he can catch that pixel. He sees him. He sees him. Puts some shots, but not able to get the knock.
Aurora rotating back in towards the compound, looking to extract more point value from these elims. Tourniquet will be spotted. Zjol rattles him down. And the rest of the team answering with a volley of fire. Emre, by the way, from Ida, still alive. A solo who managed to sneak his way on through. I imagine Aurora should be aware of this position. But we'll see if they deal with it or if they allow him to sit there in their buffer zone.
Zjol just getting set up here. I like how he risks it and moved that vehicle just a little bit further so he can cover himself from that angle. The crowd is hyped, they're excited. The Furia fans are going nuts. They see their team with 11 eliminations so far. And there goes Aurora starting to throw some nades. They are in this next circle, so they're just holding the spot for now.
Just holding it down. Slowly marching forwards. Nongshim Red Force making it very difficult for them to move up and through this compound. If they can get a knock, if they can open a way, might be an opportunity for them. There's trades back and forth across every single angle. Nongshim also have spots on towards Horat, who are trying to make their way up on the western edge. Oh, it's a nasty ascent up this hill. There is a complete broadside from Hyunbin. He's got that DP, a lot of ammo in the tank, and a big north shift comes through.
The circle goes up to the top and away from all of these teams. So all of them are going to have to start moving. Hyunbin, he realizes it. He's like, oh, we're in trouble. We need to just start getting some eliminations here because getting into this next circle is going to be almost impossible.
I'm looking at this circle. I feel like it's Aurora and Fourth Rise right now, who are in some ways stopping each other from being the best in the circle and therefore allowing teams from the south to have an opportunity. If this fight concludes one way or the other, which I don't think it will, Jukes, not at the moment, it could be pretty tricky for everybody else to march forward, but it seems like they found some sort of peace between the two.
Yes, that's the right play in all honesty. You gotta just throw the smokes in between, but like, guys, let's look down south. Let's get all these eliminations, fight each other later for first and second place, because, oh, this is a feeding frenzy here on the south side, as all these teams are just desperate to try to find a spot into this next zone. Hyunbin up close and personal. He's got the shotgun. He can make the plays, and Nongshim Red Force are putting in the work up close and personal.
Take down E-Arena, the lobby leaders right now, only getting 2 elims there, no placements. A nice result for the teams looking to chase. Ulf, though, in a little bit of danger as they try and sweep up from the eastern side and crash into Fourth Rise, but with Cypher going down with 2 players left, actually only 1 player left in action.
Igor.
It's only IQ up on the north side, and Furia, in the meantime, are sweeping up. Over on the inside of the compound, Ayala on the corner. Dodds goes down to Nongshim as they move out to the east. But Furia now, 12 elims. They're looking for more, and a solo from Jiggle, the only thing standing in their way of controlling the entirety of this compound.
Make that 13 eliminations. Furia on a tear. Jiggle up on top, catches out the last player of Ida. Aurora, though, are just waiting for this.
Oh.
Gotta be a little bit careful with that cover flare. A little bit too close. Chief
Now forced to just run down the open. Jiggle with the jump down. Trying to make the play in the 1v2. It's Igor to shut him down.
Hey, that's so nasty, though, because it does mean that Igor is going to be alone, solo, and will not be able to weather the storm of bullets sent his way by Nongshim Red Force. Now out in the open, it's Aurora as we transition up to the north side. And 4 Thrives, I mean, they lost so much on that push forwards, and it's just IQ now. Hazaifa, I don't think you're getting back over to him, mate. And he does go down. IQ, a solo for 4 Thrives. 14 eliminations for Nongshim Red Force, 10 for Aurora.
Big
this
game.
is a big game, any way you cut it.
And it's going to be one of these teams that's going to win it. Who's it going to be? It's Aurora versus Nongshim Red Force. Yol gets knocked. That could be the opening volley. But Nongshim Red Force just going to hold that angle. So easy, catches top as well. So just knock after knock, back and forth. That's going to really hurt the utility from both these teams. Reefus, level 2 vest, pretty beat up. Sees an angle though. Hits the headshot onto Tizzy and gets the knock.
How do you do it to him, Reefus? Goodness me. That is a beautiful start, and this is the open ground I was talking about before, Jukes. It's just so difficult. There is that sloping ridge in front of Nongshim as well, that means they really kind of only have one angle to go, and it is fully covered off by Aurora.
Yeah, it's because Aurora is shooting some dang laser beams here at the end. The tiniest pixels, nothing but headshots. Nongshim Red Force, we know they got the gun skill to pay the bills though. Gonna have to battle it out with Aurora because Aurora are on fire right now. Now they have the numbers advantage as well, top with 5, and look at that. Nongshim Red Force, they're just stuck. They're stuck in this one spot. They are laying down, but Hyunbin evens out the battle with that huge knock on the Zeal. Perfect timing.
And it's a forward position as well, which means that in order to get them back up, they need to break forwards. For Aurora, they need to expose themselves. That makes it more likely. We're in a 3v3 clean. Hyunbin suppressing the corner of the rock there, looking to try and put them back behind it. And he will bury them behind it as Doc is taken down on the angle. That is resible, but it's going to allow them to move forwards incrementally, making their way, making their approach here. Reefus, don't dare step up.
Hyunbin is just an absolute beast with these laydown plays. Putting in the work, catches top. Hyunbin is on fire.
Uh-oh.
Making it happen for his team. Applies that suppressive fire onto Reefus. Reefus cannot afford to get knocked here. If he does, he's gone.
He's got the MG3 from the crate, though. Is it going to be enough? A lot of damage done to him. Zeol's been slowly bleeding out. There has been reses coming through, or attempted to come through from Aurora. And they do manage to pick all 3 of their players back up on the forward front. Zeol finally flushed. Reefus dying left and right with the MG3 barking loudly across the open ground, but he's not going to be enough. It's going to be the knock sent his way, and Nongshim Red Force are giving this an excellent go. Moving forwards, they make it to the rock, and they are just out of range. The nade goes forwards. Only Top remains in the way, and the Molotov burns him. Takes him down.
Nongshim Red Force turning the tables on Aurora. Aurora was looking unstoppable, and then Hyunbin said, "Oh, you think you got it, huh? Nah, we got this."
Clean execution at the end from Nongshim Red Force. A brilliant exit from that location. It got so messy around those silos. Those compounds really, really tricky, and it's got to be so disappointing for Aurora as well.
They don't lose those.
You shouldn't be losing those, no. It is really, really tough stuff. But the open ground was so difficult to get in and towards, with 4 Thrives being in the way for Aurora. If they'd have been able to deal with that a little bit earlier, maybe they could have had more presence there and stopped Nongshim Red Force from getting as far as they did. But a brilliant oversight on the compound for Nongshim Red Force. The South Korean side managed to navigate that one brilliantly.
I mean, that's as fair as a fight as it gets here, folks. I mean, I think out of all the fights I've ever seen Aurora lose, I think that is the most frustrating one for them, because they know that we just got outgun skilled. Us, Aurora, the Mongolian super squad. What happened? Hyunbin with those laydowns, making the plays, the pop-off, absolutely well-deserved. I mean, that was just disgusting.
Locking it in with the daps. That's what you got to do. You got to be pumped when you get those chicken dinners on side, and on Rondo, no less, with a big elim count. That is a breath of fresh air for Nongshim Red Force, hoping to get another global level title as well. to convert from their recent win.
Sneaky. I mean, Nongshim Red Force, when they won PMMI, they weren't on top of the leaderboards until literally the last game, right? They stole that tournament. And now in this rondo, with that many points, ooh, these leaderboards are going to look dangerous.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting. Remember, E-Arena, Enigma Galaxy, again, going down a little bit earlier. That's going to close the gaps once more, and teams can start to catch up. It is looking level. And again, it's that marathon style that we've got on today with the 8 matches from the delays that we had yesterday. The 8 matches today are going to test these teams' endurance.
We still got so many games left.
Oh, I'm so excited.
This is just Rondo. We got 3 more Airgales, 2 more Miramars. How's Aurora gonna roar back though? That's gonna be my question. You know, Doc, he did not like that one. They did not like that. Yeah, they were like, there's no way we get bad beat here. Hyunbin though, I mean, using that terraforming, you can just see for everybody out here that wants to be a professional player, these are the guys you got to look at here because, you know, in order to be the best, you got to beat the best. And Hyunbin, with those laydowns, applying those suppressive fires, predicting where they're going to pick those heads out, hit a few crucial knocks, and he won that for his team.
Absolutely, yeah, getting those picks, absolutely crucial, like you say. And it is a really interesting feature. I think it's probably, for me, the most interesting feature of Rondo is the impact of those, well, actually, maybe 2, but the impact of having destructible terrain, being able to carve out those little divots, those little defilades with explosives, as well as the deployable cover flares. I think those 2 features make Rondo so interesting in these late game stages.
Yeah.
And if it weren't for those 2 features, I don't think either team would have been able to make it towards the end there. There was so much open ground, but they had to close it down, and the team to do it was Nongshim Red Force. We'll see you in a few.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
Oh, but cheeky. But who's gonna get these points, man? We're heading on over to good old-fashioned Airgale. We got 3 of these matches today, and this is the first one here in day number 2 of the finals, live here in Paris, France. This is the PUBG Mobile World Cup.
It's so American of you to say Paris, France, as if anybody was laboring under the delusion it was Paris, Texas. Come on. That ain't happening. That ain't happening.
It's about the same heat, though, I'll tell you that right now, because it was hot outside today.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's been pretty hot in these games as well, as we are channeling the sun. Even when it's hiding behind the moon, cheeky little sun, you know, got to get him back. We did indeed, but we are going across Erangel once more. The plane path splitting the middle in the most horizontal flight I think I've ever seen.
Right, that's as dead center as it gets right there, literally, right down the middle. And you can start seeing these teams start to spread out. Top players, Aaron right now leading the charge when it comes to damage. But man, those leaderboards changing things up. E-Arena still up on top there. Enigma Galaxy down in 3rd, Wolf right behind them. But Aurora and Nongshim Red Force push themselves up. Now you can see Nongshim in 5th place with 59 points. That's a much more comfortable position. But we are starting to see some point gaps already starting to be present. This is the most important day here, folks, because that's what's going to set that smash point threshold. And E-Arena have a nice little gap here, so they're a little bit comfortable, but it ain't over yet. They got to keep that aggression up all day long.
Hey, you know what? I talked about it before, right? E-Arena, chicken dinner towards the start of the day, and then what happens, right? It's that question of then what happens. Oh, by the way, Ida, not in Pachinki. Enigma Galaxy will be left alone. It is a Gatka split drop for Ida.
Oh,
thank you.
Time.
Thank you so much to all the coaches, to all the analysts, to the players. I love it.
Shout out to everybody, dude. Yeah. Shout out to everybody.
Shout out to you.
Yeah, exactly. You know what? Shout out to Naruto.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Get that that Ninetales Furies Og, baby. Got to get it here quick before it's gone. As the Naruto Uzumaki event is still going on. We had a nice little show match earlier. Got to see some of the A7 boys once again. Man, putting in some work. Dropping them jutsus. Them ninjutsus. Substitution jutsus.
That's what I've been told. That's what I've been told they're called.
Uh-huh.
Absolutely. Beautiful stuff. I mean, we saw that show match earlier today, which was great fun. I think everyone had a good time with it.
It's fun. Calaris,
and you know, Alpha 7 have to win something.
Yeah, they got to win something, that's for sure. You know, anytime I get to hear Calaris cast the show match is incredibly loves to do those, so I'm so glad he was able to get one in.
He looked pretty good with the headband as well.
Yeah, he did. He rocked the red one too. I was like, man, this guy is styling today. Should have kept it on all day, in my opinion.
I think he has.
Has he?
Yeah.
Oh, that's
I saw him backstage.
Has.
He was running with his arms behind his back.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. He does that everywhere now.
Wow. I like it. It's a good look. He should hold on to it. Speaking of good looks, right? Ulf looking pretty good today. I mean, they're in second place. They've been getting a ton of eliminations here. It's going to be interesting to see how this whole thing fares out. I'm interested to see kind of how teams develop their mindset here going into today specifically, because I think a lot of squads just need to pretend like, hey, this is match 2. You know what I'm saying? Like, we just got our Rondo out the way, now into Erangel.
Yeah, Aaron doing a lot of work for the team on Ulf right now. The elims he's been able to find, picking them away from a lot of different scenarios. He's been able to extract just these sneaky little flush steals once or twice, as well as the rest of Ulf doing a lot more. They had a really solid position during that rondo. There were some difficult south shifts that forced them off that high ground mountain quite a while into the zones, which kind of took a little bit of momentum away from them, but the fact that they're able to convert and get a decent line on that game was pretty great, and getting that match MVP title as well for Aaron. So yeah, in second place, good news for them. One step closer to E-Arena. It's a very tight grouping over towards the top side of these tables still. I mean, there is a bit of a drop-off, I think, you know, from 9th all the way up to 2nd. It's fairly flexible still, given the number of matches we still got left to play, but it's going to get a lot more solid, and teams beneath that, I feel like you're stretching a little bit far now to try and catch up.
Yeah, I mean, there's still plenty of time, right? I mean, we got to look at the math of it. I mean, there's a lot of games still left to be played. I get where you're going with this, though, right? With how these top teams are performing, it's getting real scary here, right? So if you want to be able to make a run for that first place, you got to start performing here, right now. Especially for that 9th place on down. It really is starting to get chicken dinner time.
Yeah, absolutely.
But we've seen teams go, you know, back-to-back, triple chicken dinner. So for all you guys that are fans there of, you know, 4 Thrives, Vitality, Flat, S2G, all the squads down there, you know, give your team your energy, right? Start spamming the chat. They need that positive reinforcement here, because they are not even close to out of the running there. We got a lot of matches left to go, a couple good wins, and boom, they're at the top.
I'm looking right now at what Enigma Galaxy are doing. This split, we saw it from them in the previous stages. They played it in their group stage. They leave 2 players in Pachinki. They send 2 players out really wide. We've been denied the opportunity to see this happen over the course of these grand finals because of the hot drop with Ida. But now they are unleashed. They've been able to not only get the early loot truck and try and get a little bit of a duplicate on that as well, but they have been able to send out that early duo scout that they seem to find to be successful. They sent out towards Milta Power before on a game that they were able to win in the end, and they now have a foothold over towards the west side in the fields that stretch out to the north of Quarry. And they'll have to figure out how to regroup at some point, but for now there are still there's still a permeable line across the middle of this zone as the Arena tried to make it a little bit more waterproof and don't let the Eagle fly.
And the Eagle is grounded here as he's going to go to the lobby. That's the first elimination. Joker catching it. And that is devastation for this lobby, because, I mean, the Arena are red hot today. Just straight aggression, putting on some points on the board. That 2-2 split you called out there from Enigma Galaxy is great to see. See how well it works out for them, though. As they're putting that 2-2, yeah, because if the zone goes on over to the east side, they got a position locked down. If it goes on over to the west, they got a spot. So just depending on where the zone goes, but at the same time, it's difficult to get there. That's going to be the big question. Aurora, still a military base. They're going to be starting to push themselves up through the bridge side. Nobody gatekeeping it, so they should have a clean path on in. But we're still in the very, very early game here. Only one player in this lobby has been eliminated.
Yeah, only the one pickup found. We saw that. Over onto Tianba as well, which is not going to be friendly. They had a real glow up into the survival stage, I think it's safe to say. But here, it's not quite been as consistent. And when that's probably likely to the fact that you're adding the top 10 teams back in.
Yeah.
Right? You're coming back into the lobby with the teams that directly qualified. Tianba, it's great that they've gained that confidence. This is not the Tianba we saw in their group stage. But there is a little bit more force to come up against.
Yeah.
And that's, I think, what they're trying to come to terms with.
This lobby is wild. It really is. I love to see just the progression here of PUBG Mobile. Back in the day, we had like a handful of good teams and everybody else was kind of pretty far down when it came to skill. But the skill gap has been closed, and teams are going to have to get moving real quick here. That 2-2 split working out for Enigma Galaxy, considering that they already have a couple players in this area. Vitality's right behind them, though. Coops got to get away from this one. He's on the drive. Trying to sneak away here. Serpentine, he's down low. Can he get away? No.
So close. And remember, the 2-2 split there means that he's just not got the cover of another of the rest of his teammates to actually take that fight. So for Enigma Galaxy, this is the worst case scenario. They've left Satan alone out on the western side. Ralph and Lord unlikely to be able to push on through. Ooh, Ulf losing Aaron though, as they rotate out to the west as well, is a pretty big pickup for the lobby to be able to find that one. And in the center of this, it starts to get crunched in. E-Arena, I feel like they've got a pretty solid spot on this. Vitality trying to line the edge of that swamp. Defend it like an ogre.
Run, Satan, run. He's all by himself, just trying to find a position for the rest of his team. But the rest of his team is going to have a tough time rotating on over to him.
Yeah, that's. I was just having a little chuckle to myself about how it looks like Satan's trying to go over the north, and the other duo from Enigma Galaxy, it looks like they're trying to go around the south. And
yeah,
the Benny Hill music was playing in my head. They were chasing each other's tails, and neither one able to catch it. But it's going to be a sent straight through the middle. I mean, for Enigma Galaxy, it's a repair play. A lovely little thread on the needle there for IQ. Over towards Federalis, and they share the swamp across the way.
Nice little pop shot. Oh, they want this. Okay, 14's on the push. Here come 4 Thrives now. Battling it out. Hozaifa up close and personal. Axel driving away, using that hovercraft to find an off angle. That's going to make things interesting. Vitality going to have to make some plays, though. E-Arena catching out Raouf. So that 2-2 split not working at all. Bounce nade is going to be good from Hozaifa. And 4T turning things around here. There's another one!
Hell yeah.
You had to know it was coming, Axel. And you pay the price.
T24 does get flushed in the meantime. S2G third partying this from the south side. Hot Jukes Razak is in the hovercraft, but it starts to go up in flames, and down he goes. 4 Thrives. Ruthless aggression roll up coming on in. Hit them with the suplex and take them down out of the ring. They are no longer in this Royal Rumble.
Ooh, welcome to Suplex City, baby. That's how you do it. 4 Thrives getting hot. 4 eliminations, taking out Team Vitality with a great shutdown there. And now you can see on the side of Everest, Team Flash, they're going to be holding that high ground. Next circle about to pop. Are we going to see another crazy hard shift? We'll find out. Lord getting eliminated here, and south we go. Yoink!
All right. I mean, to be fair, this is actually kind of chill, given the layout of all of our teams,
sure,
right?
We're already here.
A lot of them decided to go down south. The major feature that caused this is those fields, right, that sit to the south of Hospital. Nobody wants to sit in them. It is really nasty to be in that sort of area, as well as Everest being a roadblocker on the northeast side of it. It creates this lineup. So teams funneled into this south side, so a circle like this actually benefits the majority of the lobby.
Yes, it does. Yeah, I mean, they were already all set up in this position. The zone going here, super beneficial. This is a huge spot here, and it's a battle of contention. Aurora starting to push Nongshim Red Force. It's a rematch, and Nongshim Red
Force win once again.
No doubt in my mind that's how it should have gone in that last match. They make it happen, repeating history. And does that mean that Aurora are living up to the definition of insanity? I don't know, but they're gonna have to change something if they want to win the fights against Nongshim and join them back up on the podium, because they are putting some pace down now, the South Korean side, opening distance and take control of an area on the south edge of this circle. Putting pressure onto S2G, man. Stopping Godlike potentially moving in, as well as Flash off in the distance.
I've had the pleasure of being able to spend some good quality time with the players from Aurora, especially after their performance at PMGC. And I'll tell you one thing, if I know these guys, they are fuming right now.
Well, you know, it's not infrequent that Doc wins the MVP award, despite not winning this tournament.
Yeah.
And he's not necessarily on track to do that here, but yeah, it's evident that they definitely are gunning for this top spot, but right now they're being denied.
Yeah, let's take a look, though, as we move on over to some of these other fights. Now 14 teams are remaining. We got Aurora, Vitality out. A couple players from some other squads out as well. Wolf did lose a player early on. But E-Arena, 2 eliminations. They are the big squad in this lobby. Got a nice position in this zone as well. It's going to be really interesting to see how this game is going to fare. Also can't wait to hear what the Deaths has to say, especially about like that Enigma Galaxy split. I hope we hear from them because it's such an interesting play.
Well, I mean, that circle shift out to the west side that went so quickly kind of devastated them. If it hadn't been as hard, it basically, I think almost any other circle, it wouldn't have been anywhere near as devastating for them. It was just so nasty because everybody started flooding west almost immediately. Oh, speaking of difficult circle shifts, that is pretty nasty. But yeah, the regroup was then completely blocked off.
It did it again.
The gap started to close, and the backstop for Enigma Galaxy wasn't pacey enough to catch up this time. Yeah, disappointing, unfortunate. Maybe they need a hot drop to be able to perform well in these games. Maybe Ida should go back to Pachinki, and that's what they've read into. But you know, Ida pretty happy with themselves that they did right now, because they have that Gakko position. They are one of the only teams in the northeast side in these open fields.
And they get blessed here in this circle, and that just goes to show sometimes a hot drop is good to avoid. Satan all by himself. Oh, he's so in trouble. It's on fire. That Murado, he's gonna have to pop out, lay down, and Nongshim Red Force right there. This is like literally the worst location he can be stuck into. Not good. Well, yeah, just a bad game for Enigma Galaxy overall. Still, I mean, still a couple more though in the books.
It's not terrible for him in this position, right? You have this little defilade, you're kind of covered off from the buildings out in the open. The nades, though, from Nongshim Red Force does make it all the more terrible.
That looks pretty terrible.
With which they rolled up does make it harder, but he's still got a little bit of fire in the belly, Jukes.
Less terrible now. Yeah, Satan on the move. Did get a nice knock there, and now it's bad.
Okay, yeah, well, he's not there anymore. My point was, there is a little bit of cover, and teams on that ridgeline can't necessarily peek over the top. The reason that they were able to do so is because there isn't so many teams out in the open fields, right? And if it happened a little bit later, maybe that would have changed. So I think I read a little bit too much into that to call it enough cover. But either way, he does go down.
6 shot, though.
One of the very few players to be able to knock Hyunbin on that trade, though.
Yep, that was really nice.
Just saying.
Just saying, indeed. Not an easy feat.
Hora.
Wow, what happened to Hora?
They tried to roll in from the west side, and it didn't work. I think that's a pretty apt summation of what's about to happen.
Hate to see it.
Yeah, you do. Orangutan have a real opportunity, though, to find an isolated outpost as the south side gets hot as well.
Yeah, it's getting hot indeed. You can see, oh, so easy on fire. But down to 1 HP. He's going to get knocked. Al-Ula looking to take out Nongshim Red Force.
S2G.
And yeah, here comes S2G. This Wizard Tower is by far one of the most dominant positions in this zone, and that's why so many teams, they want it, and they want it bad. S2G on the push. They know that that Wizard Tower is weak for this hillside. starting to throw some utility out, trying to see if they can get a good opening knock here.
Seems like they're slowing it down, though. Over on the northwest side, you've got E-Arena at loggerheads, scrapping it out across the way as well with Furia. 2 players, 3 players now down. TourneyK's on the inside, terminating with the P90. Pops the reload there, gets the ammo back into control, and the res can come through as well for the backlines. Furia are going to get dismantled, and they get taken down.
Oh, it's rough, especially considering they lost out to E-Arena. They feed E-Arena 4 more points. The White Rabbit really on the run here, hopping to victory. Next zone, where's it going? If it centers up, it's going to be disgusting as that field is wide open. Okay, it goes to the north side.
Is it like a rule that the circle has to touch the edge of the previous one in this game?
Just hug it.
It's just like, yeah, I just pick a point around the circle. Yep. I attach myself to that. See what we're going to go for. Another hard shift is crazy, but it's a crazy fight unfolding for Godlike as they find one, try and trade it around the corner with Team Flash, and Tops goes down, put into the meat grinder there.
Let's go at Mino, getting a nice knock and finish. 4 points on the side of Godlike. Haven't had the hottest of starts here. Still putting up some points on the board, though. OG, other Indian team, putting in some nice knocks. And Godlike OG are right next to each other on the leaderboards. Again, still a lot of matches left to be played. This could be that start for them to take charge. A few good games is all it takes.
There's fewer and fewer matches, though, getting played. Alula try and roll up, try and take this fight with S2G. But it's not going super well for them as they haven't even been able to find that knock onto Hamzy. Down the hill, he was able to survive on a sliver of HP, gets the healing done nice and fast, and S2G can transition now without Alula breathing down their necks. They've only got 1 player, and Yasser is already sending out into the open. 4 Thrives getting roadblocked on the northern rotate as Ulf and the Arena sit in front of them. Alula losing their final backstop, and Godlike now trying to roll up into the engagement as Ida takes shots from a distance.
Yeah, and that's it for Alula. Now you got S2G that we're holding this Wizard Tower here, but is now outside of the circle. They're gonna have to get moving. Meanwhile, you got Tianba trying to get rezzed up here. Out in the open. They got a couple busted up vehicles here for cover, utilizing those smokes as well, but the pressure is imminent. Now comes Scarface. Scarface with a nice nade onto Joker. That's gonna finally pepper E-Arena's position. But now E-Arena are in this next zone. Godlike trying to possibly gatekeep this. I almost ran right into that nade. That was dangerous.
Solo remaining for Nongshim.
Did they spot him?
A spiteful look in his eye, a glint, a gleam of malice, but it's spotted by Solke. He sees that one gleaming in the grass and puts it down. Snake out of action.
That's huge. Now they don't got to worry about that anymore, but now they got to worry about Godlike as they got one of those players up close and personal. Gonna switch on fights all over to this fight, though, as E-Arena, top team in the lobby, still alive. Now we're back.
Hey, they're more than alive. They're kind of thriving on this northwest side in that fight. Goodness me. Godlike losing their backstop there as Mino goes down. And now playing on as 2 chunks being torn out of everyone as TourneyK continues to turn up the heat with that P90. Finds a load of elims from Ulf.
TourneyK now taken out. That is huge. That's going to be from Aching. Tianba now getting in the mix. They know it's E-Arena, so if you're Tianba, this needs to be your hard focus here. You want to be able to slow them down.
I mean, you want to, sure. You absolutely do, but the question is, can you? With TourneyK out, you're right, without that P... Oh, wait, hang on a minute. I think Joker was able to recover the P90 just there.
Do you have ammo for it, though? Or
I believe he was able to pick everything up there from the body.
Oh,
but it's a hard shift again.
What is
Dukes,
going on?
It has to touch the previous circle.
It's a roll.
I'm telling you. It's something about this game. 4 Thrives, they're going to have to leave, but they may have to leave one of their players behind as Falak has taken a knee. Scarface down low. Last player alive for Ulf. A nade over the top from
Down
IQ.
low.
Good bounce.
Too slow.
Rolls under. Right behind the wheel arch and it's right in his face.
Bye.
Scarface, you can't chew that.
Oh, man, he ate that one. And 4 Thrives on the move. IQ going on over to Falak. Gets the res right on time. Save.
Able to keep things alive. No idea what that was. Able to keep him alive, but Azaifa not so lucky. As Falak will get back to his feet. But they have a long road to tread now. S2G covering off the south rotate. And I feel like E-Arena sweeping around may not be the worst idea. Maybe try and push through 4 Thrives. continue on, challenge S2G's backstop, maybe? Oh, it's a difficult approach. No matter which way you cut it. But for E-Arena, they're already on 6 elims, Jukes. They're already into the top 6. They're having a good game, and everybody from 2nd down to 6th has already gone down.
Oh, Schweppes spins out and gets punished. Balak barely moving out the way, gets a couple, but now there's Mormon up. IQ, got to make a play here. You need to stop E-Arena. They have been too dominant so far. They are putting in work. They take down Balak. Now Mormon gonna have to run away. This nade looks good from IQ, though. Oh, it gets to secure 4 thrives. Finally shut down E-Arena.
Okay, so they are drawn a little bit shorter than they could have gone. Really nice hold there from Falak, I think, on that roll-up from E-Arena. He was able to do so much damage. Unfortunately, not able to survive, but IQ was, and he was able to put a 10th elimination on the cards there. 4-4 thrives. They have been blasting on this western side in the thick of it. The fight, seemingly, where the flower of their success has bloomed. IQ now rolls over the top, steps up with A-King, and he spins out wide. Nearly sends to the sky, but will take the tumble, finally going down, and breaches them up to 60 points.
Oh, and now he gets it. I'll take that, Buggy. Thank you very much. As he's going to go ahead and head into this next zone. Getting shot up. Oh, that hurt.
I think he is.
And S2G said, no, sir, not today.
Not getting in here. Access denied. Hey, you know what's brilliant?
What's that?
Ida didn't hot drop, and now they're in the final circle.
Oh!
Isn't that great?
It's almost like it was a good idea.
Who'd have thought? Who could have thought that not dying immediately would be a good idea? Orangutan trying to break out from their combat on the north side, but again, so open. 2 teams with broadside on you. I don't think you last that much longer here. A cop on that north edge. I feel like we're just waiting for him to go down here.
Oh, yeah.
And he falls.
Goodbye, and S2G finally starting to make some noise here in Erangel, but it's S2G versus Ida.
2 teams from Turkey. Out in the open, though, S2G definitely have control of this circle.
Oh, yeah.
At the moment, Ida are completely penned in within their compound, and with this circle, they have to leave. There is no 2 ways about it.
Man.
They have to get out of there. The question is how you do it. The start needs to be a big pick.
The zone didn't touch the edge.
Oh, my goodness. Crazy.
What a change up here. Kamikaze able to find a P90 and full level 3 gear. Oh, man, that is just so good on the side of S2G. Gotta be careful, though. He's gonna be hiding behind this tree. Cannot afford to get knocked, but they have full control of the circle. Ida have to move out. If you're Ida right now, you really need to kind of start peeking and trying to find a pick. If you can get a good knock here.
I think. No, they're just mounting up. I mean, look at the timers on those smokes. Yeah, they're just going to go for the vehicle rollout and try and crash it. They're going to try and read the zone. The laying out back, the laying out wide for S2G. They've left a trap for Lost to be able to find the pickup, but Rita may be able to find something. The fact that there's only 1 knock set to Ida is not great for S2G, but finally get a second. There is finally an answer, and Emre charges in, but the ammo count is very, very low there, and they've already lost 2.
Trying to get this confirmation. He should be able to get at least 1. Yeah, he'll take that point. All right, well, that's a consolation prize. But S2G looking to make this happen unless Darkin gets a good shot. He's only got 21 rounds left.
In the Mini 14.
And Kamikaze's full level 3'd out. That's going to be a hard knock.
I mean, there's plenty of ammo left in the back pocket there.
Oh,
Kamikaze. Oh, what a lineup. Steps out a little bit too wide there. And Emre able to shut it down, but he's getting crunched in by the zone. Forced in, but S2G seemed like they had complete broadside here, but now we're in a 2 versus 2. Emre steps back into the blue. Baits Sulke out for the peak, but doesn't quite confirm. He's still down on his belly, though. Stands up, goes for the fight. Does take a lick back, but Sulke puts him down. A 1 versus 2 as Darkin spreads out wide, tries to sweep over towards the off angle.
Hit the gas. Darkin coming up close and personal, and Hatsuji with the DBS. And nah, not today. This is our game to win. That's a big S2G chicken dinner.
S2G going God mode at the end there. Chokehold on the zone, able to take it all down. Nobody standing in their way. Really nicely felt there on that south edge. For Ida, a little bit too passive in their zone, in their compound, but they survived deep into the match, Dukes, and that is a good result. I feel like they were able to do, well, I know that they were able to do a lot more than they've done in. We're quite good at this. We got late into that game, you know. Let's go back on hot drop them because we'll win now, right? Right? Don't think that's going to work out. Hopefully they stay away, but that might be good news for everybody who's facing Enigma Galaxy. We saw their 2-2 split out from Pochinki not really work out too well from them in that last game. The circle shifts were very, very dramatic. I think it's safe to say for the majority of the zones right up until the final one, where it started to get a little bit more sensible by that time. So many had already fallen victim to the circle on those shifts, on those rotates. It was pretty difficult to even get to that stage. Not many teams did. Plane path now sending down the east side of the mainland, going between Stalber and Severny and heading over to Novo. So potentially difficult to get out towards Gatka. And you know, this is the sort of situation where I feel like Ida might just go back to Pochinki.
That would be a sight to see, that is for sure. But the planes in the air, the islands down below, Aaron Gale's officially open for business. And oh man, if we see them go back to
because they can't get to Gatka.
I know they can't, but they gotta adapt. You gotta be able to make those changes. They're able to push themselves outside of last place. 25 points on the board. If they get a good performance here, they absolutely can make a run for it. Well, let's see what happens. You got Vitality already out, heading towards Stalber. You got Aura going up towards...
Oh, crisis averted.
Yes,
they're going east.
They're going east. Good play. Ida making some adjustments.
Oh, hang on a minute. One of them's going... Dark is going east. And, okay, they're doing it. Okay, they're going for the Milton Peninsula, it seems. Going for a little bit of a split drop, sending Darkin out, grabbing a vehicle to get on in and involved.
Little Milton power action.
Just because it's not Ida going to Pochinki doesn't mean anyone else can't go there, but I don't think anyone else has. So I was keeping track of that. That's a nasty circle for this sort of a plane path as well. Does a lot of work to push these teams close together. Sure, it has some of the military base in. It's just very, very unlikely. I would give it about maybe 10% likelihood that you're going over to that military base. Which isn't, it's non-zero.
It's not zero.
It's non-zero, but yeah, I feel like teams are going to really start to pack in around Quarry in about 5 minutes.
That's what I would do. Honestly, I'd probably make that timing a little bit shorter, especially if you're a team like Aurora, loot up military super fast, get moving across that bridge and secure those locations really early on, because with so much zone in the water, this is basically, this is essentially like a circle 3 at this point. There's not very many great spots available. You're going to have to get moving here pretty quickly. And you can also get moving inside the game and get yourself that Ninetales Fury Awe, guys. Go ahead and get in there quick. The Uzumaki Naruto event, by far one of the best collabs PUBG Mobile has ever done. Still around. Don't miss out.
It's looking fresh. You saw, if you missed the show match earlier, make sure that once this stream is done, go back and check it out.
Yeah.
It was mighty fun, and of course we had to let Alpha 7 win something, even though they didn't make it to the finals. Sucks for them. They were able to take that title there. The Hokages over on their own.
The Hokages.
In their own right. The little intro video as well. Revel looked super cool with that shadow clone.
Dude, that was the sickest
I really like that
intro I've ever seen.
That was hot. That was hot.
Put that on the highlight reel.
Hell yeah, absolutely. Get it done. Enigma Galaxy going to be chasing down the truck, getting those supplies. Although, look like they're going to be doing so with very minimal weaponry there. Haven't been able to quite disable it before it leaves the city. Where's the weaponry? Come on. Shooting it as it leaves. They're dropping 1 or 2 more crates out. Finally, it's on fire. So a little bit slow to get this one dealt with. But finally, they find some weaponry they can use to pepper the back of the doors there. And they draw it too close. So they'll be able to leverage that. Zones still looking very dramatic on the southwest side. Nobody quite on the road, but 4 Thrives went to Primorsk very, very early, Dukes, which means that they will have the pick of the litter when it comes to taking a position into this next zone.
I like
the question for me is where do you go at this point when you know that everybody's going to be flooding out this way? For me, I feel like Potentially some of the compounds to the east mouth of Quarry could be quite good, but transitions away from there can be difficult as well. And the reason I'm going for that is because I feel like I would want something that's at least on the south side, just in case it goes to military.
Yeah, I would take the hill above Ferry Pier. I think that's the strongest spot.
Yeah.
I mean, because you're right. That zone could, for some reason, I mean, it's been crazy today, right? It could yoink all the way back to Millie, and you have at least a decent spot to be able to get there pretty quickly. And then plus, if the zone does go in almost any other direction, you have that sight line of that field that's right above you. So you can get a lot of work done from that position. I wonder which team is going to decide to take it early. Fourth Thrives heading into Primorsk so quickly, though, I think is an excellent decision, because if for some reason that zone does go to Millie, with Primorsk secured, they should be able to at least find some boats and make a crazy rotation on in. So it's not a bad idea.
Enigma Galaxy getting out nice and quickly. Nongshim Red Force as well, moving in a little bit further south of this, and they will start to line the hills just north of Ferry Pier. It's like they are the first two teams to really make that break for it outside of their looting phase. And I'm expecting a response from Fourth Thrives fairly soon, but so far hasn't really come on through. Ralph able to get a lot more scouting done than maybe he would have expected to. But they managed to sequester themselves nice and deep into towards this zone. Which is, I think, going to play very well for them, taking the position just northwest of Ferry Pier.
For sure. I mean, this is still a very, very close game. I mean, second place on down, one good game, we could definitely see a team even like all the way down 12th place jump up really quickly. E-Arena have started to create a little bit of a point differential, though, in between first and second. Actually, I wouldn't even say it's a little one. It's a pretty big one here. It's 18 points between first and second. So E-Arena are going to continue to want to press that on there. At a certain point, though, John, especially if we see E-Arena like pop off in this game, I think the lobby is going to have to start taking notice of it, right? If you want to be able to slow them down from setting that point threshold so high, I think if you realize it's E-Arena by getting at least one elimination on them, you may want to put a little extra urgency on trying to take them out.
Maybe, but then again, if you do that, you could be sacrificing your own point scoring potential.
True.
And like if E-Arena are that far ahead already to be into the situation where it might be an idea to do that, I feel like you're already running into the situation where you're just trying to get up as many ladder points as you can, right? You're trying to just step up, get from 6th to 4th, something like that, go for those jumps. I feel like that's the sort of stuff you're looking to do. Maybe if you're at the bottom of the tables you could, but even then, laddering up is still very, very valuable. So I feel like, unless it's like first place is on 150, second place is on 120, third place is on like 90, even lower, that maybe then the second place team could try and hot drop and go for something like that if you have that sort of advantage with not too many more games left to play. But outside of that very specific scenario, I feel like targeting E-Arena, I mean, given the form that they're on, probably just generally a bad idea.
Yeah, I don't think we're gonna, I think hot dropping in general of them is just terrible no matter what the situation is. I just think that if you just somehow could see them, like for example, in the feed, you hear the shots.
Sure.
Maybe you do a little bit extra to try and take them out as Godlike starting to make some noise. There's S-Power with the run over. No fear getting taken out, but Sleepy, oh! We thought he was gonna get the thirst, but Godlike was right there to support his teammate. And a huge save there, right on time.
E-Arena are looking to come in for the third party from the west side here. They've already got a scout close by, and they've seen the elite Elam feed lighting up as well. Manya looking to suppress with an nades. Good bounce. Finds Sky on the flush. Will E-Arena be here on time? And Tiamba are going to join in from the north side as well. They could have an impact as they roll on up towards this engagement. A lot of players down, and there go Horror. Taken out, knocked for 6, Godlike able to send them to the bleachers.
Oh, but here comes Tiamba, looking to make things difficult for the side of Godlike. Admino is stuck with QZZ right there. Godlike get that fight done pretty quickly, but they're gonna have to make a sacrifice. Oh, the tire busted out from Anya and taken out as well. So man, Godlike just not able to catch a break here.
Tiamba able to rock in with a good third party there. Vitality a little bit late to get involved. E-Arena wanted to maybe think about it, but they were too spread out on the western side, and so couldn't get involved, but Tiamba were there nice and promptly. The circle, in the meantime, shifted back over towards the bridge. Very Pier is a hotbed right now. 4 thrives, maybe burying the brunt.
That's just saw Coops in the elimination feed there.
That's unhealthy. That's not a good engine noise.
Here we go. Yeah, that does sound like that head gasket's in trouble here as Huzaifa is pushing up on closer to Fudia. Oh, hops in the vehicle, hops back in. And now able to at least get a secure position. Ayala holding it down against 4 thrives. It's a party at the beach. Very Pier is jam-packed.
Get your sunglasses out. Get your tanning oil on. It's going to get toasty very, very quickly as teams crunch on in. Maybe a little bit of calm, though, before this storm.
Oh, I don't know. It's feeling pretty disturbed right now because everybody wants those central positions. But you're right. It does look like the teams are able to secure most of them for now. Nongshim trying to get an opening knock here on OG. They got to be careful here. They're getting mighty close. Oh, Hyunbin gets that opening knock. Nongshim. Are they going to press this? Looks like they are. Hyunbin up close.
क्या सीन है तैमूर का है
versus OG, and OG are getting picked apart here. Aru's got to find a way to buy himself some time.
आप कर रहे हो YouTube हैक कर दिया.
Okay, well, I mean, a good answer over towards Nongshim. That knock over there is going well. In the meantime, Ulf lost a player. I believe that went over the 4 thrives over in Very Pier as well. Zaru gets back in, looking for those reses.
He's going to get him.
हाँ जी.
मुझे लगता है नींद में ना.
Oh, S Power with the double.
नींद में नहीं हुई यार.
Godlike for the other side saying, we need some of these eliminations.
बस यार, अभी तो start होने वाला है. कितना time है?
For Orangutan. Needs to get Aru back, and S Power says, you know what? My work here is done. Peace out. Sends back. There are only 2 players. Staying there for too long would diminish the power of the position that Salme was holding, allow Tiamba in for the north. They needed to reinforce that, so the fact that they're able to extract.
भी टाइम है स्टार्ट तो हो गया लेकिन मैचेस अभी नहीं होगा. अभी है टाइम. वो काम पे होता ही ना, उधर ही था काम पे. वालेकुम अस्सलाम आसमा वेलकम. कैसे हो भैयो, क्या हाल है?
ठीक यार आप
वो कमेंट्स के पढ़ने के लिए
क्या लगता है जीत पाएगी?
इंशाल्लाह आज उम्मीद है.
इंशाल्लाह कम
इंशाल्लाह.
चिकन नहीं निकालना पड़े ऊपर औरों को, बस वो रोकना है.
अरोरा को या
तो टॉप पे अरीना.
आईडी तो मेरे पास नहीं है लॉगिन किसी की. वो उसने लॉग आउट हो गई है ना. अब मैं तो रैंक कर रहा हूँ एक आईडी पे, वैसी नॉर्मल सी आईडी थी. नहीं है ना, रिमूव हुआ है क्यों आईडी.
अच्छा मैं आता हूँ 2 मिनट यार, ये स्टार्ट भी हो जाएगा तब तक.
लेट है, स्टार्ट नहीं होगा, 4 बजे होगा.
फिर तो सही है.
बोर है.
challenge for that straight away here, John.
Absolutely, but there's other teams as well who are going to look to try and push past that smash boundary. Getting past it, it was set at 122 points, so you're getting past that and then needing a chicken dinner. There's plenty of teams within striking distance of that over the 6 matches. We were talking a lot about some of the other teams as well that are in that close contention.
बाजा मिलता तुझे तू बाजा पे जाता क्या सीन यार पता नहीं क्या हुआ इस
straight away.
हाँ,
And
वेट मिस करता हूँ.
so Fury shows some great resilience there. But at the same time, if you look at the mid portion of yesterday, those 3 Erangels, John, we had a spectacular showing from S2G. What year is this? They get themselves a first, second, first. That was awesome for S2G to put themselves in the running as well.
Absolutely, they had a really great resurgence, a name that we haven't seen at the top of the Turkish scene, let alone the global scene for quite a while now. And I think that is brilliant for them to be able to come back. Without the name of Silas onside though, which is a little bit disappointing for me. I would have loved to see him alongside, but that's not my decision to make.
No, it is not. And they are making some great decisions on the battleground regardless of that. And also who's making great decisions, and again, what year is it? Aurora, when a lot of pundits and experts had really kind of given up on them being able to win. Obviously, we saw them as Alpha Gaming, as Falcons kind of in the past as well. And now this roster suddenly is like, well, you know what? We're going to prove all the pundits and experts wrong and find ourselves at the top of the table as well.
We are sometimes seeing the dockening happening a couple of times, though. There are still those little glints and gleams of the faults past, but hopefully they are going to put them in the past because they have 1 day left to sit atop the pack and maybe claim a global title where they have been denied so frequently.
All right, well, that does it for the STC Rewind here for the last day of the finals for PMWC EWC 26. You don't want to miss what happens today.
At the end of the day, we will have a team placing their key in the totem and cementing themselves in history here at EWC. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to PMWC at EWC 26. The final day. 2 weeks of grueling hard work from this squad is gonna conclude today. We don't know how many teams is gonna end up being, how many games actually is gonna end up being. It could be 2, could be 3, could be 4, could be 5, could be actually all the way to 6. But I'm joined by none other than Maxman, Neptura, and myself, the 7WG. Max, how are we feeling going into this final day?
Oh, I'm so happy really for today because we are going to be 100% going to be crowning a new PMWC champion here. There's no Yangon Galacticos, there's no Alpha 7 to get that trophy back for themselves. So today, one team will be making history at Paris.
There will be making history. And for everybody, before we show anything else, just a quick reminder, the prize pool, $3 million. First place is going to get a cool $500,000. But before we even talk more about that, just remember, if you are going to be using social media, use that hashtag EWC, hashtag EWC26. And while we're at it, let's give them a cool pose so they can actually screenshot it and share it. Ready? 3, 2, 1. There you go. That's all you guys get. Hopefully, you'll be able to share with the hashtag EWC and hashtag EWC26. And don't forget to do your predictions as well in the EWC app. Put in your predictions. Our predictions aren't doing quite well, but maybe it will be the turnaround today for some of the squads. But talking about the prize pool earlier on, $3 million, life-changing money, especially for first place. Don't forget, we also have the finals MVP, the Sony MVP, which is going to be $25,000.
25K for just fragging out completely. I can't wait to see who's actually going to bring that one home. We are looking at a few different contenders, I feel like, Max. You know, you do have Milu in there. We did see Hyunbin popping off. We saw, I think, Aaron as well was MVP for one game. So again, still, you know, doing some really good stuff there. So still very contentious for that. Looking very much forward to today 7. I think it's going to be a fantastic day. The games are going to be awesome. However many we have, just going to be super intense. And that rondo to kick things off. Let's go. Super excited for that.
I can't wait for the rondo. But first, we got to talk about some of the amazing plays that we've been seeing so far. Earlier, Kalara's got a chance to mention it too. Coops has been popping off for this squad so much that I got to say it one more time. Coops
Yes. No, I mean, you see in the first clip here is the 1v4 against Furia. Again, I don't know why Furia were like, no, we're going to send on the mountain. This is Coop's Mountain now. It's what it's officially called. They're going to add it on the minimap in the game. But no, Coop's able to get himself some sig grenades, gets that 1v2 at the end, and then the final player. This guy is absolutely insane. And keep on top of your mind, of course, there's no hot drop with Ida anymore on a wrangle.
Exactly.
So that's another big advantage. So NGX, they're not too far from the podium. They could be making a big jump.
And another player that has been putting up great performances is none other than Spower from Godlike. This man, and even if it's not going to be challenging for the first place, which hopefully they will be challenging for at least a top 5, he's been putting up performances.
I am so impressed with S-Power, I have to say. Coming out here, you know, again, not much experience. You're going, okay, they're not going to really be up to the par of these massively experienced teams at a global level, but S-Power, he's got the peaks, he's got the angles, he's got the game sense. I mean, I would not have batted an eye if you had told me, oh yeah, he's been playing global for 3 or 4 years. That is where we're at with him, so I'm super duper impressed. Can't wait to see what he's got still up his sleeve coming into today, because however many games we got, I know he's going to absolutely crush it.
He also has the Molotov, by the way. Yeah, that was a really good Molotov.
Is it a hair buff? He has the best hair.
He does have the hair buff.
Don't bring it up. I'm super jealous, okay?
So am I. So am I, dude.
We'll figure it out, Max. Maybe by next PMWC, we'll have just a full set of hair. But we got to talk about what's currently going to be at play, which is none other than the Smash Zone, which is currently set at 122 points. For everybody that might not be familiar, that might be watching EWC, might not be familiar with PUBG Mobile Esports, don't worry, we got you covered. Today, the Smash Roll is going to be in play. A team needs to be able to achieve 122 points, and after that, if they get a win, they will be able to win via Smash Roll. If they don't win within the first 6 games via Smash Roll, then after 6 games, we will go to the team with the most points in the leaderboard. But let's take a look at the overall so we can actually get an idea of where the teams are at, because E-Arena finished off the day great yesterday, and they're currently with the team that's at that Smash Zone, and they're at 112 points.
Arena, I think they could definitely do it in this first game, right? Because we have seen before that some teams who are right there struggle really badly to actually make that threshold at all. That pressure just gets to them. But for me, E-Arena is definitely one of those teams that I don't think will have a problem with that. They just need to smash it out of the park in this next game, maybe next 2 games, and I think we could definitely have a smash threshold by game 2 with them.
Could be happening, really could be happening, especially with that stadium finish they got just a few days ago, right? It's definitely a big opportunity for them to make it happen, though. I'm looking at Nongshim Red Force. We used to keep saying, right, going into a global event, we never got an international smash. It never happened. That's now changed with PMMI, the Macau Invitational, and it was Nongshim Red Force able to snatch it away from the grasp of Furia. So Nongshim Red Force being the team just behind E-Arena, that's a scary, scary prospect for all of Thailand.
It is, and then you have in third place one team that has been very consistent, that usually we give them a lot of feedback because they tend to be very inconsistent, and it's none other than Aurora Gaming. Aurora Gaming within that striking distance, and this is a team that we really haven't gotten a chance to see any insane pop-up performances that we know they're capable of, and I wouldn't be surprised if we do end up seeing that Aurora Gaming today.
I am going to be very intrigued to see what Aurora do here, because I feel like they are a day 3 team. They do come out of the woodwork somehow. They are very, very quiet for the first 2 days, and then day 3, oh my goodness, completely different ballpark. So I think that could definitely be something that we're going to be seeing, specifically in the first rondo, because they have been known to put up massive elims in that first game.
I just want to say, can we stop getting a global MVP and just actually win a tournament, Aurora? That would be really nice.
True.
On the second page, we did see for a little bit there, teams I would say below Qianbao really going to struggle to make it work out. But here you have it, the race to the Smash Zone for all of these teams. Of course, we know E-Arena need an extra 10 points, but everyone else is going to need 17 points for the likes of Nongshim Red Force. Aurora is going to need a total of, what is that, a little bit small, 18 points, so 1 and an 8. So really, on Rondo, those numbers are very easily achievable if you do end up getting that chicken dinner, and especially if you get a lot of eliminations straight away in that hot drop.
And for the teams that are currently in 7th place, 4th prize, for the team that's currently in 8th place, Furia, you need to be able to put up those numbers if you want to be crowned a new champion. And that is our Sony story of the day. With some of their squads. I can't wait to see who's the one that's going to be taking it. By the way, 4 drives, and they are 45 points. points away from it. So I'm hoping that for Fourth Thrives, they're going to have a great, and I mean a great start here in Rondo, but we got to talk about E-Arena because that was one squad, Max, that was able to perform really, really well.
We have to go a little bit deeper on E-Arena, the White Rabbits. How are things going to go down for them? We're going to check out the individual player stats, which I was a little bit critical yesterday. Looking at the player stats, I was like, look, they're actually quite low for a lot of these players, right around like between 1 and 2. The thing is, every player gets that every single game. It adds up really slowly, but over time it adds up to like, I think it's total of what, 80 eliminations, which is crazy. So the fact is not just like, oh, you don't have 2 really good players or 3 really good players. No, every single one on this lineup is doing so well. Mormon, Joker, Schweppes, and Tony K are definitely showing up massively for Thailand. If they maintain these kind of results, Niptura, that Rondo in terms of eliminations is going to go fantastically well.
It is. I mean, I was really impressed with Mormon. We saw some great stuff coming in from him yesterday. Day 1 was for sure the better day for them. They were able to just skyrocket up to that first place. Day 2 slipped down a little bit. They were not feeling as confident, not feeling as strong. But I tell you what, Mormon's still stepping up to the plate even in day 1. So I think also a lot of teams, like we were talking about Aurora, right? They are also a day 3 team. There's a lot of teams that do have that sort of up and down, just how it works out, right, in those finals. So for me, EA, day 2 not being so great. They have wins. They're top of the leaderboard. It's not the end of the world for me.
I have one slight tip though for E-Arena. So when you take the fight, don't use 20 billion smokes to hide yourself. Just hold on to your utility. I'm telling you.
You're
not wrong.
They've done it so many times, dude. Thanks, Max,
for
bringing it up. Yeah, it's like 11 smokes all over the place. They're just going. They're not going to be able to see us. But yeah, for E-Arena, there is that one. But we got to talk about Aurora, especially because of the consistency, especially because what we've been talking about as well. This is a team that has caliber players in that squad. And then we have S2G, which they have 3 chicken dinners in total here in the finals.
It's really interesting because both of these teams play very similarly, actually, right? Both of them are quite compact, quite quiet until they're able to spread out a little bit more, able to take those fights, able to push other teams away. They're very other team focused, right? But for me, okay, Aurora just has a little bit more of that expertise in this. They've been doing this for a lot longer, this kind of strategy. And so even though they don't have that win, they have a win, but they don't have the 3 that S2G have. Yep. I think there still could be something. S2G have 3 wins, but over the course of the last 2 days, they've been very hot and cold. They either are out in last or they win a massive game. So it's for me, I'm on the fence because I think Aurora has that better consistency, but S2G have proven to us more that they can win. And when it comes to that Smash rule, it's whoever wins.
Yeah, I mean, you're going very gameplay specific here, which is great to hear about that. But I have 2 players that I'm looking at for both teams. HamCG maybe getting his 2nd international trophy, right? Won PMGC a few years ago back in Jakarta with actually S2G, right? He's still on that lineup. And then you have Top that's gotten so many global MVPs in the past, same as Doc, right? I would love to see them get an MVP award. It would be cool. But I feel like the trophy and a $500,000 prize pool would be huge to get 7.
It would be, and I think for his legacy, for his career as well, as where he's probably getting towards the later end of his career, this would be the perfect time for him to end up winning a global championship, especially the way that he was able to perform last year. He'll be able to pick it up, and I just want to see Aurora pop off. I want to see what would happen when all those teams pop off. Other teams that are going to be popping off and that are going to be looking to actually perform here are going to be Ulf and Furia. Furia, they need to start seeing that aggressiveness again because that was the best time, and stay away from driving around. Drive-bys, no.
They love using the cars in these finishes, especially Ayala. Gonna calm it down, especially when pushing onto E-Arena in that open finish outside of Yasnaya Lake. But we had so many great moments that really stood out for Furia and also Ulf, right? The Wolf pack and also the Jaguar pack were also looking really strong at this moment. But in particular, I'm looking at these teams, they kept getting 2nd places, right? You're looking at Furia, 2nd place in PMMI, snatched away with a smash ruling by Nongshim Red Force. Then you're looking at Ulf, PMGO Season 1 in Jakarta, 2nd place. PMGC before that, 2nd place just behind Alpha 7. They've been close so many times in the past, but it's time to put those rumors to bed. The sukkening is not happening. Can we call it that? Is that okay?
Yeah. I mean, we have the dockening, we have the sukkening. Yeah, I like it.
Okay, wait, that can go. Wait. We'll do that, Max, just for you. We'll
It
make
used to
that
be the
happen.
Alpha 7, but then that's not a thing anymore
Yeah,
because
well.
they ended up winning. And now they just exactly.
Oh, no. I'm very intrigued to see both of these teams here. Just to add to your point, Max, is for me, looking how both of these teams play, Furia is very methodical, very calculated, so that kind of feels like they're a little bit slow, but they're very proactive. They will make a fight happen, whereas Ulf, they're more reactive. And so when you come to those two different strategies, it's kind of going to be really interesting to see, you know, as the smash comes in, as that pressure comes in, who's actually going to benefit from that.
Yeah, one person that it's currently not with us, but I know that they definitely want to talk about Furia, especially with their driver license, is none other than Lace. Lace, I don't know where you're currently at, so let's see if she's going to give the driver license back to Furia or just keep it away.
Look, this is what we're going to discuss. Kalaris, Jackie, and Lace here. Obviously, we have our teams that are leading the pack, the Arenas, Aurora, Nongshim. But we are going to talk about Rondo, specifically the map coming up, along with our middle pack teams. And one of these teams, Kalaris, for Thrives, our PMWC champions at 77 points. What are their expectations today, especially going into Rondo?
I think they've got to make some adjustments, to say the least. Obviously, our first day, second day for Thrives, they were looking a bit of a shadow of their former selves compared to what we saw in the group stage. They looked a bit more opportunistic there, as well as able to allow Falak's gunplay to really kind of flex out against some of these teams. So I need to see them just almost take a few more risks, but just kind of find themselves like a bit more forcefully moving into some of these circles, as opposed to sitting on the edge meekly and not really kind of doing much.
And Rondo's the map to take risks, right?
Yeah.
We expect this is where you will gather most of those eliminations. And obviously, you know, they got to chat a little bit about Furia, but Jackie, I want to pick your brain about Furia because we all know how I feel in their drive-by special, but this is a team that sort of can maximize eliminations, and they are at 74 points. What do you think expectations lie on Furia coming into this?
I think they know domestically how to approach Smash rules. They're going to be playing a little bit more aggressive here. They're going to basically come into this one with the mindset of we need big games, right? Not only do you need to go into it with the mindset of we need 11 to 14 elims in this game. That's the kind of safety net. Anything above that's a blessing, James. But you've got to target teams above you as well. Realistically, break their legs on the way if you have to stop them getting into a safe position in Smash.
This is the crazy thing about those kind of mid-pack teams, is that I think they're going to need a little bit of divine intervention from elsewhere to be able to catch up, and then they probably need themselves 2 wins along the way, whilst also figuring out the fact that somebody could quite easily finish it before those 2 wins even come their way as well. So there is some of that does come in. For Furia, they've been on the absolute the other end of this, losing out PMMI to Nongshim Red Force that were able to smash, despite Furia having more points than them at the end. So for Furia, they don't want that to be occurring again.
They don't. I like the way that you said that. Let's just hope the top teams kind of fall out, giving these middle pack teams an absolute opportunity and chance to do so. But of course, we're going to have to wait and see. But 7, I am going to bestow the driver's license back to Furia so they can do the absolute craziness it is Rondo in this map.
Okay, I like it. I like it. Let's see what kind of craziness we're going to be getting here in Rondo coming up. But I know with everything going on here at EWC 26, there's a lot of movement happening within the club championship. So, Glitter, what's currently going on with the club championship?
To get through, so let's dive into it. We have had so much going on here in our championship weekend, and right now 2 grand finals have officially completed. Yesterday over in chess, it was Magnus Carlsen who was able to take home the title when he faced off against Dennis Lazovic. That of course means that Liquid got the 1,000 points when it comes to the club championship, and AGAL were managing to get that 750 points that were already accounted for last time we spoke. But that wasn't the only grand finals that happened. We then moved on over to the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet, where we had Rainbow Six Siege finishing their grand finals as well. That was a massive face-off between 2 Brazilian orgs in Furia and FaZe, and at the end of the day, it was FaZe who was able to take home the win despite all of the support from the Furia fans in the crowd. Both of those squads are also in the club championship as well, so some points on the board for them. But now we're focusing on what we've got going on here today, because we have 2 more grand finals that will be ending today. One of them will be in Rocket League. Now, they still have to determine which teams will make their way through to their grand finals, as they'll be starting off with their semifinals matches here today. And these are going to be some big ones when it comes to the club championship side of things, because on the top side of the bracket, we have KC versus Falcons, and we know how everyone is keeping their eyes on Falcons to see what they're able to do with the points. Then on the bottom side of the bracket, we have SSG and NIP. So it's going to be an action-packed day from Rocket League as well. But Seven, I'm going to send it back on over to you so we can get into what we have going on in PUBG Mobile today.
Shout out to the amazing Glitter Explosion, getting all those updates, running around to every single stage, and just keeping us updated with what's going on within that club championship ranking. But right now, I want to get
चलो गाइस चलते हैं, ठीक है। मैचेस के बाद स्ट्रीम कर लेंगे। जितने भी देख रहे हो एक बार लाइक कर दो, सब्सक्राइब कर दो, एंड एक चीज़ ज़रूरी, दुआ करो सारे एक दो मैच पे और उम्मीद और ना श्योर है, आई डोंट नो इफ यू गाइस कैन हियर मी, बट उम्मीद नहीं हारना, दुआ करना है, ठीक है। सब्सक्राइब कर दो, मेरे चैनल को भी कर दो भाई, प्लेट पबजी। बाकी मिलते हैं इंशाल्लाह मैचेस में। अल्लाह हाफिज़।
खुदा हाफिज। चला दी गायब हो रही नहीं बंद था, उसने बोला खुदा हाफिज। हाँ हाँ तो डेटा से बंदूस बोलता है। हाँ तो डेटा में गायब हो रही है। उठो लिटू आंटू याद तो सटुना पहले लाइव चल लें।
Journey has been relentless and the finish line is in sight. Just 6 maps sit between your team and the PMWC title.
But Barney, the Smash pool is here, so anyone who reaches 122 points can snatch the victory with one last chicken dinners and become our champion.
There's something brutally honest about the final day.
Indeed.
Don't give me excuses, just give me results. My name is Barney Banks and I'm your host alongside the awesome Luti. And welcome to Smash Sunday!
I hope you're ready, Atom, because we are ready. So it's time to welcome one last time our finalists on stage, starting with Al Hula Club Esports!
Orangutan!
Esports!
Team Vitality!
Godlike Esports!
Hora Esports!
Esports! Wolf Esports!
Nigma Galaxy!
S2G Esports!
Aurora Gaming!
हाँ जी टीम तो आ गई
टीम तो आ गए भाई हम भी आ गए हैं
And finally, leading the charge, we have E Arena!
अरीना इनका हाल देखो यार कितना चौकियां मार रहे हैं यार
तो भाई वो टॉप पे है मेरे ख्याल में ना वो टॉप पे वो है हो रहा है अरोरा
हमने तो नहीं मारी थी
अरोरा
टॉप पे अरीना
ये थी भाई हमारी टीम ने शौकी नहीं मारी लेकिन हमारे पाकिस्तानी तो मार रहे हैं ना गलत तो नहीं है ये चीज
गलत तो नहीं है लेकिन ओए या अल्लाह आज के दिन आज हमारे दिनों
Thousands of hours played and sacrifices have led to this point. Life-changing money sits on the horizon and a legacy that dreams are made of.
We saw it in the group stage, we saw it in the survival stage. This team are here for a reason, and every single one of them can actually clutch it all and become our PMWC champion.
Rondos we've had at this event have been ludicrous. There's been so many
Oh, it's last day away.
One team that's already shown we can break records.
दुआ चाहिए बस यार आज हमारा दिन हो बस यार पहला चिकन चाहिए बस रोंडो का बूस्टअप चाहिए
यार ये तो डिपेंड करता है भाई गेम पे
Arena barely made it here into the finals, and now they're looking.
अरीना ने बहुत ओपी खेला यार बहुत
If
ओपी
they could just continue to be a little bit consistent, we should be able to see them win the whole thing.
ज़्यादा पता नहीं कि गैप होगा काम पे मार्ट पे होती है ना
हम इसके लिए तैयार भी हैं और बाकी हम यहाँ पे
E2 का परफॉर्मेंस नहीं आई 2 दिन से
यार ये ज़ैफा अच्छा खेल रहा है एक बात बताऊं ये अच्छी फाइट लेता है कवर भी देता है फाइट भी 1v1 1v2 भी ले लेता है ये अच्छा खेल
T2 की तो T2 का तोरा जो है ना वो है तोरा नर्वस से तोरा
The team that surprised me the most got to be Nigma Galaxy. I mean, they were getting hot dropped by Ida almost the whole tournament, and they're at the top of the leaderboard, so they can actually win this whole thing.
Down to the last man in Joel. They need to isolate the peak because he hits so heavy, but he's gone.
That is insane. I've got to eat my words on that one as well. I mean, for Nigma Galaxy, what a good game.
The team that I think is actually going to win the event might be a bit of a dark horse right now, but I think they've been looking consistent and could actually get in there to take it. And my pick would be non-ship Red Force. They've had great
structural
plays in how they're advancing into the zone, but the firepowers all come alive just when it needs to.
अन्नस वालों ने एक गेम में
So easy wants to live up to his name as the punishing player.
चिकन एक भी नहीं गया ना
Red Force with the chicken dinner.
저희를 교전으로 상대했을 때 긴장하시
और उन्होंने भी लास्ट में चिकन निकाली
अबे टॉप पे कौन सी टीम थी? मैंने देखी नहीं था कल मैच लास्ट पे।
अरीना टॉप सेकंड
पे 2 पे
112 पॉइंट्स वो है श्वन अरीना है 2 पे रोड है
भाई जिसका चिकन नहीं स्मैश पॉइंट 120 पॉइंट पे है
120 पे है हाँ
120
अभी आया है मैच पॉइंट 120 पे है लेकिन अरीना ने सिर्फ 8 पॉइंट्स निकालने हैं फिर एक चिकन करनी है
तो भाई एक गेम के बाद इस मैच वो स्टार्ट होगा ना
पहला अगर चिकन हो भी जाए पहला नहीं हो सकता ये इनका गेम का रूल है अगर होता भी ना कल 120 भी हो जाते हैं इनके लेकिन पहले चिकन अगर रोंडो का होता तो नहीं होता पहले के अलावा
वो तो स्मैश पॉइंट पहले गेम में निकालेंगे तो दूसरे पे चिकन है ना
नहीं अगर कल स्मैश पॉइंट हो भी जाता है ना इसका मतलब 120 हो जाता है कल
आज स्मैश पॉइंट अच्छा कल की बात कर रहा है
हाँ मैं कल की बात कर कल अगर 120 भी हो जाए तो पहला अगर रोंडो चिकन निकालते हैं ना तो रोंडो काउंट नहीं होता पहला गेम काउंट नहीं होता चिकन हमेशा निगमा का लक्ष्य के सपोर्टर है भाई आए वे क्या करती है ये जो मोटा है ना ये काम खराब करता है
But it all comes down to this. 6 more remaining matches, or potentially less. With that smash ruling in place now, there is that
6 मैचेस
early. Second match.
स्मैश पॉइंट के लिए भी हमें कम से कम जो है ना अभी 77 पॉइंट्स हमारे हैं 33 और 20 53 पॉइंट्स 53 पॉइंट्स चाहिए स्मैश पॉइंट्स के लिए और चिकन खैर इंशाल्लाह चिकन तो नहीं होने वाला इनका मुझे पूरी उम्मीद है आज मैचेस थोड़ी जल्दी खत्म होगी क्योंकि सेरेमनी होगी ना तो मैचेस जो है ना होपफुली जल्दी खत्म हो जाए आज
6 मैचेस जल्दी किधर खत्म होंगे
मतलब क्या पता ब्रेक तो ज्यादा ना हो ना क्योंकि आज इसलिए जल्दी खत्म होगा क्योंकि ट्रॉफी वगैरह होगा हो क्या रोंडो है ना भी
हाँ रोंडो है पहला रोंडो लग गया बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम
या अल्लाह आज हमारा दिन आमीन
Only a few teams can hit it. 4 teams past the triple digits.
112 एनएस है कल एनएस है बल्कि सॉरी एनएस बैठी है
टॉप 2 पे एनएस है यार 75 पॉइंट पे नहीं ओ सॉरी 105 पॉइंट पे
105
ये रोरा 104 पे S2G 103
एनएस ने बहुत नीचे से परफॉर्मेंस की है पता है कल
47 पॉइंट पे यार इतने गैप तो नहीं है पॉइंट्स का
इतने गैप नहीं है
नहीं
2 चिकन हो जाए
really make the most of this one aim for that chicken dinner and if possible take down the teams that are ahead of you along the way
इनका तो नहीं होने वाला हमें पता है
एक मैच की एक चिकन और अच्छे एलिमिनेशन के साथ एक चिकन एलिमिनेशन
रोंडो निकाल सकते हैं कहां जा रहे हैं हमारी टीम नहीं दिख रही ओजी वाले गए एक गया
कौन है क्या
ले
क्या कौन
ओजी का मार गया है 2 ऊपर छत पे
Catch, trying to catch back up close and personal. Ooh, Kamikaze with the quick drop down.
और उनकी रामी खेल दी है वो ले लिया उसने आए क्या
flubbed it around that corner there didn't really have much of a challenge the faux pas coming through from Kedge Kamikaze though looking on fire as per usual. Picture we've got Aurora coming against Godlike. Aurora not that far behind either. Hit that smash ruling area.
Wow, nice.
Kamikaze keeps lighting up this stage.
14 ने 3 किल निकाल ले यार माशाल्लाह.
बहुत आला माशाल्लाह बहुत आला. बड़ी फाइट है.
किल निकालें यार किल निकालने बस.
एक लो है यार एक लो है.
We saw it down in the bottom left. Now we get it.
God like.
इंशाल्लाह कम बैक है इंशाल्लाह यल्ला
IQ ने नॉक आउट किया एक और
IQ नॉक बहुत आला
IQ पूरा नाइस यार IQ जीजी यार ओपी
जियो शेदादा
मेरी आवाज आ रही है स्ट्रीम पे या नहीं
फ्लैश वाले गए दोनों के आखिरी भी किया
फ्लैश वाले
फ्लैश वाले मर गए फ्लैश वाले भी
वो रिकॉल हो जाएंगे ना रिकॉल हो जाएंगे
हो जाएंगे
40 वालों के
उल्फ के 88 पॉइंट
ये भी किल निकाल रहे हैं यार गोल्ड लाइक
निकालेंगे यार हमारी टीम इंशाल्लाह गोल्ड भी लगी है ओजी वाले वो नहीं यार
पल्ले किधर ही है नॉकआउट
बहुत आला
ओ हैवी यार रिकॉर्ड ना
मतलब नो चला आईक्यू तेरी गेम है
किल यार 5 किल माशाल्लाह आईक्यू ओ हैवी यार आईक्यू नाइस यार
ओ साला यार शेदादा है यार आईक्यू हमारा
6 किल हो गए हैं
शेदादा है हमारा
ये रिवाइव हो जाएगा
यार ये एनएस को मारना पड़ेगा एक बंदे को हो जाएगा
यार
एनएस को मारना पड़ेगा
फलक
ले लेगा इंशाल्लाह नहीं
लो है
आईक्यू पकड़ ले इसको
ओ नाइस यार आईक्यू हैवी लौंडे जी
T24
रिवाइव हो जाएगा T24 पलक मर गया था
पलक मर गया यार पलक नहीं यार
रिकॉल हो जाएगा
प्लेयर था हमारा
रिकॉल हो गया
यार वो यहां पे
यार 7 किल माशाल्लाह
बहुत आला माशाल्लाह बहुत आला
जी लड़को यार आज कम बैक करो ना अभी साहब
इंशाल्लाह कम बैक है इंशाल्लाह एनएस वाले दो यहाँ पे घूम रहे हैं इनके तो कोई आसपास भी नहीं है और पूरी यहाँ पे अब आराम से लूट करेंगे सेकंड पोजीशन एसक्यूजी आ गई गेल्स निकाल के
इनकी आपस की फाइट
हमारे वहाँ पे
गॉड लाइक और ओजी वालों की
T24 भी है और आईक्यू भी है वहाँ पे
ये दोनों आप ऊपर नीचे है फाइट नहीं ले रहे ऊपर
देखना हम पे देख रहे हेल्प कर ले यार जल्दी किल्स निकालने हैं नेट मार रहा है अपने आप से फाइट नहीं लेता है अरीना वाले
You've got to have a big performance here. But none other are beating out 4 Thrives with the 7 they've been able to farm up after shutting down, of course, Nonshin Red Force in the cheeky plays we were seeing through the windows.
इनके सामने टीम है फूरिया
4 Thrives, bro.
किसके?
अरीना के सामने टीम है फूरिया
कितनी दूर है? इनको पता नहीं जा रहे हैं सीधा उन पे ये क्या?
औरोरा भी है
ये क्या
पकड़
ये क्या सीन है? ये रश कर रहे हैं
निकल देना माना
ओ नाइस यार ओ हैवी दो फिनिश दे दिया पूरिया ने एक इनका रिकॉल होगा ना यार अरीना वालों का
हाँ ना रिकॉल लेते भी तो कर रहे हैं बस ये लोग वहाँ नहीं ले रहे फाइट मेन जगहों पे ये लोग तो साइड से देख रहे हैं
ओजी वालों को मार रहे हैं
अच्छी बात है नेट आ रहा है हाथ बुरिया
Two players do step up to the plate now for Furia. The reinforcements are in. Isolated, no more.
Furia के 4 और अरीना के 2 हैं.
कोरोना का एक फिनिश है. ओह शिट क्या बात. हमारे कहाँ क्या कर रहे हैं?
They know how to play in these sort of lobbies with this much pressure. With Smash looming over them.
अरीना नेट कर रही है बहुत, अरीना को मरवाना है यहाँ पे, बहुत डर रही है। पूरिया के 3 बंदे यार मार देंगे, उम्मीद तो है।
ओए नेट नहीं गया अंदर उसका, चीफ का नेट अंदर गया ही नहीं है। चीफ नेट अंदर मार भाई,
गंदा नेट करते हैं भाई। 2 बंदे ऊपर यार, एक कुछ रश करके ले सकते हैं, एक नीचे बैठा हुआ है।
अपना टीममेट पे नेट मारी,
नहीं मार पाएगा, नहीं मार पाएगा। कवर में ऊपर
poised because they're sort of certain this fight is not going to go well. Require a bit of a sick poised because they're sort of
certain this fight
is not going to go well. Joker to get this working. A bit of a sick play. It's a couple of plays from Tony King.
नहीं आएगा नेट।
मुझे लगता है ओए इनका रिकॉल नहीं है दूसरों का, फूरिया लोगों का क्या है, वो चारों के चारों इधर ही फूरिया वाले भाई, चारों। उज़ैफा नॉकआउट,
चारों है,
उज़ैफा फिनिश
नहीं पलक रिकॉल हुआ था ना?
हाँ हुआ था, फूरिया का एक नॉक आउट है,
पकड़ लिया अरीना का एक।
इधर से पकड़
हट जा साइड पर ये
नेट गया है बहुत है,
वो साइड पे
वो हैवी
बड़ा रामी है बहुत सारा।
आईक्यू भी इधर ही घूम रहा है वो बैक साइड पे, 40 आईक्यू देख।
C24 कहाँ है? इसके साथ था ना, मर गया क्या?
अपने लोंडे किधर हैं भाई, अपने लोंडे। उज़ैफा रिकॉल हो गया है, ठीक है, 7 ही किल हैं।
सात किल कम है यार, जो आईक्यू को निकालने पड़ेंगे वहाँ पे। कई कॉल है, उतार लिया। वो क्या उतारा है, वो इसका क्या उतारा है?
वो पहले का उतारा हुआ है, तू लेट है। मुझे लग रहा था आईक्यू सर्कल बना रहा है, सर्कल पकड़ रहा है।
आईक्यू फाइट लेगा, अपनी रिकॉल है।
वो फूरिया का मुझे नहीं लगती रिकॉल है, पूरी टीम बाहर क्लियर, पूरिया वाले
क्लियर।
हाँ
डाला था यार इन पे,
गोड लाइक ने मारा है उनको, 10 किल है गोड लाइक वालों के।
2 बंदों ने मारा है
भाई, 10 किल
2 बंदों ने मारा है।
नाइस यार, वो भी अच्छा खेल रहे हैं यार, 10 किल कर लिया उन्होंने।
और क्या कर रही है?
माशाल्लाह
वालेकुम सलाम, आ जाता जी।
ये चिकना की दवा है, बदनी
मेरे पास आया, कहता है आवाज नहीं जाती तेरी,
क्या कहता है?
अलग ओ कर लेना, उस पे आ जाओ डिस्कॉर्ड पे।
अच्छा तैमूर, तू हिसाब ला, ये जो टियान टीम थी इनके 71 पॉइंट्स हैं, मतलब इनसे भी परफॉर्मेंस नहीं हुई कल के दिन।
बिल्कुल नहीं है, ये टॉप पे थी पहले दिन,
टॉप पे थी पहले दिन। हाँ जी, कितना किल्स निकाले थे इन्होंने।
Overall, really big step up in the last day. Swire saying on day one, you got to give these boys time at an international year at PMWC. So realistically, they just needed a little bit of.
फिलहाल तो हम और वो जोन प्रेफर यार, तैमूर जोन बहुत जरूरी है, बहुत ज़्यादा। सर्कल में है हमारी टीम,
हाँ पहुंच गई है अभी।
हमारी टीम
ये
गोल्ड कहाँ जा रही है? गोल्ड आउट ऑफ जोन जा रही है। वो
रीना वाले चेक करना, अभी सर्कल से बहुत बाहर हैं, आइडिया वाले भी। ये फाइट
रीना वाले के साथ फाइट हो जाएगा गोल्ड की।
And that veteran
OG
mindset is really coming into play here. Where he's seen
OG ने भी zone पर लिया
he's seen a lot of these
ये जो
rotates.
T24 है ना
Really lead the team to
ये
victory.
लोग
Yeah, some of the
बहुत घूम रहे हैं
this guy, but he's still giving it gas when needs be. I think Solkay's had a great step up, considering the amount of time he's been in this esport.
You've got a lot of talent on that roster. You can pass on too if you need to rely on someone for a stick play mechanically as well.
100 पॉइंट हो जाए इस गेम में मजा आ जाएगा कसम से कोट के साथ जाएगी तैमूर कसम यार अल्लाह तो इस बात में की तो आमीन
resulting in them going down to a 3-man squadron.
या अल्लाह हमारा दिन हो बस हमारा दिन इंशाल्लाह भाई
I'm curious as well, bro. The push down.
Selfie record है
Thunderfooted their way into the zone early. We're saying the consistency of this team.
ये भी जा रहे हैं देख
यार वो आगे निकल गया गॉडल वाले यार वहां को ले सकते थे
ये सर्कल ब्लॉक करते ना इनका यहाँ पे ब्रिज लेकिन उनको क्या आइडिया था वो सामने जा रहे हैं वो भी अच्छा रिना वाली है इसका आइडियल जा रहा है
गॉडल तो आगे निकल गई होगी दोनों पहुंच गई होगी हमारी टीम दिखाया मैप दिखाया मैप
मजा आ गया I know where to G दोनों
दोनों
ने फाइट हो गई ओजी वाले सामने है
वो साला
ओजी वाले सामने है अरीना के
गॉडल का एक गया गॉडल का एक गया
गॉडल वाला ओजी वाले ने लो
आईडीए से मारा है नालत है
लो नहीं
फाइट होगी अभी आईजी ओजी वालों की इनकी अरीना की
देख क्या होता है चलो आ रहे ओए ये क्या हुआ
ओजुले पाते बहुत जल्दी दो वाले पे सही है फाइट लेते हैं ना
और प्रमोशन मैच है उनका इन पे दौड़ नहीं आ रही ना पे कहाँ जा रही है
जोन पकड़ेंगे ना कहीं से इसके दो बंदे जोन में पहुंच गए हैं
बस सही है टाइम को
पूरा स्लीपी भी गया
ले लेंगे अपने करेंगे
They are cracking it open at the moment. Looks great to see.
52 हमारे 40 वाले सर्कल में बहुत प्यारा सर्कल है उनके पास ओए हैवी यार सर्कल उन पे ही है
जस आ गई अल्लाह की कसम जस आ गई
ओजी वाले बिल तो तीन टीम में ऐसा
इजी यार किल से किल निकाल सकते हैं इंशाल्लाह यार
इंशाल्लाह बस पीछे वाले
बीआईडी एक्चुअल है जोन ने साथ क्या ओए लेट
पूरा कर इसको पूरा कर नहीं यार
3 बंदे हैं बाहर
इसको पूरा कर
तू कह रहा है पूरा कर
T24 ने फिनिश कर दिया यार नाइस
T24 नाइस यार मुझे पता ही गेम है बहुत आला वो तू बहुत आला यार बहुत आला खेला T24 आ गया T24 फार्म में आ गया लौंडा आ गया फार्म में
हैवी लौंडो टीम बने टेटल लिए
करना ही करना है वरना डू एंड डाई है
रात से इस पटने में लेंगे इंशाल्लाह इसी दिन साहब
रिप्ले
से नाम ठीक पकड़ दे
वो देख लगता फ्री के किल मिल रहे हैं इसको
यार मुंह से आया यार ये लोग
अच्छा पहले हमारी टीम में मैं हमारा रिप्ले नहीं दिखाया इन्होंने 3 बने थे हमारे
ये बड़े फस्सी है हमारे लिए
भाई
बहुत आला नाइस यार बहुत ज्यादा चीतो ऐसे ही जोन हमारा है
लॉन्डो हैवी
यार गोल को वो रोड क्रॉस कर गया
वो गाड़ी में भी बैठ गया है रोड क्रॉस कर गया सर्कल के बाहर हैं
एसपीजी वाले भी ऊपर ही नहीं पकड़ सकते गए
कवर मिल रहा है
Okay, feels that one. God, a drop off.
एसपीजी वाले भी हमारे दुश्मन है एनएस भी दुश्मन है मतलब ये सब जो ऊपर बैठे हुए ओल्ड फिन सबको मरवाना है सब जिंदा है फिलहाल
Sigma Galaxy S2G NS
ये इन्हें तो सबसे पहले मैं मारने
वो चीतो कहां है हमारे चीते कहां है
गोड लाइक का
तेरी मां बहुत आला
पूरा कर फलक पूरा या दूर फाइट लॉन्ग रेंज नॉकआउट किया
हो जाएगा इंशाल्लाह। अरीना की क्या चीज?
7th लाइक यू थे
ना
कोई नहीं तो 10 में 7 साल लाइक यू थे जियो
आईक्यू वो पता है करना है, डू एंड डाई है। वो सामने वुल्फ को मारे नहीं। ओए
इनको सर्कल
अच्छा टाइम किया।
इनके लेफ्ट पे सर्कल है, लेफ्ट पे टीम भी है इनके।
राइट से जाएंगे, थोड़ा राइट से जाएंगे।
अरोरा का नॉक फिनिश हो गया।
पलक का किल मिला?
पलक को नहीं मिला अभी, वो लॉन्ग रेंज पे नॉक आउट किया था उसने।
इचो ना तो डोल मिलता ओ ए इन वाले किल हो जे डोल मिलता
ओए ये क्या सीन है? अरीना वाला पे रश कर दिया गोड लाइक ने।
वो ताला अरीना
ओ फलक ना दिए वो ताला ना दिए ए अरीना तो
मां क्या कर वाला रिवेंज लेना है इनकी मां की आंख की बहन।
वो है यार नहीं, नॉक आउट हो गया।
वो किल स्टोरी यार।
जो ही हुआ फलक का ओ नहीं ओ बचत होती
कहां किया है? वो लोग नहीं आए, वो लोग नहीं है, वो दूर से मार रहे हैं गाइस।
के बीच में जा रहे
नहीं हमारे गोए भाई। अरीना वाले को तो किल कितने दे रहे हैं यार ये। नाला थे गोरल की टीम पे यार।
दो एक नॉकआउट है, 2 बाकी हैं।
4 किल मिलेंगे ने पूरे, देखना कुछ नहीं बचने वाले। बचे हुए वो नेट मारेंगे एक ही।
पे जा रहा है गाड़ी लेके, दूसरा भी गाड़ी लेके।
पीछे से अंकल बना के गए, ये गए नहीं बच सकते। 4 किल मिल गए 3-3 के।
सुन इस पॉइंट एक पॉइंट है इनका। वारे भाई
वो भी नेक्स्ट गेम में चिकन की ट्राई करेंगे रीना वाले।
ऐसे ही है कौन से नाटक है ये यूएलएफ वाले?
ये वुल्फ क्या कर रहे हैं? जोन क्यों नहीं जा रहे हैं ये क्या सो रहे हैं?
अच्छी बात है ना, मरते थे उनको यूएलएफ वाले।
एसटीजी की पॉइंट कर लेना।
ये भी बोले आप पॉइंट्स मुखालिफ टीम से खेल लेने जीत उन्हें पॉइंट
अब ऐसा है कि मरवाना सबको ही है। फ्लैश भी है, फ्लैश क्या कर रही है?
मिड में थे ना
44 मैन से अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह।
बस लास्ट तक बहुत मैन रहे, बस अपना है चिकन इजी
इंशाल्लाह।
डोंट हमारा है इजी है वो सकते हैं इंशाल्लाह। कितना चट्टी स्प्रे है यार।
ये क्या ओपन में क्या
एसपीजी ये है पकड़ो इनको। उला ने मारा है सही है। फ्लैश ने भी किट उठाया है बस सही है। बहुत ताला 2 मिनट से सारे गए और उन्होंने मरी है बस सही है।
टॉप 6 वाली भी गई।
एनजेस को मरवाना है बस सही है।
जाने पे मजा आ जाए। ये भी जैसा 5 वाली एनजेस वाली।
They're looking for exit frags here.
Jokers was swept playing the northwest edge whilst Morgan holds down the compound. They're looking for exit.
तीन टीमें हैं 4 में। अरीना वाले
अच्छा हुदैफा T2 फलक वो सामने बैठ
ये जा रहे हैं अरीना वाले
सामने ओजी वाले हैं।
ये देख खुदाई हो
T2
खड्डा बना रहा है।
ये क्या कर रहा है?
खड्डा बना रहा है, खड्डा कवर बना रहा है।
पीछे से पाजे
अंदर बैठ के
ये कवर बनाया अपनी अभी सिंथेसिस ने
क्या चूतिया है।
बे कवर बनाया उसने
अपनी जगह बनाया। दो लोग ऊपर ना
आईक्यू किल जोन यार प्लीज जोन
आईक्यू बहुत अकेला घूम रहा है मुझे लग रहा है।
प्लीज डोंट
और जो लेता नहीं
जोन भाई जोन ये चीज भाई जोन चेक कर
यस अरीना वाली जाएगी। अरीना वाली पोट तक पेगी देख रहे पूरा किल खा रहे हैं।
जा रहे हैं अरीना वाला जा रहा है सामने से।
जेक भी डोंट
के सामने से जा रहा है गाड़ी।
ये लोग हमें बैठ गए।
देखो यार इस साइड पे ब्रो करीब ना
पकड़ लिया, सर्कल पकड़ लिया अरीना वालों ने।
ये इंजेक्ट बैठ है, इंजेक्ट बहुत गंदी फंसेगी तैमूर देखी, बहुत गंदी फंसेगी। करेगा
ओजी का नॉकआउट है, किसने किया था?
ओजी के फाइट हुई थी ना यहाँ पे।
एफएल का एक बंदा नॉकआउट है,
वैसे ही 3 मैच है।
रिवाइव हो गया वो मेरे।
और उनको
ये निकमा गैलेक्सी वाले इधर आए ना अरीना वालों पे।
आएंगे इनको कहीं के बाद ऑप्शन नहीं है रश करना इन्होंने, या उस साइड पे करेंगे, घर पे करना मुश्किल है, थर्ड पार्टी होगी, एक ही साइड से फाइट लेंगे। आ तो रहे, कहाँ जा रहे? यार ये क्या हो रहा है?
ये समझ नहीं आ रहा।
ये फाइट जोन में क्या है निकमा? राउफ जोन से क्या है?
ये फ्लैश
मैं भी जाए जान
गे निकमा गैलेक्सी वाले, इनके लेफ्ट पे भी स्क्वाड है, अरीना वाले थे, ये किल सारे अरीना को मिलेंगे इनके।
हमारे को एक भी फायदा नहीं हुआ।
44 मैन यार, ये नेट गया कवर अच्छा बांध रहा है यार नेटों से।
उन्हें कुछ भी नहीं होगा,
नहीं पट रहा यार। यू क्या बच रहा है?
ओजी का नॉकआउट है, मैंने देखा नहीं है यार। अरीना वालों का एक अरीना वालों ने मुझे लगता है
ओजी के किल्स उठा सकता है वो देखा, वो नहीं करके वहां से।
निकमा
नहीं यार वो रोड स्लो है मेरे ख्याल में।
ये बंदे गाड़ी लेके क्लोज किए हैं।
अरीना वाले 3 मैच बचे हैं अभी भी।
अरीना वाले भी 3 मैन, उसके बाद एनएस वाले 4 मैन है।
ये लोग काफी है, 3 भी थे मुझे पता तो है, कल देखा नहीं था। वे फ्लैश और ये वाले इनके की फाइट हो रही है यार। बोला
इसने मार दिया, इसने मार दिया।
लेकिन यार उला की फाइट नहीं होनी चाहिए थी अभी, फिर खैर हो गई।
ओजी के रिवाइव हो गया
खेल रहे हैं उदैफा और टीटू के देख, और आईक्यू फलक को देख, कहाँ बैठे हुए ये दोनों?
वे लोग
क्या कर रहा है?
देख के
चीखा मार रहा है क्राउड की आवाज़ सुन। यार इंजेक्ट ने सरवाइव कर लिया तैमूर। ला रहा है पीछे से, आ रहा है,
अच्छा सरवाइव किया मैंने।
पीछे से आ रहा है, नहीं आ रहा।
अरीना वालों के सर्कल ही नहीं है, अरीना वालों की ओजी वालों की फाइट होगी। ये इधर से गए था अभी। ओह नाइस यार, क्या हरामी उतारा है इसने। नहीं होगा, हो भी सकता है भाई, वो सर्कल में है।
यार स्मैश पॉइंट लग जाएंगे यार, स्मैश पॉइंट लग जाने।
तो वो तो लग जाने हैं ना भाई। ये मारो यार, ओजी वालों को मारो, ओजी वालों को मारो।
ओजी के 2 0 है, 8 हेल्पफुल है।
ये एनएस वाले कौन सी साइड पे बैठे हैं? फलक ने, ओए फलक क्या T24 ने फलक को नॉकआउट कर दिया।
फलक ने क्या किया? उठा लिया ओजी ने। ये क्या किया यार?
वो T24 ने
लाख पे चवल मारे हैं, मुझे गुस्सा इस पे आता है यार।
ये आईक्यू के सामने है भाई, ये देख नेड करना।
उससे पहले वो करे।
हाँ ऐसे है।
हमारी टिकाओ यार, फलक
तो वैसे
ओजी का गया है, अरीना वालों ने मारेंगे, अरीना वाले मारेंगे, क्या सरवाइव कर रहे हैं अरीना वाले यार। एंड जेक भी जिंदा है अभी तक।
ओजी का नॉकआउट हुआ अगेन से।
ओजी की जोन आते हैं,
जोन नहीं है, जोन में है, अरीना से जोन किया।
यार कितना अच्छा जोन है, प्लग मर गया।
Gonna have to force the issue. Jump back behind the driving wheel and get into the
T24 का नेट था ना,
so uncomfortable because you were just being completely
अब इसने अगर परफॉर्म ना किया ना खैर नहीं है इसकी T2
अरीना वालों पे, ओए 40 वालों पे रश,
और T24 नेट तेरा नेट
नेट नीचे से नेट गया उस पे, अरीना वाले पे एक पे नेट गया। ओ है विकेट चोरी।
जी लोगों
मिला किल नहीं मिला, सारा किल उठा लिया। मार को गाड़ी वाले को मार,
किल नहीं मिला
यार। अरीना वाला भाग गया, अरीना वाले के
ओजी वालों पे जाएगा ये।
हैवी यार, उसे तक की जो गेम है ना तैमूर है।
12 किल हो गए यार। एनएस वालों को भाई एक भी नहीं मार रहा अभी तक, 4 मैन है, मां की आंख मारो यार एनएस वालों को।
एनएस वाले महान ओजी वाले का प्रमोशन चल रहा है अभी तक। प्रमोशन तो बचते प्रमोशन टॉप 3 में होता है ना।
वो खटा बना रहा है अपने लिए और एनएस वालों को पकड़ो।
एनएस वाले को नहीं है और भी
ये जो 4 को फाइट बनानी पड़ेगी।
एनएस दो दे नहीं, वो तो टीम में दूसरी तो
एनएस वाले वैसे भी कॉर्नर पे ये कि ओपन की रही है
यार। आईक्यू क्या नेट मार रही भाई,
आईक्यू है, नहीं कर सकता मुकाबला कोई आईक्यू का। कल वो जो शेक पर नेट, वो जो बग्गी पर नेट मारा था नहीं इतना तैमूर है, वो तो एन लेवल नेट था
यार। ये एनएस वालों को पे लो, ओए नॉकआउट कर दी कोचिंग को एनएस ने। ये जाएगा अभी आगे। क्या नेट दे, ओए
कोजी वाले को मारो यो।
नहीं
क्या
नहीं बच कर वे ओजी पति
यार। इसके काम चेक कर इसके
यार। ये एनएस काम खराब करेगा, एनएस वाले काम खराब करेगा, काम खराब करेगा ये। 4 मैन जिंदा है अभी तक।
ओए ओजी वाले रश मार रहे हैं 40 वालों पे। ओ नाइस यार, जीजी लड़के
उधर को मारना है, जब पकड़ ले इनको। बहुत सही है
यार,
सही है।
एनएस
उठाओ बंदे, उठाओ बंदे, उठाओ। उदयपुर T4 है, इजी है
2v4 है,
2v4 है तो सही है।
नेट जा रहा है
T4 नेट से ना नो कोई।
ये छत पे चढ़ेगा
नहीं चढ़ रहे, चढ़ नहीं सकता।
ओ हैवी लोग ये इसको नेट जाएगा, नेट
T2 हट जा, T2
ज़ैफा नॉकआउट हो गया यार। ये एनएस वालों का एक भी नॉकआउट नहीं किया ना किसी ने, एक फिनिश कर देते ना, बहुत इजी था यार।
खत्म हो गया यार। 4 मैन जिंदा है, उन पे कॉन्फिडेंस कितना है, घुस कैसे रहे वो।
3 होते ना, 40 वाले 3 होते फिर भी भाई।
कितने पॉइंट निकला है, खैर है नॉट बैड। 20 पॉइंट्स निकला है ऑलमोस्ट, 20 प्लस पॉइंट है, 20 प्लस पॉइंट है,
20 प्लस पॉइंट है ना, 100 पॉइंट नजदीक आ गया।
सही है, खैर है कोई ना यार। चिकन फलक ना मरता ना तैमूर, इस सिचुएशन में, पैनिक सिचुएशन पे जो है ना फलक संभाल लेते तैमूर। पलक ना मरता ना ओए 40 क्या हुआ
आमिर है
वो भी आया हुआ है
आमिर है
आमिर हाँ डिक्टेटर है अरीना के स्मैश पॉइंट हो गए नहीं सही है यार कोई ना बहुत आला हैवी खेल रहा है हैवी कॉन्फिडेंस सही से आता है टॉप 2 खेले पलक ना मरता ना इस सीजन में पलक निकाल लेता है गेम यार 4 मिनट एंड तक खेले एनएस वाले वो लोग चिकन का ही कर रहे थे बस ऐसा लगा वो लोग केली चिकन रहे थे ना ये फिर देखो चलो कोई ना यार बहुत अच्छा खेले हमारी टीम पलक
बस अरीना वाले चिकन ना निकाले वहाँ की आगे
ओची वालों को देख इसको देख चपरासी को ये लोग करने क्या है आम लेने आए प्रमोशन इनसे होता नहीं है यार ये क्वालिफाई कैसे कर गई है ओजी मैं तो इससे है ना चाइनीज को देख
That is the stamp to get into the winners club. Nongshim fighting Uibatsu.
कटा रहे वही हाथ
दिखा रहा है कि मेरा हाथ कितना प्यारा है
producer of PUBG Mobile. For the past 8 years, PUBG Mobile has continued to grow together with players around the world. And even today, we are still fully committed to this battleground. We are continuing to invest more resources, improve the experience, and bring PUBG Mobile to more players in more ways. Today, I'm excited.
यार वो जो किल्स है ना तैमूर वो जो बाहर वाले किल्स थे वो सारे चोरी हो गए ओला वाले
First, PUBG Mobile Lite is not about making
ये वाला चिकन होता है ना तैमूर है तो 100 पॉइंट हो जाते हैं इजी क्या पता हो गए हो यार 100 पॉइंट या 95 प्लस पॉइंट है हमारे सही है
90 प्लस पॉइंट 98 प्लस
हाँ हाँ इतने हैं क्योंकि 8 पॉइंट शेष 2 पे मिलता है बाकी किल्स भी निकाले आईक्यू ने
दूसरे पे मारे
15 किल हो गए होंगे क्या 14-15 किल 8 पॉइंट लगा
कोई पता नहीं मुझे
8 ना टॉप 2 पे 8
पे तो 100 हो रहे हैं 18 मिनट तो
देखते हैं चलो क्या करते 14-15 किल तो थे यार 11 तो उस टाइम पे थे
The initial download is only around 1 GB on Android and under 2 GB on iOS. There is no extra mandatory package before your first match. Once the download is complete, you can load in and get straight into the battleground.
जवादा कहाँ गया है जवादा
based on how you like to play.
यार कुछ बोल रहा है चुपचाप बैठा हुआ है क्या बात है
बता जो हम चुप गए
The classic Arango map, supplies, and core combat are designed to match PUBG Mobile, so the battle experience remain authentic and uncompromised. If you already have a PUBG Mobile account, you can log in with it on PUBG Mobile Lite. Your own items can carry over, so you can continue using the outfits you love. You can also team up
मजा आया यार रोंडो में
on PUBG Mobile, so your squad
मजा
can
आया
stay together with no social barrier.
अब ऐसे ही जो है ना एंगल निकाले
PUBG Mobile Lite will stay updated inside PUBG Mobile, so players can enjoy new.
अरेंगल यार अगर आपका अरेंगल में एक गेम अच्छा निकलता है ना क्योंकि अरेंगल फिर 3 मैप्स है ना अगर आपका पहला गेम अच्छा निकलता है ना तो बहुत फायदा है आपको थोड़ा बहुत आइडिया हो जाता है कैसे खेलना है एनएस वाले पहुंच गए हैं आराम से मैच पॉइंट पे इन दोनों के चिकन ना हो एनएस का चिकन ना हो और उसका चिकन ना हो क्योंकि टीम सारी पहुंचने वाली है और भी पहुंच ही गई मेरे ख्याल में एक गेम के बाद पहुंच जाएगी Aurora भी और Nigma Galaxy भी.
On the battleground, PUBG Mobile Live pre-register August 25th. I'm excited for it, Max. I know you'll probably end up making a video about it on your Instagram, which is what? Remind me again.
There's Max and Cast right now on Instagram. But no, I get comments. I'm not joking. Saying every single day about PUBG Mobile Live. When it's coming back? When it's going to get an update? It's getting an update later this year. Oh my goodness, the world is going to be loving some more PUBG Mobile action.
100%. I'm excited for it. Hopefully you guys are. But I'm excited for the match that we just had here, because E-Arena definitely able to cross that threshold for being in the smash zone.
I mean, they truly analysed the situation. They had every opportunity to get rid of NGX from that, I guess, southern side of zone, but no,
Four tries देखना कितने वो पकड़े हुए जिंदे.
and I mean, it was kind of all sort of intel on OG and fourth right. They had quite a bit of line of sight on them
हाँ ना.
in zone, but
H1 पे है.
from them. But of course, we gotta talk about the tippity top four drives right now.
हाँ.
चिकन हो जाता ना, बहुत हैवी था यार.
बहुत हैवी था फिर तो. तकरीबन फिर हिसाब लगाना कितना किल निकाले इन्होंने. 16
अच्छी गेम खेली है यार लड़कों ने.
और यार फलक ना मरता ना इस सेशन में निकाल लेता फलक चिकन. मुझे इतना भरोसा है फलक पे.
आईक्यू कैसे मर गया था?
निकाल लेता है आईक्यू यार. वो नेट वेट से कर रहे थे ना ओजी वाले यार. उन्होंने काम खराब नहीं किया. आ गए फजूल में. ये देख आईक्यू को नॉक करके फिनिश वो हो गया नेडो से ही. ओजी वाले आ गए. वैसे बैठे हुए थे इनका प्रमोशन था. मैं क्या बोलूं अब मेन टीम को.
नहीं यार सर्वाइव कर रहे हैं भाई. खेल रहे हैं. वो भी खेलने आए हैं ना. माँ की आंख तुम लोग खाली अपनी टीम को देख रहे हो. वो भी गेम खेलने आए हैं. अबे बस कर. ये माँ की आंख इतने पागल अपने ही बंदों पे नेट करी जा रहे हैं बावले. अपने ये जंग में अपने फौजी मार रहे हैं.
ऐसे ही है.
Something that might happen today is that we might see teams that might not be challenging for that first place, putting up great performances, and we saw that exactly out of Godlike. This squad came to play. This squad has absolutely.
Take game more. कितने पॉइंट्स हुए? बस 99 अगर है ना तो फिर 21 पॉइंट्स और एक गेम में निकाल सकते हैं इंशाल्लाह. फिर H1 मेंटेन करना है. अगर चिकन ना भी निकला ना इन मैचेस में तो H1 मेंटेन रखना है.
ऐसा है क्या?
99 वो सो
अब दो टीमें चिकन खाने की तो गई भाई. अरीजा और वो both guys 99 पॉइंट्स में हैं. 23 पॉइंट्स का डिफरेंस है. 24 पॉइंट्स का.
I know, and it's so incredibly exciting because both of these teams, especially when it
क्या
comes
पता यार अगेंस्ट रेंगल का चिकन निकाल ले 40.
मजा आ जाएगा यार. मैं तो कहता हूँ ना क्या इच्छा आ जाएगी.
Now, Seven, you asked me a little bit about Godlike, which I know is on the second page, and the reason we want to highlight that is because they were sort of sitting more under that middle threshold.
आईक्यू जो उसको नेट मारा है ना तैमूर अरीना वाले एक प्लेयर को, वो जस्ट नेट था.
खड्डे के बीच में सोया हुआ था.
Recovering the team to bring them back in, but I want to give them a shout out to Admino having an absolute banger of a game too. I think it was about 7 eliminations just by themselves, and they were able to sort of scout and hold that. And just 15 elimination points on the board is insanity, especially from where they were sitting earlier today.
I want to check real quick the rankings.
ओजी वाले कहाँ हैं?
11 points away for
तेरे पे आ गए सर्वाइव कर गए तैमूर. ऐसी बात भी नहीं है. तेरे पे आ गए सर्वाइव कर गए.
ऐसे ही है. 12 पॉइंट नहीं.
अबे यार किल पॉइंट निकाल सफर करो. किल पॉइंट है इनके 42.
Now we're seeing the race to smash. There you go. You see 4 thrives, 23 points away, which this is a
42 kill point है.
team getting more than 15 eliminations, getting in the top 2, and now they are just 23 points away. And if we know anything for this squad, with the way that they're playing, with what we have seen out of them in PMGO Season 1 this year, they could make it in the next match. As long
अच्छा स्मैश पॉइंट 22.122 पे है।
So this is the case scenario where, you know,
बस एक ही टीम में ना, दूसरी टीम के कितने पॉइंट्स हैं? 21?
नहीं, दोनों है। एक तो 23 और एक तो 22 है। दोनों के
ये शो कर देगा ना।
तो वो था ना, तो वो थी।
मदनी
and they are in Smash for like and they could just do a back-to-back global win.
And I think we did it. I think we might have got in. And Max made grenade on that day.
Oh, really? Did we now? It's time for your favorite segment of the day. It's Max Man's grenade of today.
कर दो स्टार्ट यार।
He's going to be in the city. This full drive. It's Falak over there looking for a KOP.
फलक ने घुस के एक ग्रेनेड मारा। फलक कैसे मारा दिखाएंगे। अच्छा फलक, अच्छा यार ऐसे मारा है फलक, देख।
ये देखी, अभी देखी। मरा कैसे था?
T24 अंदर नेट मार रहा था, वो उस पे लग गया। फलक ने जो है ना ओजी वालों पे रश किया था। फलक ने नेट मारा, ओजी वालों का एक पारा, लेकिन T2 ने नेट मारा तो वो फलक पे लग गया। उसकी गलती नहीं है यार T2 की। फलक अंदर था ना थोड़ा।
Being able to show up when they needed to show up, starting off great here with the win as well. One thing that we do need to talk about is possibly this team's being
फलक घुस के ले लेते हैं इनको। एक नॉक था, एक 1v1 ले लेता
फलक इजी, लेकिन वो बस मैं क्या बोल रहा हूँ, अपने ही फौजी मार रहे हैं भाई।
And in the finals, E-Arena has already gotten 1 win in day 1, match 3 in Erangel.
Actually, I do want to say, I was talking to Kalaris earlier. Nottingham Red Bulls, they got back-to-back wins, right, on the island finish. So that's going to be something that you're going to keep into mind also, because they did win PMMI by smash ruling. Literally, all of the storylines are merging together in favor of the South Korean team of Nottingham Red Bulls. They could be looking fantastic. But of course, that's if E-Arena get a win, or if Nottingham Red Bulls get a win. But if Tura, we got to keep in mind, it's not Rondo anymore, it's no Recall Tower anymore. Meaning the teams that are not currently in the Smash Zone is going to be even more complicated for them to reach 122 points.
Oh, absolutely. And then you've got, you know, we've seen this a lot of times in, you know, Smash Rolling last day.
H1 पे ऐसा आ गई, पता नहीं वो Arena H2 है।
वही तो बता रहा हूँ मैं।
Go ahead and change their drop location to avoid getting targeted, but you're right, Seven, right? We are going to be looking at those rotations. We need 4 thrives, we need Noxion, we need E-Arena, we need Enigma Galaxy as well. All of those teams, Aurora did not have a good game at all, so they're still chasing that. They need to make sure their rotations are on point, that they might change them a little bit just to avoid any early eliminations, because right now, it is now or never. We've got 2 teams in Smash rolling. You do not want to take any chances going out early.
You're gonna have to use those spidey senses if you're currently
Fourth
at
right.
the top. If you're 4 thrives, you want to continue your frag out. Here you go. You can
पकड़ लिया भाई उसने, बहुत पकड़ लिया।
Here's some of the other teams. E-Arena, Nongshim. You gotta watch out for everything.
उसको पता है ना, पकड़ा पाकिस्तानियों ने कुछ और पकड़ा देना है, पकड़ ले रहा हूँ।
We do have a special guest rolling by.
Spoderman. 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 Spoderman.
तैमूर अरीना और एनएस को पहले मरवाना है, बस खत्म।
काला जादू मारो।
लेकिन वो लोग चिकन के लिए चलेंगे, लेकिन वो लोग चिकन के लिए चलेंगे, वो अलग बात है। अब किल पे नहीं जाएंगे
वो, किधर जाएंगे?
लेकिन चलो लेट्स सी।
एक और चीज बात है भाई, जो टीम जितना सेव खेलेगी वो उतना डर मरेगी।
हाँ वो इतना मरेगी, ये बात तो है। हमारे साथ लास्ट टाइम वो तो नहीं थी, शुक्र है H1 मेंटेन करके रखे थे हम। लेकिन इसमें ये भी है ना कि मतलब अगर आप स्नेप्स खेलते रहोगे तो मतलब आपके पॉइंट्स भी इतने नहीं निकलेंगे ना तैमूर। तो अगली टीम अगर ऊपर आ गई तो चिकन किसी के भी ना निकला तो वो जीत जाएगी, जो है 1 पे रहेगी। स्पाइडर पीछे आ रहे हैं, उसके पीछे आ रहे हैं, देख तैमूर कि मारना है।
Maybe you perform a perfect rescue, maybe you escape a fight by swinging away at the last second, or maybe you and your squad just stop everything to take the perfect Spider-Man shot.
ये तो आंडू स्पाइडरमैन है।
Grab your squad and experience Spider-Man in PUBG Mobile. Also, Spider-Man isn't only swinging around Erangel today.
बच्ची चेक कर दे मूर, हंसने के लिए फिट है।
इधर है बच्ची
जो मैं मेकअप लगा रही थी स्पाइडर पे, थोड़ा पीछे कर।
बुला के ला यार, मैंने भी फेशियल करवाना है, मेकअप करवाना है। तू बच्ची बुला। वो पीछे से उंगलियां चाड़ रही, वो देख। यो स्पाइडरमैन।
ओ पीछे देखो उसकी यार। ये क्या दे रहे हो? ये क्या है इसमें?
परफ्यूम दे रहा है, पता नहीं क्या दे रहे हैं। स्टार्ट हो रहा है भाई, लेट्स सी भाई, रैंगल जा रहे हैं भाई, रैंगल इंशाल्लाह भाई।
या अल्लाह हमारा दिनो, या अल्लाह
भाई। चिकन अच्छे किल्स के साथ अच्छा चिकन।
या अल्लाह एक चिकन बस, हमें कुछ भी नहीं चाहिए या अल्लाह। एक मैच की मार है बस, 23 पॉइंट्स ओनली, कुछ भी नहीं।
Massive threats in the lobby now. We've got Irina and Nongshim Red Force that can end the tournament right here, right now, with one single chicken dinner.
That's all it's going to take. We saw Nongshim just do it. Can they pull it out the bag again? But it's not just
one single chicken dinner.
As Blank and Jackie were saying before as well, there are other teams waiting.
यार ये ट्रॉफी भाई।
To jump into the smash zone, there are probably at least 6 teams that can do it this match and join them. So if we don't get one of those,
लेकिन यार इनके सामने स्क्रीन लगी है तैमूर, ये लोग स्क्रीन में क्यों नहीं देखते सामने?
as the day goes on, because I don't think we're only going to see 2 teams breaking that barrier today.
लोकेशन है पता लगता है ये।
Absolutely.
This is absolutely insane here. My hopes and dreams are coming true. Could we see 6-7 teams in the smash zone with one single squad that could win it? That would be insane. At the same time though, right? You gotta stop these 2 squads, because if Irina or Nongshim Red Force
या बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम। या अल्लाह एक चिकन और 2 टीम्स में मर जाएगा।
I caught Coach Pecco for Enigma Galaxy on the walk over to the caster booth just now, and he was saying, I asked him, hey, you got to target? And he's like, yes, we know it's them. Things might get a little bit nice. Hey, you know, I can't say, but yeah, I feel like that is the sort of situation where teams who are certainly
किधर भाग रही है?
hard commit, they find in a fight. The third party
नस रही है पीछे।
definitely be high on the menu.
वेलकम करो जी, चैट भी पढ़ लो। मैरी जी वेलकम।
Because in Brazil, these guys have had so much practice when it comes to the smash ruling. Beauty of themselves have smashed multiple of their regional games. So I was talking to them, I was like, hey, exactly the same question, right? If you see a couple teams in the smash zone, will you guys go out of your way to take them out? And they said, well, at a certain point we have to. You know what I'm saying? We know
प्रीमॉक तक टीम गई है।
if we have to risk a bad game
वो
to
VIT
ensure
है।
that we continue in this tournament to possibly come back, we're gonna do it, right? So even if it's a crash and we lose,
3-4 अलग अलग वेफा अलग और आईक्यू अलग, कितना स्पीड उतर रही है यार।
ये जो सीन है,
ओए सर्कल गया।
मेरे ख्याल से डाली लेते हैं।
सर्कल बहुत गंदा किया है यार, उस एरिया में जितनी भी टीम्स है वो सही है।
S2G वाले उस साइड पे हैं अरीना वालों को
हो गए साइकिलों पे जा रहे हैं भाई
ये चिकन के लिए खेलेंगे भाई फुल चिकन के लिए
दोनों
रेस्ट आउट रही है
और अभी चिकन खेल लीजिए आप जो सिर्फ चिकन चाहिए
आईडिया वाला का मरा यार ये आईडिया वाले फ्री किल्स है ये आके हमें किल्स दे 4-4 खत्म थे मजा आ जाए
And they're going to go ahead and be leading all this north side of Georgetown Hospital.
ये पाकिस्तानी की देख ले बोले थे
यहाँ पे
Teams are going to be kind of even thinking about possibly a rotation camp. Things like that are going to start coming into play here. And man, this is going to get intense.
Yeah, a lot of teams looking to put pressure on as the fight in near Gakko.
Idea वाले
is still popping off. Remember, this is an adjustment from Ida.
भाई ये फ्री किल्स ले रहे हैं
नहीं उसने भी वो भी खेल रहे हैं भाई दो नॉकआउट उन्होंने भी कर दिए हैं फिनिश भी कर दिया है वो चेक कर
ओए क्या बात मरेंगे यार मुझे पता है रीता अच्छा खेलता है रीता क्या करता है रीता अच्छा खेलता है
मार गया था
फायदा कितना है दो बच गए
Terrible. I mean, honestly, Ida's disrupted this lobby so much, and Tiamba are devastated.
वो पे रश आ गया पूरा गेट पे पूरा वाले रश कर गेट पे क्या बात है भाई
हमारा दो किल टीवी है गए डायरेक्ट जाएगा सीरो बैठा हुआ है गया
होरा वाले तो विच कर गए इनके
होरा भाई होरा भी कुछ है कि होरा के कितने पॉइंट्स है
बहुत
होरा
पीछे
तो भूल ही गए थे बहुत पीछे
पीछे 67 नहीं
होरा कुछ है कि चलेगी देखना होरा गलत चलेगी
बहुत पीछे चल रही है
होरा किस निकालेगी कल तो होरा बहुत
They can look pretty good in game. We know that. And one of the ways that you can look good in game at home is with the Naruto skins. Make sure you're heading into game to pick up the counter sets, the Ninetales Fury Orb.
हाँ ना यार होरा बहुत घर पीछे है तो मैंने अभी देखा
Taking on those ninja challenges.
Yeah, get that ninja.
और ninja.
अरीना वाले
They're going to need to bust some of that out.
अरीना वाले तो लो यार
To make a crazy run for it. Mathematically,
यार
it's still possible.
अरीना वाले
If Aura, they start with 3, they're going to need a 20-point game here, a 20-point game in the next one.
अच्छा बदे की बात तैमूर आईडीए वालों का कोई स्पेशल ड्रॉप नहीं है मेरे ख्याल में ये पिछले उसमें पहुंचेंगे
पहले तो ये पहुंचेंगे उतरे थे जब वो उनकी निगमा गैलेक्सी वालों के साथ डबल फाइट हुई ना तो उसके बाद भाग गए उधर से उनका हॉट ड्रॉप उधर था आईडीए वालों का
गए थे वैसे पहुंचेंगे गए थे
हॉट ड्रॉप पहुंचेंगी था ना उनका
अच्छा
उन्होंने चेंज कर दिया तो भाई कितनी बार तो मरे वो पहुंचेंगी में
ये बात तो है
पहले दिन मेरे ख्याल से 2 से 3 दफा मरे
अबे भाई जितनी बार भी आए सभी बार मरे निगमा गैलेक्सी ने मारा है
ये देख सर्कल में आ रहे हैं
I'm just looking at the map at the moment and I'm seeing that Nongshim Red Force might be in with their first fight in a moment, which is going to
40 की तरह है
the rest of the lobby as to sort of where they're playing, what
पलट कर रहे हैं क्या हो रहा है
split across Milta right now for Nongshim as they
कुछ और है
did not fully hold the bridge against Alula, so that crossing does come through.
वाले सामने से जा रहे हैं
यहाँ पे भी टीम है ना मेल्टा में टीम है
पहले साल टीम है
ओला वाले
ओ नॉकआउट ये कैसे एनएस वालों ने मारा है
जो मारे वो नहीं मारा तो बंदा पीछे साथ गई
नहीं मारा किसी और को मारा है हाँ
एनएस एसवाईजी ने मारा
यार ये चिकन नहीं करें यार ये चिकन करके ना भाई काम सारा खराब है ये रीना और एनएस वाले
लोकेशन जरा टाइट पकड़ ली वैसे
आखिर दिन पर जाने पे मजा आता है शुरू में जितना पता नहीं
I mean, teams should be aware, right, of
लोकेशन जरा ने बहुत मजे की पकड़ ली है
it was Alula that they knocked. And Nongshim Red Force generally going to be in this sort
अब उल्ला वालों को पता है इनकी लोकेशन का वो कि इधर एनएस और इधर है
generally going to be in this sort of location.
नीचे से आराम से निकल सकते हैं.
निकल तो सकते हैं, वो निकलेंगे नहीं ना.
Could try and crash into it and cause some problems. Vitality are actually
क्योंकि देख उल्ला वाले 16 पे बैठे हुए हैं.
Vitality are actually holding the west bridge.
ओला वाले तो क्या ही बोले बंदा वाले बोले.
बहुत गंदा मारा उसने.
नहीं मारा, निकल गया वो. लेट के स्प्रे दिया करेगी तो यार. वो एक कटारा मार रहा है रामी. निकल गया भाई.
ये तो दे भाई
निगमा का लस्सी मुझे निगमा का लस्सी ने क्या
on a rotation similar to this. Obviously it was a different lobby, it's a different
ये लोग अलग बैच में हैं. ये भी आ गया.
लेकिन निगमा का लस्सी यहाँ पे कैसे आ गई? तो पोचंगी का ड्रॉप ना वहाँ से बात क्या आ गए ना.
अरीना वाले जा रहे हैं. रज़ोक वाली साइड पे क्या कर रहे हैं? आगे इनको पकड़ लेना यार.
मजा आ गया.
Maybe head up all the way north of Lepovka and go all the way around. That would be, I mean, maybe not sensible, but possible. Certainly. It's difficult. They are going to get on the road right now to see what they can find. E-Arena are also starting their move in from South George. One of them just crossing the north side of school to head towards the center of this.
यार दो मैच भी बहुत अच्छे खेलते हैं.
लेफ्ट पे स्क्वाड जा रहा है. स्क्वाड लाइन इंडिया वाला स्क्वाड जा रहा है लेफ्ट साइड में.
अभी को बोले ये रीना का स्क्वाड करे. किसको?
फाइट होगी यार अरीना वालों की, मुझे लग रहा है गॉड लाइक वालों के साथ.
ये भी अरीना को सपोर्ट करेगा तो फिर.
But we still got some teams still trying to get in this zone. E-Arena.
वो देख
because they land over there in North George or still in Suburni. And you got Vitality going on the other bridge here, so they're going to be super late in the circle as well.
Yeah, Vitality still on the west bridge.
बहुत सही है.
भी नहीं उनके पीछे बंदे आ रहे हैं गाड़ियां पे.
What the game plan was there for Vitality.
नज़र सब
It's not the
आते
same
हैं.
team we saw from their stages. So unfortunate.
Okay, ये लोग
Yeah, it's a big drop off, which I'm sad to see. The Galaxy, they get their back duo caught up in a regroup, and this is exactly what I was worried about. It's only going to be Lord, his vehicle's on fire, and he goes down because he pops out.
अरे पकड़ ले इसको, पकड़ ले यार. गाड़ी पड़ गई यार. नॉक यार तेरी माँ की आँख. बहुत आ रहा है रखो.
Night bot and W2.
Super unfortunate. The 2-2 split, man.
सही है.
Losing players like that is so rough.
अब इजी है ना, बहुत इजी हो गया.
Continues on though. That's if we have.
अब यहाँ पहले दो टीम में पड़ते हैं.
दो बंदे ओला पे
on the south side of Melton.
नहीं कर रहा. पकड़ ले पकड़ ले.
You got the other Titans of the lobby. E-Arena holding down the north side. So both these teams able to secure position as a full team.
A vice grip on the circle right now. Our teams will look to try and slip that. This is a replay on Lord getting knocked. You can see he drove up. It was actually the hop out that got him. He'd already taken enough damage and hadn't slowed down enough.
Replay तो देख हुआ क्या है इसके साथ.
Kept that momentum and it was the fall. He hit that ground a little bit too fast. The ankles. Just
ये लड़नियन को तो एक ना किल उठा रहे लोगों के.
have to do it all on their own.
कौन?
And it's a bad time. It's a bad time. I feel like it may have worked.
कौन किल उठा रहा है?
Teams maybe weren't necessarily expecting something like that, and they weren't looking for a duo to be rotating in such an early fashion. Especially
ये एनएस वाले यहाँ से निकल गए थे.
एनएस वालों का एक मर गया.
नहीं किधर से मर गया है?
नहीं.
फिर के नाक इसको किल उठाया.
एनएस वाले का मरा.
अबे निगमा गैलेक्सी का मरा हुआ है.
अच्छा निगमा गैलेक्सी जा वो. हाँ जी. अच्छा 1 2 3 4 इनके तो जिंदा है. यार वो बहुत गंदा मरा है. गाड़ी पट गई थी. वही वाला स्कैम है.
ये होगा वाले तो आगे जा रहे हैं यार अरीना वाले.
और वाले से डेट वापस दे. ये लोग जो ना वापस
अरीना वाले
अरीना वालों को
क्या पता ले ले फाइट.
नहीं लेंगे अरीना वाले फाइट।
Let's see where this next circle goes though. And things are
2-4 वाले किधर हैं वो देख।
गो डाला जाओ don't जाओ वो बोथ साइड पे खेल।
are going to be over there in Lipovka, so they're going to have to fight their way into this next circle.
अभी फाइट्स होंगी टीम्स की। एनएस वाले कौन सी साइड पे हैं?
इधर वाले दो वाले तुम आए ना क्या ये भाई
आईक्यू आ गया ऐसे ही पे बहुत स्किल
ये फैक्ट्री में है
अलग टाइम
एनएस वाले फैक्ट्री वाली साइड पे
वीआईपी वाले तो यहाँ
ऊपर गोडल भी है फलक वगैरह पीछे वीआईटी आ रही है यार
एनएस वाले ये जा रहे हैं मुझे लग रहा है यार एनएस वाले लेंगे चिकन
नहीं यार ना
मान ले भाई मेरी बात मान
नहीं कर
मान ले भाई बात
कोशिश करता है नहीं
a little bit tenuous when you have to leave that ridge line.
मुझे फीलिंग आ रही है
They're going to play nice and isolated on the southeast side.
They failing की ऐसी
point scoring games that are necessary. That's not what's going to be weighing on the mind of Nongshim of Arena. It is just that chicken dinner. Be the last player standing. That's the only thing that should be running through their mind right now to try and secure.
पकड़ो यार इनको अरीना वालों को।
The global stage glory.
बात कैसे रहा है?
That's interesting.
और असली
And I hope it doesn't change their playstyle because I'm thinking back where Tianba had such a massive lead and they kind of implored that same thing. Hey, let's just put up some basic points. They had so many points as long as nobody smashed, they were going to win. But they changed playstyles and they paid the price for it. From what we thought was going to be an automatic first to like third place. We'll see how Nongshim, who definitely learned from that, if they're going to replicate it or play the game that got them here in the first place.
फलक सामने आ रहा है
ये सैंडविच ना हो जाए फलक मुझे तो ऐसा लग रहा है वो निकल गया बैक पे चला गया
नीचे खेल रहे फलक वाले ना अरोरा क्या कर रही है अरोरा बैठी हुई है
अरीना और एनएस वाले इनका एक एक प्लेयर पहले ही मर जाए
प्लेयर imagine 20 game off हो जाए
I'm so hyped for God. Like, after seeing that Rondo match, they put up so many points. If they would have won that Arena, who knows where they be on the leaderboards here. But they put themselves in a good position. They're in still in 10th place. They're going to go for the
होरा वाला उतरेगा
अरीना वालों की फाइट होगी
मार
क्योंकि लेफ्ट साइड पे जहाँ पे जा रहे हैं वहाँ पे एनएस वाले हैं उस साइड पे इधर होरा वाले हैं
इन दोनों की फाइट हो जाए तो फिर मते हो जाएंगे
एनएस वाले किधर गए
नहीं नहीं एनएस वाले बहुत सही है फ्लैश यार
Team Flash, right? The arena on the north side, on that road down.
एनएस वाले किस साइड पे हैं
होगा इसको जाइए पे
ये नीचे है ना मेल्टा
हाँ ठीक है फैक्ट्री में
ये बंदा बचा
ये रीना वालों की फाइट है होरा वालों के साथ
होरा कर दो रश
Look at a crash maybe towards Arena. I do think it is Team Flash that has been the most blessed by this.
इनको पड़ेंगी अरीना वालों को
It's exactly what you highlighted right now. Ridgeline, the buildings are
MGX के नाम को
but only if it goes out their way.
या निकबक लेक्सी का लास्ट है और 40 का नॉकआउट हो ज़ैफा
Over the north side of prison and
फिनिश नहीं हो
आईक्यू ने होरा ने ओए ये क्या सीन है 40 किधर घूम रहे हैं ओए फलक नॉकआउट
यार ना
करो यार फिनिश 40 गई भाई खत्म डेड
देख इन्होंने क्या किया यार इतना
अरीना का एक नॉकआउट है यार ये इतने दूर थे होरा वाले तो भी थे
हाँ ना यहाँ पे थे
होरा और एफएल अरीना वालों का एक बंदा मर गया है
यार ये हमारी फाइट निकलते नहीं है जंगली के बच्चे यार इनकी ऐसी की तैसी करूँ यार
वो तो जितना प्रोटीन है
फिर नेट से ले गया है ओजी वाला
ओजूले मावेल
चिकन ना हो
बस दुआ करो ये दो टीमें चिकन ना करें।
होगा वाले ले ली एनएस वाले को अरे तो ये भी पढ़ना है नहीं पढ़ सब सही
They need to get 9 more points on this match, and with 11 more teams alive as a solo kamikaze, has he got something magic up his sleeve? I do not think so.
सोलो कौन है? अच्छा S2G सोलो खेल रहा है। यो होरा वालों ने अपना टीममेट भी रिवाइव कर दिया है।
होगा वाले बॉक्स ही फुल लाइव है
होरा वाले सब जिंदा है, हेल्थ भी ले लिए, हेल्थ भी ले लिए और जिंदा भी।
मारो यार रीना और
मरो है
ठोको भाई।
इधर मारो यार इंडिया वालों
गोल्डन और ओजी की फाइट होगी है
वही बोले ना यहाँ पे लाए इधर मारो
तो भाई फाइट तो उन्होंने लेनी है ना। और लाइक क्या
पकड़ो
डोल जा ये भी दे बस दे जल्दी जा
वो उरा वाले रश कर गए इन पे और रीना वाले की फाइट रीना वाली फाइट
तेरी मां की आंख हटो
जियो यार हैवी लड़ो
अब ऐसा चल के शायद
चा गई यार होरा चा गई
भाई क्या उसके मारा है उसने
भाई ऐसी की तैसी कर दी है कौन तुम अपने घर जाओ।
अब एनएस वाले रह गया भाई
एनएस लो यार
ये बैंड की मैच
एनएस वाले जिंदा है यार। ओला
ये मर जाएंगे ये सर्कल पकड़ेंगे तो मरेंगे।
इन पे जोन है
जोन नहीं अगला जोन पे नहीं है अगला जोन पे नहीं है
अगला जोन तो नहीं है लेकिन तब तक टीम भी जिंदा रहे ना सब फायदा नहीं है फिर। अगर 3 बंदे होते फिर भी सही होता 4 बंदे जिंदा है पूरे
यार 4 मैच जीतेंगे इंशाल्लाह ओए बोल के 4 ले में
शीट चेंज करके मारा है पहले
शीट चेंज नहीं उतार दिया उसको
बेशक
पीछे से उस सिर्फ 4 रन डच किया था।
अच्छे से दो देंगे
उन लोगों ने 4 रन डच किया मौका ही नहीं दिया उसको।
ये भी टीम फॉर
अरोरा और एनएस वाले
एनएस
वालों को किसी टीम को पता चला ना एनएस वाले इतने राउंड पे पुश जाएगा उनको टारगेट करेंगे क्योंकि
और वाले पता चलता दिया ना ये बने उन्हें पुश कर दिया पहले बने ने नहीं मारे
Throwing down some smoke. I like how they put one vehicle in front of the other, so they at least sacrificed one. But they should be able to hold on.
Left, इसके बैक पे एनएस वाले हैं फैक्ट्री में.
They're going to have to pick a point to go, and I feel like short team flash can be taking shots right now.
पता चल गया ना
एनएस वाले and fairly quickly. Someone is going to look to crash team flash. I can guarantee you that at some point in this match. Yeah, but
एनएस वाले जोन नहीं दो यार अभी दे मिनट है बहुत सोच रहे
बस ये मर जाए ना वाले हो जाएगा काम।
5 टीम है 4 में 4
बस सही है इस गेम में किसी ने भी परफॉर्मेंस नहीं किया और रोगे मरना चाहिए
एनएस वाले नॉक आउट किया रोगे ये देख
एनएस वाले दिए फुल भी हो गया
100% Nongshim Red Force is right here. Aurora are going to put every single amount of their
1 to 5
resources to make sure they can stop them.
ये सर्कल पकड़ेंगे तो मरेंगे।
अब सब तो पता चल एनएस वाले देंगे ये बंदा दे मैं तो पता चल गया
लेकिन यार इस गेम में एक भी पॉइंट नहीं निकला यार वैसे नोट किया तुम लोगों ने हमारा एक भी पॉइंट नहीं है
99 नहीं है खेले ही नहीं है तो
victory here in match number 2 today, match 14 on the series.
To be fair, this is going to be a very tough win for Nongshim to get. They're in a really, really tough spot here. They are on the edge of the circle. That broken wall is covering them for now. But this next zone is going to make things interesting. But here we go with a huge battle.
यार
ओजी वेस पूरिया
नेट
गया
That should get a confirmation. It doesn't.
नेट से आएगा ये
इसका नेट इसके पे
कितना गंदा नेट किया अपने आप पे गया है
Silence is going to go into the building, eating some blue zone. Duniya are getting peppered little by little. He gets away with just 1 HP.
वो लेगी वो नाइस यार लड़के वो हैवी यार ओची
यार
बहुत हैवी खेल गया लड़का यार जी जी अच्छा खेला यार ये क्या अब
क्या है
वो इसको पता ही नहीं है
अब क्या
लेकिन अच्छा खेल गया भाई नो डाउट ये गई एनएस वाले पकड़ेंगे एनएस वाले बढ़ेंगे अभी वो
जा ये तो जा
सारे गए
जी
जाएंगे अभी एनएस वाले
एनएस वाले आगे पीछे से भाई मंदिर यार एफएल वाले भी नहीं छोड़े दूसरे नहीं छोड़े तो मत देने रहेगा
पता नहीं क्या होगा
एनएस वालों नहीं होगा नेट चिकन नहीं होगा अभी ये क्या नेट से देखिए अभी
ए इंशाल्लाह नेट
ये नेट आया भाई ये लो कैच
ओए अभी क्या
हो रहा वो तो वो
ये लास्ट नेट है
ओए ये क्या है
कुछ भी नहीं कर सकते ये
अभी जाएगा
उधर से भी नेट आ रहे हैं ना देखो राइट
मार दो यार मार दो
ये नेट एक और आया ओ यार
ये ना पे यार
दो बंदे जिंदा है गाइस दो बंदे जिंदा है कुछ भी हो सकता है
नहीं कुछ भी नहीं हो सकता यार दो यार ये बहुत उनको मार रहे हैं पीछे वाले को
फ्लैश वाले क्या कर रहे हैं यार
ये एफएल वाले नहीं मारे ना एनएस वाले तो बढ़ गए इधर ही ये नेट क्या है कोर
ये नहीं भाई नहीं बच्चा रहा है
यार वो दोनों मर गए ये दो रह गए अभी
उन पे भी नहीं
वो
जी
वो ताला निकलो
ले लिया
फ्लैश नहीं मारा है उनको फ्लैश कौन से नंबर पे है गाइस यार
जियो हो रहा
भाई हुर्रा तेरा किल करके बैठी हुई है
to the 60 point to the 71 point हो गया भाई
They have all four of their players alive. They're looking pretty chill.
नेपाली भाई नेपाली चाह गए मैं तो कहता हूँ हैवी यार नेपाली क्या खेला है हमारी टीम भी मरी है बात है एसटूजी वाला एक प्लेयर जिंदा है ना इसको मारना बहुत जरूरी है ये पॉइंट्स ले जाएगा अपने साथ प्लस
ये बैठा किस साइड पे है और ये राइट इधर है नीचे बैठा है लेफ्ट पे
बैठा हुआ है
ये हो रहा
लेफ्ट देख ले
वो देख लेफ्ट पे हो रहा के वो फायर भी नहीं दे रहा ना फायर देगा तो हो रहा वालों को पता चल जाएगा
पत्थर के नीचे बैठे
वो क्यों फायर देगा मरना चाहिए
उस पे गाड़ी जाएगी एफएल वालों की
Kamikaze, he still needs to profit 6 more points on this match. Those can come from either
chicken हो रहा का chicken है इंशाल्लाह
eliminations to join that point bubble.
हो रहा का हो जाए तो नुकसान नहीं होगा फ्लैश का भी चिकन हो जाए हमें नुकसान नहीं होगा
नहीं हो रहा का चिकन है ये क्या एस 2G वाले क्या
नहीं करो कॉल आ
ये
अभी
the battle at the bottom of the tables rings true for the
सही है बस
This is huge. Everyone's trying to move up their placement here. Like again, this is a massive prize pool. Every single placement up.
फ्लैश का हो जाए हो रहा का हो जाए हमें नुकसान नहीं है
Aura though, this is the
वो से मदनी नहीं करो कॉल आ रही है फोन बार-बार ताक रहे भेज दो
ओ माइक ऑन किया हुआ इतना पॉसिबल है
start putting everything on the line.
सोने ही मैंने करनी चाहिए
So they're in the mix here. Aura trying to push from the edge of the circle. They're going to start throwing all their util.
पूरा सर्कल में नहीं है यार
वीआईटी यार वीआईटी को करना चाहिए अब बहुत सर्वाइव कर लिया उन्होंने
Absolutely. A big chance.
अभी वीआईटी वाली दिखाया है
Going forwards. 13 eliminations.
नहीं भाई
और जोन पे
नाइस यार
और वाला
जी
फोर मैन है ना और वाले
फोर मैन
ओए सैंडविच हो गया और वाले
ए हो रहा गया
नहीं जाएगी
ले लिया
नहीं जाएगी
काय दूसरा है काय काय अकेले ही मार सकते हैं इनको लेकिन बच गया तो काहे की बहुत गेम है
FL वाले भी आ गए बैक साइड पे वो देख ना यार
और आखिर बने थे
उठा लिए भाई सारे किल उनके तैमूर इनके किल उठा लिए वाले पे है
ये बहुत मजे की लोकेशन देख इसके पास काय के पास
नेट से बटेगा अगर नेट है
इसको लेगा यार
Sky is still cooking an aid, and Alola are gonna have to worry. Okay,
Sky
back to the shotgun shell.
क्या करेगा
He's not moving a muscle here, and I don't think Alola.
उसको आइडिया है क्या बंदा है वो आगे नहीं कर
उसको पता भी है उसको भी पता है ना स्काई को भी पता है इधर बंदा है
in the vehicle to get a little bit of extra third-person perspective and get some sight lines. Plus he's protected there. He has no idea. They have no idea he's there. Hello! He missed the shot though.
ले लेगा
ओ है वो नहीं
ओए ओए यार
बैग से ले गया उसको यार
हुआ क्या है यार ये हुआ क्या है
FL वाला का चिकन है
Probably didn't realize. Didn't know he was there. Thought, oh well, I'm gonna have to go for the fight to stand up for it.
FL का चिकन है टॉप 10 पे थी ना FL ले खैर ये कर ले चिकन
Bose is quite low.
फ्लैश वाले कर ले चिकन फ्लैश वाले को नुकसान नहीं है हमें और होरा वाली भी करते तो हमें थोड़ा बहुत नुकसान हो रहा था सही है फ्लैश कर ले मसला नहीं है
यार होरा वाले भी करते तो अच्छी बात थी
नहीं नुकसान था
अच्छी बात थी लेकिन हुआ नहीं है नहीं 70 पॉइंट थे उनके 80 पॉइंट पे आ जाती हो
तो बेशक आती
है नहीं फ्लैश वालों का वजह गलत सही है
आगे बने थे
अच्छा कह रहे हैं यार फ्लैश ने भी एक फ्लैश ने वहां पे एनएस को कैसे मारा है जरील होकर के
नाइस भाई जोदे शापर
सही है खैर कोई नहीं मजा आया लेकिन हमारी टीम ने परफॉर्म नहीं किया इस मैच में
जी बेटा
When that clock strikes, you've got to hear the call and step up to that plate. Unfortunate that Nongshim and E-Arena couldn't really get much further into that one. That Aurora hold on the eastern side, it stopped them really from being able to break out in the way that they wanted to. Flash were an incredible suppressive force over the course of a lot of that final set of circles, so really, really great stuff from them. But yeah, it could have been very, very different if Aurora had played that slightly in a different fashion.
For sure. I mean, unfortunate for them, super fortunate for the rest of this lobby.
अभी सारी टीमें वो
for sure. Now, as far as
चिकन मिस पे
that smash point threshold, I believe it's still
स्काई भाई स्काई ने बहुत कोशिश की यार स्काई तो मार भी गया था पीछे से परियो थे उसकी कोई गलती नहीं है क्या ही करता वो बेचारा अच्छा खेला यार होरा वालों ने घुस के वो जो रनने वाले को दिया है ना वो नेक्स्ट लेवल था हमको ही मारे वाले की बात है 40 वाले को ही मारा अच्छा खेला यार मजा आया
इसने 40 को 20 उसके लिए
बहुत ही को भी ऐसे ही मारा हूं
बड़े एफएल वाले से फोन दूसरे बंदे पे दिया प्लेस्टेशन ले
out on Erangel and let it go to Miramar because you may not reach it. No one might.
Just look at these players facing straight intensity. These guys are locked in right now. They know exactly what they need to do in order to make this happen. And it's going to be on the back of a ton of eliminations and securing those wins.
All stopping
E-Arena.
Sana keh raha maine kela khana hai.
Who had a great pincer on ball in that circle there. But, you know, I think teams now especially
इस गेम में मोटी चिकन करेगी यार कामिल हमारी तो यही दुआ है चिकन करे भाई 3-4 चिकन बैक टू बैक करे
Absolutely. I mean, there is so much pressure on so many teams. I think that, again, I'm gonna go back to my favorite hobby it seems this game of giving a little bit of hate over to Ralph because Nick the Galaxy, that 2-2 split did not work. It was really kind of catastrophic. And hey, you know what? The position that they went to.
तैमूर जी नुकेला खवा उसने ने मदनी नुकेला खवा सही वाला.
So could have been different.
जब आया तो मैंने इसके मुंह में केले ही दिया था.
Inside information.
Yes, I do. Thank you very much. Here with Nongshim Red Force, Hyunbin once again to get some insights on what's gone on so far. Let's talk about the Erangel that just actually happened. You guys found yourself in the tower, but then the circle shift away from you. You sent it north.
ये ड्रॉप प्लेयर है वो जो सुपर चैट मारता है उसका.
Do you think it was the right one, or do you think there was another path he could have taken?
일단 현빈 선수 첫 번째 질문은 일단 아까 에란겔 경기부터 일단 얘기를 해볼게요. 에란겔 경기 때 사실 밀타 파워 쪽의 공장을 이용하셨다가 이제 자기장이 튀자마자 이제 바로 북쪽으로 지르셨는데 사실 그쪽이 좀 다른 선택권이 없어서 좀 강제가 된 건지 아니면은 좀 그게 좀 가능성이 있다고 보신 건지 좀 궁금하네요.
일단 저희 자리에서 치킨 갖고 오기는 좀 많이 힘들었던 것 같고 저희가 오로라 한 명을 잘라나왔고 그 골에서 오로라 일단 한 팀 먹고부터 할 생각이긴 했습니다.
Yeah, we already knew that that shift was actually really tough for us. So what we thought was Aurora was actually there, and we got a one knock of Aurora player. So I think we should have started with getting out.
मैं आता हूँ जब मैच स्टार्ट हो जाए. अभी बहुत टाइम है. ये लोग डांस शूट करेंगे. ये बातें करेंगे.
You look always great in urban endings. Does Nongshim Red Force? So talk to me about that urban ending. What were your biggest concerns? You had great roof control. So what was your guys' perspective on that finish?
또 론더판에서는 또 치킨을 드셨는데 사실 시가전에서 정말 좋은 모습을 보여주시는 것 같습니다. 그래서 그 시가전에서 특히나 이제 지붕 영역 그 컨트롤에 굉장히 또 일가견이 있으신 것 같은데 좀 그 점에 있어서 좀 어떤 점을 좀 중점으로 플레이를 했었는지 궁금합니다. 그 론더 플레이 때 시가전 플레이 때 어떤 플레이를 중점으로 두셨는지.
일단 저희 자리가 외곽이었고 저 시가 쪽 한쪽이 비었어갖고 일단 들어가서 서클 받다 보니까 그냥 좀 잘 먹은 것 같아요.
Well, honestly, I think the inside of the city play was actually well forced because we were outside of the circle. But that being said, I think we were kind of lucky because we tried to gain the footing because of actually one of the places are actually empty. So we just find our footing there, and then we just took a control of the roof, and then we maintained good condition and intel.
All right, well, thank you very much for joining me, Hyunbin, here once again. That's Nongshim Red Force currently in position on the smash rule as we continue the games here at PMWC.
Esports World Cup.
Oi.
Nongshim Red Force and E Arena not being able to close it out, so we're gonna keep going. One more match in this one. Team Flash being able to come off with a win there after not really being able to do much for the whole tournament. Great performance out of their squad, but don't forget, for everybody that's currently here at EWC, make sure you guys check out the fan experience. Go look at the awesome stuff between PUBG Mobile and Naruto. try out Brain Rot Royale. Why not? Because we've been able to try it, and it's quite fun. And I played it way too much. I had to stop so I could actually come here and break down what's been going on in the finals, and also check out Spider-Man. Maybe you'll get a chance to meet him and greet him. But about this performance from Team Flash Max, we finally got a chance to see them perform.
I never doubted. No, I have been doubting a little bit. It's been looking a bit dicey recently, unfortunately. But no, really good hold on the northern side, right? Able to get rid of a lot of threats over in that position. Definitely a team that has been very silent. But before this game, they had a total of 63 points. If my count is right, they just got about a third of the points they've made so far up until now out of all of their games in a single chicken dinner, 23 points. So that's going to get them way higher up in the middle rankings. And let's keep in mind, even if you're not number 1-7, the prize pool distribution is getting way higher on that first half of the leaderboard.
Might be too far away from that threshold of the smash rule. They're going to be pushing up because there is that prize pool at stake. $3 million that we're going to be giving out. And Horror Esports being able to perform really well, seeing the aggressiveness. This is what we've been expecting out of Horror Esports, the aggressiveness, 16 eliminations.
I mean, it's a real shame we just didn't see this from the get-go, right? From day one throughout to today, because they could have been in a very different position on those leaderboards than we see them right now. But also, just mention very quickly, as we look at the team stats here from Sleepy and Sky actually doing some big. They did have some really good nays. They were pushing very well. They are the team that got rid of Arena in the mid phase of that game, taking shots in there. So, you know, very, very proactive, really looking around them and trying to get as many elims as possible. I think we can call that farming.
They were farming a little bit. They definitely were. But actually, the key thing we have to keep in mind for Horror here is they are the team that eliminated Arena, which is a team, if you get that elimination, one of the plays, you're like, that's Arena. That's Arena right there. Go. Push them. And then they did it. And because of that, right, Lace, they delay the tournament just a little bit more, which really is going to make this event so much more interesting because so many teams can enter the Smash Zone.
I know, and how crazy it is that the top of the leaderboards seem to fall, and then these mid teams sort of have that glimpse of hope and opportunity. But that's why we love it here for PUBG Mobile with the Smash Rule, especially. Now, I do want to sort of draw your attention to S2G, a team that is quite incredibly close to that Smash Rule. But if we talk about the first game, we didn't really get to chat to them sort of in that first mid-section. They had a nice recovery, a little bit of a hot drop, couldn't capitalize on as many eliminations as they wanted to. The roughest zone shift for them. They had like that kind of open terrain, they couldn't really move in. And then they passed. And then this game, again, it kind of like they're losing their team so incredibly early after eliminations. You saw Kamikaze there on the north side trying to sponge those points, but again, falling short. Look how incredibly close S2G are. They should have done it earlier.
Just 6 points away from being able to enter the Smash Zone. Aurora Gaming as well, currently 9 points away. And teams that were going to be looking to be able to close that gap, especially when we saw Arena go eliminated. Also really not going for that many eliminations, playing it quietly. Four Thrives. I mean, Four Thrives wasn't really able to do much. And with the win that we just saw, the Team Flash. Team Flash now moves into 7th place.
Really good push up here. Team Flash 7th position overall. There's going to be an extra bit of money in their back pocket. But the thing is, looking very scary. Look at the top three. 3 chicken dinners, 2 chicken dinners, 3 chicken dinners, while the other teams below all have 0, like 4 Thrives, or a singular chicken dinner. So that is really making it scary that the tournament could really end it at any
Thrives का एक chicken भी नहीं है.
The thing as well for me is that Aurora Gaming, the Galaxy, and
एक chicken हो जाए तो
finished up that match with 0 points on the board, right? None. Nothing for game 2. S2G is moving up, as you said, Lace. You've got 4 Thrives. Well, also they got 0 points, so they don't count. But Team Flash, Ulf, all of these teams, they are really making a push forward, while those top teams, except for Nongshim, they're it's getting very close for the rest of those teams.
And in this first page of the overall, there is one big outlier, especially when we're looking at the wins here. And it's none other than Four Thrives. Four Thrives, the only team in this first page that doesn't have a win. The reason why I'm bringing this up is because, yes, Four Thrives, if you are able to have a good performance in the next match, at one point, we need to start seeing those win if they want to be able to win via Smash.
I mean, even if we bring it back to sort of the group stages, they were sort of unable to get those chicken dinners. Of course, they could capitalize on eliminations, but they weren't really one of those teams that would close out the win. We're sort of seeing this trend now, and of course, they want to sort of get those elims and sponge those points to hit that kind of Smash Roll threshold, but in then, it's still, if you calculate statistically, it's still, their win rate is
Yeah.
No, but you know what? I'm gonna pivot the conversation. I want to bring it back to Nongshim Red Force.
Yes.
I wanted to take a bit of time here because that was an absolutely insane throw. There are three options: or you third party to the western side of the mountain next to Lumberyard, or you directly crash onto Al Ula, which is what I think would have been a really good option, or you decide to go for the wide wrap onto Flash, which I wouldn't recommend. And they ended up doing. There were so many options. The wonder was not going to give them the win.
And you know what? It's showcased by Al Ula taking second place from the exact position that we were like, Nongshim, go that way, go that way. Al Ula end up going that way, get that second place, and I think if it had been Nongshim with the kind of momentum that they had off the win, they would have won there. It is genuinely not even game throwing, it's almost championship throwing in game 2, right? Because they could have won it, they could have ended it, done, adjusted, and they just didn't. They went for a very different play.
Yeah, and especially because of that rotation. If you push Al Ula, let's say, only Al Ula is going to fight you, right? It's literally team versus team.
Literally.
That wide Eastern rotate, Aurora's looking your way, Team Flash is looking your way, Al Ula's also looking your way. You're just making it harder for yourself. And Nongshim Red Force have some of the best rotations sometimes, and then they pull stuff like that. I'm very confused. They're a very confusing team. Entertaining to watch, but confusing.
I also want to sort of point out, and this is just kind of across battle royales in general, sometimes you only have that one opportunity, and when you miss it, it is now 10 times harder to get back to that same position. You do not get these chances often. And like you said, Neftero, they didn't make that space, they didn't make that play well, so it will be a little bit more challenging now.
And with Nongshim Red Force, especially in that performance, right? I fully agree with you guys. They decided to go the completely wrong way, being within nade range of Aurora as well, even though they ended up out-surviving Aurora. One thing, though, for this team is that when we've seen it in the past, you were kind of telling me this too, Neftero, especially a PMMI. Once they hit the smash zone, this team is so scary because they know exactly what they're playing for, which is just the win, right? Yes, they can get some points. And we kind of saw this here being super passive, the team just waiting for the right time. And I think maybe that's what could have hurt them there. They was just looking for something passive. They weren't looking for an actual fight, and that's why they decided to go with that rotation.
You know what? I 100% agree with you there, Seven, because, yeah, they are so scary. They are so patient. And we saw that them lining up on Milta Power there, lining up on that wall, going, okay, what's the next play? They didn't look scared. They weren't going too quickly. They were just being very patient. They were sitting and going, okay, what are we going to be doing next? And then they make the most harebrained, like, under pressure play, it felt like, right? Another team I would have expected that from. Not from Nongshim, not with the presence of mind they seem to have while in the smash point. They are not a team that falls under pressure, and it felt like they just did in that moment, so very, very odd. Next game, though, still that chance. No one's quite caught up to that smash zone, so really EA still the only competitor for them right now. Game 3, we can do this.
I'm going to pivot the topic again. Sorry, I'm all over the place. There's so much to talk about right now, but I want to talk about actually the MVP race, which is actually, we could have a dark situation on our hands, which is we saw Eren being top damage dealer, he had a ton of eliminations, and they're currently at the very bottom of the first page. We could have a situation where they're nowhere near winning the tournament, and a player on Ulf could actually become your PMWC 2026 MVP. Got to be careful there because he is in 4th position, but it's Hyunbin, it's Tizzy dominating here for Nongshim Red Force.
It is, and Hora with that performance that we just saw there, Sleepy being able to put up the numbers. Aaron, you were talking about it as well, but we have a lot of fans here in the arena. We got 4 tries, we got a bunch more over there from Godlike. Let's see what Baar is currently up to.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've said it time and time again that we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the fans. We've got so many around the arena, so before we dive into our third map of the day, it is time to check in with them. And so, Furia, Godlike, make some noise! Kalaris, who have you got with you, buddy?
Yeah, that's all well and good, but I've got Nima Galaxy. Make some noise! Thunderous applause for Nima Galaxy!
हेलो हाँ जी क्या सीन है क्या चल रहा है भाई चल क्या रहा है आखिर ये You
can hear the celebration in the arena. I'm sure you can hear it at home.
as this Hall of Heroes echoes with every fan's hopes and dreams, giving out their energy because the tournament still goes on. Not ending in a Game 2 smash, we run it right back. And anticipation has reached fever pitch here in France. Everyone's loving it.
Having a great time here in the arena. The Enigma Galaxy fans getting ready. I mean, they have played very well today. Lord making a great showing on that first match, but goodness me, what an event, what atmosphere we've got here in our arena. Lovely to see all the support coming out for our players, for our teams here. Potentially the last match. Ooh, maybe. Felt like it on that last one. Weren't quite able to get it there for Nongshim Red Force, so they kind of make a bit of a
angle.
Didn't work out. But we do have our third match coming up. Erangel. Nice and steady map here to get yourself a chicken dinner on. Nongshim might be waiting for later on in the day though. Hitting another big Miramar, but will someone beat them to the punch? Will E-Arena start stepping back up again?
A lot of fine margins. And a room that's getting rowdier and rowdier each game that goes by.
हाँ जी मैच स्टार्ट हो गया
Now the present that is the fact we've been presented with a third game here live from EWC. PMWC stop delivering. I don't doubt this game will be anything different. We're back on Erangel playing path.
Last match, a little bit difficult. Honestly, I don't blame. A lot of our teams were struggling slightly there. Very, very southern plane path to start things off. Awkward drop spots, awkward rotates, quick.
यार जवादे दुआ शुआ कर रहे तू क्या कर रहे तू?
To confirm a chicken dinner on.
जवादे चार ऑफर्स तो दुआता है क्या प्लीट आर बेटर नॉट यार.
Everyone's had a lovely in-flight meal and we are ready to get going again. Being spread across the entirety of the map.
अल्लाह यार ये मैच निकलेगा यार अल्लाह. यार ये मैच निकाल ले बस. चिकन चाहिए इंशाल्लाह यार.
It might be something a little bit spicy for this one.
जोन फिर बढ़ गया यार.
यार जोन गलत बात है. Same zone.
ये क्या रिश्ता देता है वहाँ पे?
Towards the south side, we got plenty of water in play. Teams have to start getting their feet wet into this one.
अजीब यार.
Those bridge crossings,
absolutely
diabolical. Aurora. Also, tough decisions. S2G,
nice
team to run into on that eastern side, but Fourth Rise have been consistent.
फलक तो बहुत आगे जा रहा है. फलक क्या कर रहा है?
This squad, they're getting vehicles, likely will loot down towards the south side of the map. They've been praying for a southwest shift on this one, over towards far. Nongshim Red Force will.
Aurora तो भाई full जल्दी.
Hopefully get themselves another chicken dinner today. E-Arena far out over towards the northwest side, South George. Long distance on this one.
यार कुछ भी पॉइंट्स नहीं निकाल सकते यार ये बस.
ये अब पॉइंट नहीं चल देना मत. जब तक निकल रहे हो जब चिकन दिल
pick up that awesome Ninetales Fury org.
हमने तो पॉइंट्स निकाल लिए ना. चिकन के लिए खेल लिए तभी इनके पॉइंट्स स्टॉप हुए. अच्छी बात है हम सिर्फ पॉइंट्स भी निकाले ना. हमारा काम सही है. H1 पे फिनिश करना है. चिकन किसी के भी ना निकले.
So many clutch plays, so many moments where it felt dire and Mormon was able to pull it back for the squad. Looking to do the same here in the final day. They've already achieved the smash ruling. As we said earlier on the desk, the only two teams to currently do it, but do think that that will change after match 3 if we don't end it all here and now. Right now you have that serene sense for E-Arena as well as Nongshim Red Force that there is only one other squad in the lobby that could beat you to the punch.
I do think, mate, with our S2G have looked
you could come alive.
Idea वाले पट्टू फिर नहीं आए.
Boost off this game. They've still got a chance to be a dark horse to be able to upset in this lobby. But I think we saw some of that talent yesterday when they were fighting under so much pressure as well. In disadvantaged situations from distance. And he was popping off.
अपनी जगह पे ना.
You know, we touched on Kamikaze an awful lot over the event. I think it's that duo that brings so much firepower. We'll see what they got this time.
Hamzi as well as Kamikaze looking great. And for S2G, they're a team that's put up quite a lot of chicken dinners so far, actually. I think they're currently on 3. Looking to break that record, though I think it will be difficult today to do that, since get up towards 5, and by the time they get to 5, they should have also.
NS को एडवांटेज बहुत होता है क्योंकि इनको जोन 2 बार प्रेफर हुआ है, ये बार इस बार ही प्रेफर हुआ है. वही जाएंगे सेम जगह. वही ब्लू पर लेंगे जाके.
Only 6 points on this game that's needed for them. For Aurora, we are looking towards 9. Enigma Galaxy is going to have to be a bigger match. 22 points on that one, which is almost certainly going to be a chicken dinner.
बस सही है. IQ इस बार ओए ऊपर स्क्वाड है. निगमा ऊपर है. Fuck. IQ ऊपर देख. IQ ऊपर देख. कॉल डेरी से गाड़ी है.
Documentary style. Earlier on today was saying that he'd love to see 6 teams towards that final match out for the chicken dinner.
Ignore कर.
I felt like a lot of times internationals do go to that 6 match.
उतार ले.
Oh my God, he's alive. Phenomenal Red Force did go to match 6 when they got that smash. Immediately peeling off there for Enigma Galaxy, but they are in close contention. The 4 Thrives who are exiting from very
कसम से यार उसने मारा भी तो बहुत है यार. नहीं मरा वो इसलिए निकला क्योंकि ऊपर से उसको कवर मिल रहा था. यार अच्छा वो निकल गया. IQ ने बहुत दिमाग से निकला है क्योंकि वो फजूल ज़ाया हो जाता.
आइडिया वाले पकड़ गए. ये वाले
conversation between those two teams continues.
ओ यार मेरी बात सुन. आइडिया वाले के साथ हमारी फाइट नहीं हुई अभी तक. पता है कि क्या है? किस्मत है हमारी क्या है? गए ट्रेसिंग है. टीटू जियो टीटी फोर तेरी ट्रेसिंग है. जियो टीटी फोर बलक सही रहा है.
अभी तूने नाम नहीं लिया. अभी तूने नाम
कसम से यार. ओए आईडी वाले के साथ फाइट नहीं हुई. दोबारा बोल लो 2-3 और आ जाओ. 3 किल्स है.
Slightly scary spot to be working with. Very central. Still only here in zone 1. Anything can happen as long as they're set up.
आ गई आइडिया वाले.
Finds S
वाले वाले
होटल की फाइट हो. Flush out Scarface.
होटल गए. बस सही है. लो फाइट. उल्फ वालों को मारो. ओके नेट मारो. नीचे नेट मारो. जाएगा. नीचे नेट मार दे.
Keep him in play, reset with the meds and grab the
अच्छी team है यार ये.
For Aaron, what a run it's been for him during this tournament. Max was highlighting him on the desk of how much he was able to really prove himself here at this event. Moments, honestly. Still remember his crash into gas station, which went terribly wrong, but even then,
OG के लग गए. एक नॉक है. जाएंगे. ध्यान जाएंगे.
Very quiet after day 1. A majority of the points earned there, if they were able to replicate anything like that day 1 and day 2 or day 3, they would have won this tournament by a mile.
एक बंदा पकड़ा जाएगा इनका.
हाँ शेरिडॉन.
That's just not the case. Trying to get.
हाँ फाइट देख पियानो ओजी वर्गी.
मैच पहुंचा किधर है? लास्ट
कर ले इसको.
क्या सीन है?
नहीं लास्ट नहीं है. दूसरा सर्कल एक पहले सर्कल स्टार्ट है अभी. एक किल है. 1 पॉइंट निकाला है.
40 वाले किधर है? आप अंदर जानो.
मेरी फार्म वाली साइड पे थे.
When he's feeling himself, he can do so much damage on a battleground.
ओ ताला निकालो जी को.
From the boys, if they can get out of this one cleanly.
Maybe they can at least try and ruin some of the runs for the other squads above them. Milu keeps it going to get that flush as well, so that will remove Aru. Hard cut him out.
Maar de.
To make it a bit more suffocating between these two sides.
Quite a few nades already expended here from Tiamba, as well as OG. We're right in zone 2 now. Blue starts to take over a fair bit. QZ gets a bit panicked there, will drop a couple of shots through. Usually send in Milu, he's just going to prime the nade. That's a nice one from him. Good patience. Lets it go through. Is he going to peek this onto AKOP?
F4 man. Oh, apna teammate.
Friendly fire.
Wow.
Nice the point.
Wow, gaya.
Oh, yeah. They're going to bounce around, make sure they clean up on that one.
Oye, बहुत अच्छा. सही है.
Trying to snatch away
सही है.
some of the earnings from it. Good to see Tiamba though, getting a bit of fanfare back from the crowd and big plays from Milu. I think he was sat on about 11 elims off the back of 3 games back on day 1 as well, mate.
He's a killer, that's for sure. Great to see him back on the team again. Some subs came through yesterday, Shallow in, Milu out, but looks like he is ready to play today. Gameplay looks clean.
नीचे भी आईटी वाले हैं. अरीना और वेटी वाले की फाइट लग सकती है. लग सकती है फाइट.
Not fully. At least we did confirm away from the south side. A lot of the
जाओ पकड़ लो.
immediately a hard shift over towards the northwest and a easy
अरीना वाले की तरफ फाइट लग सकती
rotate
है
now
इनकी.
for Tiamba to actually get in.
There's Catch popping up in the elim feed. Couple shots over towards the Furious squad. Furia that have been a little bit more shaky today in some of the battles we've seen. Hasn't been as confront. We'll see if that one results in a bit of a flush. Seems like they have grabbed Igor's back up for now, so he'll live on. Nomshin just added the Aurora crew that have made their rotation over the bridge, left of Novka.
Aurora might be looking just to swing on the
और
coastal
मैंने
side.
लेकिन यहाँ पे दो है जिस जगह पे ये लोग हैं.
Playing an anchor backstop here, taking some good shots. There is another play here alongside him with Doc. Hamzi G at distance, also watching. So this is a dangerous rotate here for Aurora, because even if they get down towards the beachhead, S2G might have a sideline with Hamzi. And we know just how good Hamzi is at distance. An eagle eye on him. Nades go through, but so easy, brushes them off.
Dirt off the shoulder for so easy. Can't keep this man down right now. 3 of their nades invested, so draining some of the early offensive utility, but it looks like they've still got a good supply, at least on Doc with 5 in the backpack. Meanwhile, the Arena pushing back up over to Waldorf. Ketch trying to catch an escape plan. But it's not quick enough as Joker will adjust his crosshair and find that one. Mormon takes a knock back over.
Bit of a disjointed Irish exit there from Ulf. Alula under pressure though, as Sestu over towards the garages. R3B in the corner. S2G cleans it up. Not a single player lost. Should be up to get that res. Nongshim Red Force in the meantime, after seeing those players leaving,
so they get
a little bit further in the circle here. Filter, not the main feature. If we go down towards the southeast, we know just how good Nongshim can be in an urban finish. Thriving in the concrete jungles.
अपने कहाँ घूम रहे हैं यार पलक.
No overcommit. Like you touched on, Aurora just controlling some of the rotation paths with the coast firmly under their foot. Map geometry favouring them from this position. They opt to go for the 2-2 split. Rufus and top further over near the area we see Vitality approach upon. Whilst Joel and Doc, 2 players with very heavy hands if you do want to challenge them or duel, play off each other.
It's actually a possibility right now with S2G leaving. I don't know if Aurora is able to spot that. They certainly don't see
Inject वालों जाओ यार, नहीं वालों को खत्म करो, मान
but
दूँगा।
now they have free capability to
सामने idea वाले।
take an eastern ramp if they want. Right now they're holding two fairly decent locations in terms of vision onto the map, but they are right on the edge. So eventually they'll
Flash भी थोड़ा बहुत boost हो गई,
I think
Flash भी
likely what's going to
boost हो
happen
गई
is they'll
थोड़ी।
wait for zone 4, make a decision from there how they want to rotate in. But there's a lot of free space over towards the eastern side, and already Doc is going to scout it.
Yeah, और
That's
इनके लिए
exactly
बैठे हुए
what
हैं,
I thought
पता है?
was going to happen. Get a little bit further up, realize that actually this space is kind of open at the moment for us to get a little bit more of an eye in towards the circle.
That's the kind of premium real estate that man like Doc's going to instantly sniff out. He'll be confident enough to rep himself to take control of. We'll see how this pans out long term for Aurora.
Next circle though. We're going to define a lot of how this works, and we are down towards Milta. Nongshim might be thinking about making a move right now, and they're instantaneous. This is way better than last game. Last game felt late on those rotates. It felt like they were still making decisions. This time they are out to the outside edge, not confirmed towards Milta yet. Still getting the capability to move out towards the field should this move towards the west, but now they're going to have a swivel on towards all the teams around. Aurora recalling Reefers back towards the squad as teams start to surge towards Milta.
This is going to be so dangerously tight.
दौड़ के मिड पे जा रहा है। ये इसीलिए बढ़ते हैं ना, ये मिड पे करते हैं यार।
3-man split solos playing in a line there for Aurora. Seeing the backline of Vitality, knows he's got to go down towards the coast and then assist the team. Tiamba getting shots off as well.
1 HP है, एक हमारा player 1 HP है।
You're going to be eating shrapnel on this one. Wide arc down towards the roadside.
Solus and Aaron here by the toll gates is
अरीना को कोई नहीं मार रहा। NGX को भी कोई नहीं मार पा रहा।
अभी भाई वो बाहर अरीना वाले काफी दूर है।
Try and dodge those close quarters. Alden
वो आ रहे हैं।
all these everywhere. Aaron can barely move. He has to find an opening with this nade.
कर ले finish।
पूरा हो गया।
CY goes down to a nade from Reefers.
दोनों का
Doesn't push it though.
ताला बहुत ताला बहुत जबरदस्त
players
nade।
knocked as well. We saw Vitality getting the first domino falling onto Nonshin.
दिखाओ NS के fight यार, हटा इन्हें, हम क्या करें, ऊपर में घूम रहे ये बंदे।
The Nonshin smash squad might have come
ये क्या कौन spectate कर रहा है यार?
It's far.
Aurora बाहर नेट मारे को, check के बाहर वो
currently slammed.
गलत नेट मार रहा है।
Really difficult to do. Just about holds the res. He was so low. Tizzy perched himself on the rubble of the wall. Oh, that was close, Jackie.
I think we just saw Federales get a single tap onto Hyunbin as well. He was looking for the drop with the smoke, wanted to try get down there and assist. Took a single bullet, had to hit the deck again. Thankfully, Smoke's out, limited cover as well. So the geometry playing in there fairly. Go for another rest, they might be able to recover it cleanly.
हमारी टीम आ गई पीछे।
I think they won't be recovering those. All this utility that they just spent getting those players back up again. How many smoke launchers do they still have left? Fexi finds Tizzy again. Nongshim under mad pressure at the moment between two separate squads. Both looking towards them. Just have to hold on for the time being. Stop peeking, honestly, but I feel like they realize they need to keep these teams on the outside at bay. Irina, though, down in the blink of an eye versus Tiamba.
अरीना अरीना बढ़ गई।
Eagle inside.
बस सही है वो जा रहा था उदेफा एक आप में देख रहा था उदेफा जा रहा था सारे प्लेस इधर से उदेफा जा रहा था।
He might be the eagle, but there is vultures swarming the skies
मैं तभी कह रहा था वो वहाँ क्या कर रहा है। उदेफा बहुत गंदी जगह पे सिंगल है उदेफा निकल रहा है यहाँ से बहुत गंदी जगह पे बहुत अपने या तो ऊपर आके इनको मारे हैं नॉक है।
That's Aura though. With Jiggle getting one of them confirmed off the back of the damage that was done, so they do go down to at best a 3-man squad post this pickup.
of teams need to move. A lot of teams that actually fully confirmed over towards Milta now feeling a little bad about this one, which is exactly why you see Aurora playing on this edge down towards the south side, and Nongshim not fully moving in. So 4 Friars, they've got to extricate themselves. Flash have also got to pull themselves out of this one. S2G a little bit safer with a player on the warehouses, and they can move up over towards that top side booth, playing over towards Toll booth later. But it's Aura right now who actually own the majority of the space in the northern edge. 4 Friars opening up over towards Aurora as they move.
That backline in is good to at least take some of the heat off. Force attention turned back onto 4 Friars from Aurora.
यार IQ वहाँ से निकालना, साइड से निकालने को यार.
Running interference from this angle as well. Left से मर जाएंगे. They're harassing with shots. If they can get LOS back over onto the coast of Aurora, it's punishing as well.
किनका चिकन है?
For Nongshim Red Force, they know the shots came from Vitality earlier, so this is sort of the team they need to deal with first. The one thing I really worry about Nongshim, though, is how exposed the vehicles have been this entire time. You got to imagine that wheels are blown out, if not vehicles fully exploded. They do have to move further towards the circle. Likely will be on foot, unless they can find some kind of vehicle in the near future. Vitality's going to go for a mad rotate over towards the northwest side. They hear the fighting. They notice that Nick McGallity's down. This is a good opportunity to go for. Vexy helping from the back lines. Really like this push from Vitality.
Rounds on an island. Last man left alive and not breathing for much longer as Razak will find that adjustment back. Showing up when they needed him. Fury are on the move close by, shots from either side, so a lot of information garnered towards them. They advance further. The vehicle's going to peek over the top of the rocks. Tiamba in the distance, names being thrown onto Vitality. A backline potential. Igor goes in. Big sprays. Assisted by Silence. 4 Friars taking some damage as well. Back onto them.
Fury's going to move in on this, like you say. Igor's already on that front line. The rest of the team all stood alongside him now. And Vitality find themselves in a very horrendous position. Nades from Tiamba going a little bit wide here, trying to angle these through the smoke. That one should be on target. Easy cleanup.
10-11
eliminations on this match so far. Much more reminiscent of the past, and Milu's already on 4.
Furia.
नहीं ये चिकन यार
As 4 Friars buckle under the pressure.
IQ बहुत आला
Furia shutting them
यार this ball finish पलक भी finish IQ भी गए यार फिर वर गए यार
Vitality had been taken out of the picture. They didn't move. They're just wrapping around to where Aurora were.
नहीं ये चिकन यार
This is interesting, trying to get rid of Aurora actually.
गए ये अभी देखना है वालों को
Potentially noticed that.
दौड़ के मैच पे बैठे हुए तू कह रहे
Massive amount of space on this western side that they could clear. Tiamba's a 3-man. Furia's down to 2.
देखते हैं क्या चिकन
Circle moves up that way, leaving Tiamba with one of the
नेट कहाँ मार रहा है हाल देख उसका दौड़ आ गया इनके पास बगी है पीछे
Oh my god, what a circle to
वो नहीं
end
उठा
on.
पाएगा don't get
Oh, deep nades. Reefus casting that one out. Back nades as he advances to try and create a little bit of space between the teams. Distant shots coming in from Tiamba. He's got to hit the deck, but that's not the only squad you got to worry about. Lost from S2G, gets a sight line, and goodbye Reefus.
The only thing is just like kind of flashbacks to last game where there is a massive capability of moving west on this one for Nongshim and clearing up towards that north side, having all that space. You'd imagine that they saw the amount of teams that moved into Milta. They are just charging headlong into danger here, where there is so much more room to play on the northwest side. Guys, you don't need elims, you need a chicken.
And they might get barbecued if they take too much time on this one. Joel was cooking the molly.
हमारे टीम ने 3 पॉइंट निकाले क्या उम्मीद है
Tiamba and with Furia not needing to force the issue amongst them, they've got a crystal clear line of sight down onto the rotate path for Nonshin. It's so uncomfortable.
Come back, lads. Just come back off this angle. We don't need to play it anymore. Wrap back over towards. So easy.
यहाँ से अगर सर्वाइव कर लिए मैं मान जाऊँगा चिकन है ना
It makes little sense. They set themselves up wonderfully the entire time for this western exit. And as soon as Milta moves away from Milta, what do we do? Push into Milta?
The panic's there. Paralysis by analysis. The zone takes away one of the members, and we're down to just the duo. Aurora Core on their exit as Lost will be able to continue playing powerfully off this angle. XZY thankfully given a few moments of respite as he runs to try and find any cover at all.
Kamikaze from S2G, we talked about the game. They have just about hit that 122 now. So they have hit that upgrade going towards that next match.
S2G वाले भी 122 points पे पहुंच गए हैं.
They've done enough here, even if they go down.
होगा का चिकन लग रहा है मुझे.
Looking to take down Ida regardless.
130 पे पहुंच गए यार इन्हें वाले.
Reactions coming through clutch there, but Kamikaze.
The
backbone in the team.
होगा का चिकन
straight. And keeping S2G in a position to recover from this. Quick reactions from Ida.
खत्म यार. ये गेम है दो.
That will let S2G alive by Hora. Ripping down the ridge.
Nice yaar Hora.
Tops is down. And Kamikaze scanning to see what more points they can steal.
ये S2G वालों के पीछे भी वो NS वाले हैं.
To push themselves further in the rankings, only 2 eliminations so far.
वालों को मारना बहुत जरूरी है. ये बीच का काम खराब
Teams
करेंगे.
are bruised and bleeding coming into these final zones. Tiamba also having a
पड़
good
जाए
time
तुझे जे एक रोड पे बस सही है. अभी भी गलत मार रहा. बार
वो इसने नॉक आउट की NS वालों ने एक का. S2G वालों का.
They've been under constant pressure the entire time. It's not clean. It's awkward.
Not even a helmet on so easy here anymore.
ऊपर आ रोड पे लेटा हुआ है यार. ले ले इसको.
Concessions had to be made. But an aid could be coming their way. Lost with 2 left in the back pocket. The first one thrown in looks good for the bounce.
ये गया एक. ये गया.
Double bouncer.
XZY
is down.
बहुत heavy नेट कराया था यार उसने.
बहुत ज़्यादा गाड़ी पे
NS का S2G वालों का एक बंदा मरता ना तो होरा के लिए बहुत. वैसे होरा भी सर्कल में है. ओए
लास्ट है.
ओपे ये क्या कर दिया इसने.
ये था कौन.
ये फ्लैश वालों का था.
बहुत आला. छोड़ दे यार.
फिनिश नहीं कर पाए.
NS वाले को मारना बहुत जरूरी है. NS वाले को मारना बहुत जरूरी है. कोई भी बाहर है. कोई भी बाहर है.
नेट आया उस पे. ये क्या नेट से क्या. नाइस यार होरा का चिकन है भाई.
एक बंदा जिंदा है NS का भाई.
बेशक जिंदा हो लेकिन वो चिकन तो नहीं कर पाएगा ना भाई. अकेला क्या करेगा. 1v4. ओए होरा का एक फिनिश हो गई. होरा का नहीं ना यार. नेट आया ये वाला. ये क्या. ओ भाई हैवी यार. स्काई
हमारा
पूरिया वाले रश कर रहे हैं होरा वालों पे.
जाएगा 1v4 था.
ओके अब NS वालों का एक बंदा जिंदा है नीचे वाली साइड पे.
इसको मारना बहुत जरूरी है यार. इसको मारना बहुत जरूरी है.
ये खड्डे में जाएंगे पता है.
नहीं है ना यार. वो कहाँ आ जाए किसी को.
भाई खाएगा ना. इनका बंदा खाएगा. NS वो उनका बंदा खाएगा. ये जो लेफ्ट से आ रहे हैं इसके ऊपर.
He's crossing his fingers, mate. But you've got a hard task ahead.
देख लेगा वो. स्काई देख लेगा.
Just to peek over a little bit. So easy. He's trying to hide.
नहीं देखा अभी तक भाई. वो उसके बीच छुपा हुआ है.
स्काई को खा जाएगा ये. स्काई को खा जाएगा ये बंदा.
खा जाएगा.
Oh, they've smoked him.
वो उसको पता ही नहीं है. अभी पता लग गया उसे. गया अभी क्या.
इसके ऊपर ही बंदे हैं.
टायर को सावर आ गया होगा.
खाएगा भाई. होरा का एक बंदा खाएगा ये.
So easy on the peacock, good for one, and Tiamba assisting with a shot from the top. He's going to go first on these as well.
Aura on the assist. An unreal.
दो बंदे कहा गया.
क्या 1v3 है. अच्छे पॉइंट्स निकाल गया वो.
The sun on that one with a surprise plays, but it's not going to happen now. And Hora solo advancement of Tian, but the nade goes over. Sky got a backpedal, runs back to whatever cover he can find. Can he trust in his source on this one?
नहीं कर सकता. वो है भी यार स्काई.
Eagle gets knocked out in the sky. QZZ with a reposition. The Sky advances forward with a shotgun in his hand.
नेड आया इस पे. क्या ये? नेड से क्या? नहीं नहीं यार स्काई. Tiamba is back. अबे ये देख बैठ के चिकन निकाल लिया इन्होंने.
Just felt like these guys needed a little bit of confidence, and that star on the match reinvigorates whatever light died out in Milu on day 2. It is back on now and it is blaring.
They started that game as they meant to proceed. The aggression was there. The despicable nade plays from Milu that always give you that gut-wrenching feeling of how does he do it.
Hora का चिकन था यार.
The shots are on point. And a pathway begins to present itself.
Imagine just smoking off so easy.
The smoke into the
यार अगर चिकन ना भी हुआ तो एनएस वाले तो वैसे भी वो टॉप पे हैं.
They really did careen off course there. So good at the top point, covering their angles, clearing their spots out. So easy. He was mega confused. I would have loved to see his face in that moment.
इधर है वो सामने है.
The nade moved away from him. Wait, actually,
that's the smoke. I can pass that.
Nice. That's great. I didn't have one of those before, you know.
No utility left, but they gave.
अबे लेफ्ट से वो जाके शैक में माउस पे मारता.
So good. There was a small part of me that thought that So Easy was going to clutch
बग्गी लेके चला जाता है ये.
But I am glad it was Tiamba.
Oh yeah, tiny percentage, but it started to get a little bit bigger with how things were going. But hey, a Tiamba win.
कितने रैंगल हो गए? तीसरा रैंगल होगा ना? चौथा?
Such a fun team to watch, Blank, bringing the heat in finals.
एक रैंगल दो मेरा मार.
Fast-paced team, and I think what we've seen them from before, it's just a little bit of that sluggish gameplay where they weren't quite able to make those plays, and they've been desperately banging on that door, but it's just been not going down. And I think Milu right there just put a foot through it. So it looks good. It looks way better now. They're pulling off those maneuvers too. So yeah, great work to Tiamba. Really, really happy to see it. And it was, I think for me, it was fantastic to see these guys happy.
Yeah.
I think that was my favorite thing about that win.
It's nice to see him smiling. Nice to see the success story, how they're playing. And mate, you're right. I think if there was a door there, Milu not only kicked it down, he just destroyed the entire house.
It's just a whirlwind.
Yeah. Came through, blowing everyone away. And mate, I'd love to see that. I hope that continues.
I hope it does continue as well. For Tiamba, it's not over yet. We haven't rung the bell. They might have been uppercutted, but they have got back up again. The count did not finish. It's scary, no? Going into these final matches, we've got 3 teams.
Hello, हाँ तैमूर क्या लगता है तुझे? क्या हो रहा? क्या होगा?
Nongshin's been making some crazy decisions. E-Arena sadly
3 मैचेस पर है, हो सकता है कमबैक.
just not been able to equal those performances so far. It's felt a little bit timid from that team. S2G
भाई अब कुछ जादू हो जाए गेम में.
to have in that top 3 because they could just light it up at any moment now. Unless the pressure gets to him, which it seems to be the case for quite a few of our
Back to back
teams.
chicken and probably
There for E-Arena, right? Where it feels like you had some flash in the pan moments, but now it's come to you just got to follow through. It's not happening. Whereas S2G, we know they can strive for greatness.
देखो यार बात करो. बात ये है ना कि अभी अगर चिकन ना भी निकला ना तो जो हैश 1 पे होगा ना उसको वैसे भी विनर अनाउंस कर दिया जाएगा.
तो लाजमी बात है.
इनको पर्स निकालने चाहिए. इनको पर्स निकालने बस चिकन को छोड़ देना चाहिए. जो भी अगर ट्रॉफी जीता जाती है. अब एनएस को देख वो पर्स निकाल के गया है बहुत अच्छा है. लास्ट तक खेल के गया है. हैश 3 और 2-3 किल भी उसने चुरा दिए जाते जाते.
in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved.
अभी 3 मैच है दिन तुम
3 मैच खत्म हो मेरा वाला
आखिरी दिन तो तुम्हें दिन कुछ भी हो सकता है फिर मुझे PUBG
आखिरी में गेम में कितने पॉइंट निकालेंगे ज्यादा से ज्यादा 20-25 पॉइंट ही
निकालने को अरे बिन डालने को आखिरी दिन में जितने डालने इंजी पूरी रन चल यार बिजली तो खा में चाहिए
यार पहले गेम में 99 पॉइंट्स निकाल गए मतलब पहले गेम में ये लोग कर गए थे अभी तक ये स्मैश पॉइंट नहीं पहुंचे यार
वैसे ही
बैड लग गया भाई
दो बहुत यार 0-0 पॉइंट निकाल गए
तो पिछली गेम में 3 निकालने बाद यार टीम साथ ही थी ना उजाफर ने 2 था यार जफर के साथ जाए नहीं होता उस बार पहली डाई पा दी उसने
उजैफा अगर होता ना तो कुछ हो जाता मैं कुछ एक्सपेक्ट कर सकता उजैफा ऊपर यार ये हर गेम में जो है ना कुछ हो जाता है हमारे एक प्लेयर को हर गेम में आप लोग नोट करो हर गेम
रोटेशन गलत जा रहे थे रोटेशन गलत मार रहे थे भाई उनको आगे 4-5 कार्ड बैठे हैं उनके बीच में से रोटेशन मार रहे हैं गाड़ी तो फटेगी ना भाई उसकी गाड़ी के टायर ही फट गए थे उजैफा की
until
we make it, these teams are in Tiamba, able to get that chicken dinner, full control of the zone. But we have to talk about something that's very important. S2G being able to get into the smash zone now, not coming up short this match.
I mean, I just sort of want to touch on that. From their compound, they actually probably had the better position out of the squad, sort of moving that rotate in. But I mean, we've got to talk about like their push on Alpha. I'm sure Max is going to cover this nicely a little bit later. But just the, I guess, raw power that they had from start to finish from that game, they were finally able to get over that threshold. The first 2 games a little bit, but that's okay. They've done it now, and obviously this is one of the teams that can take a victory.
They definitely can take a victory. This is a team that has already gotten 3 wins in Erangel in the finals. We're talking about S2G. If we're looking at some of the other teams looking to get to that smash zone, it's none other than Aurora. I thought Aurora was going to be able to make it already. They're struggling to get to the max.
Yeah, a bit of a weird hold onto Nongshim Red Force in particular. They're looking kind of weird. But by the way, S2G, they not only make it into the smash zone, they've got a 9-point lead on top of E Arena, which if we do not get a smash, is going back to the OG rules, which is the most amount of points becomes the champion. So right now, S2G are loving it. Shattering dreams in this game, eliminating the final player here at the very end for Nongshim Red Force, man. They are the reason why the tournament has not yet ended.
Hora Esports back-to-back great games here out of them. And for Fort Drums Neptura, this team, after that round that we saw, they're starting to struggle. They ended up the first Erangel with a big old donut, and in this one, at least they secure 4 points.
I mean, at least they do. I did see that they had a really fantastic rotation from just massive rounds into Milta and then out of it. But yeah, 4 points is all they're gonna get for that fantastic nades from Hora. You were talking about it, right?
हमने 4 पॉइंट निकाले बस
Fantastic with the nades
हमने 4 पॉइंट निकाल के बहुत 3 मार दिया
I mean, honestly, the word that I would use for both Tiamba and
26 पॉइंट निकाल गई थी यारबा
You don't want to go up against them. Look
26 kills.
Long range through the smokes. There's no escaping this team.
What are those
Aurora का 14
Oh my god.
मतलब यार
कुछ तो stuff going out from him. I mean, he was just lasering everyone through the smokes. Incredible stuff. But at the end, finished, right? Sure, maybe not chicken dinner, but he's gone back to back. But so easy. In that smoke, actually, there was a smoke right from Horanitra. I thought maybe if he stays hidden, he could third party the nail in the coffin.
That's something that I was actually hoping that So Easy was gonna do. He was gonna end up waiting a little bit longer, maybe use that smoke to his advantage. But Max, he didn't want to wait for that third-party option. He just wanted to take matters into their own hands. And it goes back to what we're saying with Namshim. It feels like they're being passive, but they're not quite sure when to be aggressive and when to flip that switch.
They are a little bit hesitant, right? And that's the thing about the smash ruling. Love it or hate it, teams, the mindset does change a little bit when you do have that chance of getting those chicken dinners. It is quite stressful for now. Not just 2 teams, but 3 teams. S2G are going to be joining their ranks, but of course S2G got 3 chicken dinners so far in the final, so they're looking like a team that could actually wrap it up. But looking at the rotations this game in particular, I know you in particular, Nitra, were quite critical about their push on the western side of the map. There were other options that maybe could have been more valuable.
Absolutely, I think any... Oh, wait, hang on.
Hold on. That's my clip right there. So looking at this play, actually S2G, sorry, I had to jump into it. Very split, lost, solo, literally in the 1v4. And even then, he's popping off, but he's also getting a bit of assistance from the teams on the other side of the road. This particular Kamikaze's got a fantastic angle. And the backup. This is literally the play that gets them into the smash zone. Soke going to be sending it forward. He's going to be joined up then by Habsajij, an absolutely superhero style in the building. And they get 1, get 2, get 3, and the final player. And because they reset and actually get enough points to enter the smash zone. What a hero save play of the day. They don't do that, they would still not be over that 122
भाई
insane.
दुआ करवाओ यार एक बार दुआ के पी ले
Goodness me.
शुरू यार दुआ करते हैं यार यार 3 में से जो है 3 में से 2 गेम अच्छे निकला है बस हमें और कुछ भी नहीं चाहिए एक चिकन one penalty Debbie
little path in there, but Tiambo were actually positioned in such a great spot that they were so annoying to every team. This is Aurora. This was obviously even helping S2G in that fight. They were able to sort of gatekeep that area from E Arena as well.
और points आ गए. Stop करके देखो सब.
भाई stop करके देखें. और आ गया ना. अब 3 टीमें चिकन निकालेंगी.
They are going to be playing that edge, but right now they need to get that win if they want to be.
S2G भी आ गई ना. S2G ने बहुत dominate किया S2G ने भी.
यार मुझे लगता है बहुत जीतेगी विन करेगी. मुझे फीलिंग आ रही है. पता कैसे?
कैसे?
मेरा मार के तो किंग है ना भाई.
Because remember they hit 122.
यार मिरामार के तो किंग है लेकिन
अगर अभी 4th राइज इस मैच में 8 करती है 122 पॉइंट मिरामार में इजीली वो चिकन निकाल लेंगे.
हाँ.
अगर इस मैच में वो हिट करे स्मैश पॉइंट अगर इस मैच में वो स्मैश पॉइंट हिट करते हैं और ये टीम
चाहिए भी नहीं.
और भाई ये 3 टीमें टॉप 3 पे है ना टॉप 3 पे इनको रोकना भी है चिकन से. S2G और NS और Arena.
One where they were actually very stressed and almost were able to close a 50-point gap over the course of those 6 matches, but no 4th thrives. A bit shaken here. And actually, in one play that you highlighted is that 3-1 split right here. Husai found his own. 3 players in the city. That was a bit of a head scratch.
मैच पॉइंट टच करना बहुत जरूरी है यार. 2 गेम हमारी बहुत बेकार गई है. बहुत ज्यादा बेकार. एक में तो 0 पॉइंट.
भाई 2 गेम में नहीं वही गेम अच्छी हुई है बस रोंडो वाली.
वही ना उसके बाद 2 रैंकर बेकार गए.
Huzaifa ended up being taken out early, so that's a shame.
As I'm looking at the teams here, all the way up to 11th place, 92 points. These teams are getting closer and closer. They're kind of giving in a bit of an advantage there since some of the teams towards the top are choking a little bit, are not being able to get that many points. For those teams on the second page, what that's going to be costing Neptura and Lays and Maxman, it's just going to be costing for all those teams to just get closer and closer. There's a lot of money at stake right now when we end up talking about some of these squads. Let's see. Well, we have some of the comments on social media as well. 1 chicken for 40, and then you see what's domination is. Yeah, but
take
right now,
1 chicken for 40, and then you see what
domination from 4 thrives, right? Yeah. Let's see if they'll be able to deliver for their fans here at the arena. But for some of the other teams, right, we're now talking about, let's go back to Hora, because Hora is stopping a lot of those teams towards the top from getting those points. The teams towards the top need to be able to find some kind of adjustment to that aggressiveness that we're seeing out of Hora.
Yeah, them, Tiamba also. Nothing to lose right there. Like, okay, we have to go home today. We have to initiate that comeback and leave the second page. With the last 2 games, we have one more.
कौन करा हुआ है?
हनी पेरिस में होता है? Top 1 हनी.
Here in the finals of PMWC, but Tiamba, I feel like they're
हनी पेरिस में होता है मेरे ख्याल में.
Get a knock and a flush on a player that's
कहाँ करा हुआ है?
हाँ, हनी क्या है ना?
मैंने जर्मनी होता है वैसे क्या हुआ इधर फाइनल देखने
कहाँ करा हुआ है मैंने देखा नहीं
अच्छा ये खड़ा है ना ये बैक साइड पे मुझे लगता है ये मोबाइल से पकड़ा है यही है
हाँ ये रहा वाइट का शर्ट वाला वाइट शर्ट वाला यही है जवाब दे
नहीं नहीं
हाँ वो
हंस रहा था
मोबाइल हाँ वही है
रेड शर्ट वाला था जो ऑरेंज शर्ट ऑरेंज टाइप की
वाइट शर्ट
वाला
अबे मोबाइल पकड़ा हुआ था लाइट भी ऑन थी मोबाइल की
But let's see if it's going to be ending here in match number 4 or if we're just going to be getting a bunch more teams joining in this smash zone.
Will this
Let's see,
be
bhai.
it? We are about to find out. S2G joins the
Start ho
fray.
gaya.
Now 3
Triangle.
different squads could smash.
3 teams with that opportunity in our final edition.
3 टीमों में से जिसने चिकन किया और चिकन नहीं करना चाहिए भाई.
It is going to go a little bit further than maybe some were expecting, given how today started, getting 2 teams into that smash zone so early on. But that double miltership on both of our zones has kind of thrown a spanner in the works. I mean, for Nongshim, right, they're dropping around that area, they're getting pushed in around the bridge. It seemed like they didn't quite have the force to be able to push their way out, right? They're still earning a lot of points on these games, though. So if it does go the full distance, they may just be able to win it out like that.
That's what you got to do at the end of the day. Is you got to try to win this whole thing in as many different ways as possible. And that is going to be, you're going to smash or you're going to end up with the most points on the leaderboards at the end of the day. And Nongshim Red Force with that double Milta circle, like you mentioned, is just putting in the work. Problem is, though, is that if you get another one, I mean, everyone's going to know by now exactly where they're at. So the focus is going to, I think, shift a little bit. But this could be the game where we get another crazy Erangel circle to finish out PMWC here at EWC live in Paris. You can see these players cracking their
पलक क्या कह रहा है पलक बहुत उदास है यार बहुत डिसअपॉइंटेड
That will be the final bill. 3 teams, as you say before. Out of those 3, I feel like for my money, given today's games, I'm favoring either S2G or Nongshim Red Force. I feel like for me, E-Arena today, solid, consistent, but not a game-winning team. And I need to see a little bit more from them to be confident in their ability to fully confirm on that smash. But we've seen them do some crazy stuff, right? They have broken records on their road here, and now they're in with a chance to take that title, give Schweppes his 3rd performance at a global level to get a global stage title with those 2 PMWI trophies already behind him, looking for a 3rd time to take it home.
Well, here comes the big one. We're here in Paris, folks.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Chicken, bhai, chicken, अच्छे points.
Could this be the final match? That's the question we're about to find out as we're looking now at the plane. These players are locked, loaded, ready to go. And we got one going right down the middle here in a nice diagonal coming from George all the way down to Novo.
Yeah, going to give a lot of access to everywhere on the map here. Shouldn't be too many hot drops. I know we've seen a couple of those certainly earlier on. I mean, in our first Erangel, we had that hot drop near the fields that was a little bit questionable. Godlike not super happy about that, but there have been performances across the board here. Sorry, Ida.
अनस ने भी जंप कर दिया है अरीना वाला भी जंप कर गए हैं
A really tricky situation shouldn't be unfolding here this time around. Nobody dropping straight to North George, maybe just grabbing some vehicles and heading there later. Orangutan sending Wizgod very far up north, isolated from the rest of the roster. Potentially, again, just grabbing a vehicle, going to break out and rejoin in a moment.
Circle देखते हैं क्या करता है भाई.
Top players though, it's a 3-way tie with Ulf, Nongshim Red Force and Horror all having their representatives on our highest elimination.
Oh, circle!
And it's a milli circle.
Oh, Danda. Oh, नहीं. Fortress जल्दी पहुंचो.
बस सही है. नहीं निकल आएगी.
ये निकल आती है गाड़ी खड़ी उठा के.
Aurora are going to be down there. Nongshim Red Force are going to be close.
पीछे टीम में आएगी. मतलब
Aurora और उसके बाद 40 वाले गाड़ी मिल गई है गाड़ी मिल गई है T24 के पास गाड़ी है आइडिया वाली भी आ रहे हैं पीछे पीछे वो दे गाड़ियां लेके
एक बंदा घर उठाए किल चुका है ना आइडिया वालों
ओए हमारा भी पैराशूट पे था एक बंदा
एसजी वाले निकल जाए ये दूसरे बेस में
आइडिया वाले की फाइट होगी मुझे लगता है आइडिया वालों के साथ ये आइडिया वाले क्या कर रहे हैं मां के 15 नंबर पे हैं तो 15 पे हैं ये आइडिया वाले
fairly early on circles like this, try and get a foot on the north side of the island and work from there. That's what they're going to be looking for. But we've seen it, the other teams have seen it too. So is anyone going to try and counter that?
वो इसने ना ये पकड़ लिया एनएस वालों ने
to their gills here. They know exactly what these teams are going to do. It's just how are they going to execute it?
बस 40 वाले ब्रिज क्रॉस कर जाए ना.
If we look at the leaderboards right now, there are some that can still definitely win this whole tournament.
करके जी यार.
Even all the way down to Team Flash, Aura, Furia, right?
वेपन एंड पास सही है
ये गेम निकाल सकते हैं पूरा चांस कितना करे
क्योंकि अभी बहुत सारी टीम्स की फाइट होगी ब्रिज पे
ब्रिज कैंप भी लगाए तो भी हो सकता है ब्रिज कैंप ना भी लगाए तो भी
So if you look at Flash with 92 points, that's still quite a few away.
तो प्लेयर किधर है
but they have to do it in these next. You have to hit that threshold and then win the next game.
Absolutely. I mean, from 12th down, I feel like it is pretty much done and dusted for the title, unfortunately. 74 points, putting you really, really far behind of that smash threshold. Unless everybody else in the entire lobby stops earning points and you just keep going on a points victory, maybe. But still, I'm not too sure about that one. So for 12th down,
yeah, that's 48.
I'm having a bad time thinking about their prospects moving on forwards, which is unfortunate. But there are opportunities for the rest of the lobby to keep that ball rolling. As you say, Flash really very much on an outside chance. I feel like anyone below 7th place is in that same boat, right? Having a really, really tough time, and even in 7th, 6th, and 5th to boot. It's going to be really rough. It will necessitate a chicken dinner in this match to go across. This is that Nongshim Red Force rotate. Here they go. To tune in with our teams in the smash zone. Nongshim Red Force now across to the military island. S2G went very, very quickly, which makes me question how much loot they're going to have on board to try and hold this. Nongshim took a little bit longer to get across, which is going to give them some more power, some more backstop of utility, of supplies, and Aurora, of course, dropping over in that military base. They're not in the smash zone just yet, but they are the team that is closest to it. Only 7 points behind right now. E-Arena, they're still in South George. It's very likely that they're going to take a long time to go for this rotate.
Yeah, super unlucky on the side of E-Arena. They've had to do the longest rotations in Erangel all day today, and I think that's why we've seen them not have as much success as normal. But this is a perfect zone for Nongshim, right? They're going to have the north side of military all to themselves. They know this side of the map like the back of their hand. Enigma Galaxy, in the meantime, starting to mix in a little bit with Ida, a team they're super familiar with as they battled with them in Pachinki at the start here of the finals.
I mean, it felt like, Ida were across the bridge a lot earlier than this. They just did not have a setup.
No.
So, Enigma Galaxy getting across pretty much for free on that location. Great result for the squad.
देखना स्मैश पॉइंट के नीचे लाइन आ गई है टॉप 3 टीम.
But she'll need to try and push past in the next, as you say, 2 matches.
Yep.
To break on in there.
कुछ भी हो सकता है एसजी वाले अंदर भी पर
ये किस साइड पे है
यूए लेवल ऊपर बचिंग में पर ये पहाड़ी पिछले वाली साइड है फुल पीछे बैक साइड
ओके यार ये चिकन ही निकाले ये टीम
ये इस गेम का सब एसजी वाले भी कर सकते हैं
because you know they want to still win this. These still possible, but what kind of different play styles are we going to see? Like even
ओए सामने इनकी फाइट होगी जिस तरह ये जा रहे हैं उधर 40 वाले हैं इनके सामने लेफ्ट पे
so they have to go and just eliminate
40 वाले वेपन अच्छी है इनके पास वेपन बहुत अच्छी है इनके पास लूट बहुत अच्छी है
क्यों और 3 है
इन्होंने ट्रैप खाया है
3x है लेकिन ले लेंगे इनको अगर गए तो कंपाउंड्स में ये ले लो वही के
right? At the same time, that's a chicken dinner with 5 eliminations, so it's not going to come easy.
Hey, we're just going to see. Sure. We're just going to have to see what happens. With their opportunity crashing into S2G.
भाई IQ बढ़ गया यार.
To the smash zone.
चले तेरे टू में दिखाऊं चलो. ओह उजाफन
कर क्या रहे हैं यार क्या कर रहे हैं यार IQ अकेले क्या कर रहे हैं यहाँ पे जब पूरी टीम वहाँ पे है
and holding this south edge. I mean, they're feeling all right. They're feeling all right. We're still waiting for zone 2 to really.
यार घुस क्यों मार रहे हैं यार? ये गलत है यार. ये मैं नहीं कर सकता बर्दाश्त.
Sort of bubbling feeling in my stomach, Jukes.
दो की स्प्लिट में खेलनी है. दो की स्प्लिट में.
Go back to the mainland.
हेल यहाँ पे दूसरा बंदा कहाँ था हमारा?
उज़ैफा पीछे था.
दूसरा बंदा था हमारा.
अबे ये वाल पे घूम रहा था फायर.
Back of my neck is prickling. My spidey senses.
आज घूमे ना यार फिर.
That's right. Is in effect here, folks. If we see that northern shift, oh boy, will this be one heck of a
वो
party
टीम
here.
आके घुस गई हमारे पे पता ही नहीं है.
Just thinking they can kind of get some of that loot. S2G finding one of their players isolated. That's IQ gone, just like that.
क्या नहीं लगता भाई अब इन पे नहीं है गेम.
Looking on over, there's still a lot of teams that are on in the blue zone still.
इतनी टीमें इस साइड पे हैं बाकी.
South George.
इस साइड उठा दिया बात तो चल.
Super late. Tianba's up there, Godlike's up there, Aura are still just crossing. Yes, Naya. So a lot of teams very, very late.
Little family outing for Vitality.
Hop
into the hovercraft, luggage in the boot. Getting that fuel back on board.
भाई कौन सा इतना जल्दी पड़ता है टाइम लगता है.
तो ये पता नहीं एकदम दही आज तो
difficult to navigate. I'm not too happy with the amount of mobility that they're going to have. They do need to potentially try and find some vehicles or steal some from another team as our circle will be coming.
अरीना वाले अभी भी उस साइड पे हैं.
Yeah, for Vitality.
और होरा वाले भी उधर ही हैं.
रोल वाले, टाइटन वाले, लेकिन वाले.
We see it. The circle
यार कसम से IQ वैसे ही इन्होंने ज़ाया करवा दिया.
Keep a lot of that military island in. It's got to push Al-Ula away from Novo and the teams.
अब फिर ट्वीट ले हैं. S2G वाले पीछे से आए.
A little bit of a hurry up, but Al-Ula have that.
S2G वाले पीछे से आए.
The East Bridge. It's going to be a fairly easy
भी कह रहे हो यार इतना अच्छा दोनों पकड़ ले इतना हो गया तो सरवाइव
should be a fairly simple solution for whichever
एक रास्ता है दूसरे वो कोई टीम आ रही है.
Looks like orangutan might have the better end of the stick.
Just usual दो दे.
Res needs to happen. Unfortunate for Al-Ula. They can't catch a break. You know they wanted that observatory position so bad. But they're on the bottom. They're going to have to do the hard way. Still on the north side of this island.
Oh, head left.
OG battling it out with Team Flash. Two teams pretty down on the leaderboards. Trying to soak up some points here, get some extra placements.
दोनों बार बैठे हैं ना.
Have a possibility to make a run of it. They need 15 points.
Or like 13 पे 12 पे ये 13
पे reach that smash zone to try and smash in that final match. That's
अरीना वाले इधर से घूमते यार.
We could
ये
end this
बोट्स
game
पकड़ेंगे.
here now, folks. But you know what? Before
S2G वाले सही
Uzzaifa knockout. रोकने नॉकआउट कर दिया Uzzaifa को.
Skins right there. We got the Nine Tails Furies all.
फिनिश हो गया.
Finish Uzzaifa finish.
Still can. Aurora though at fourth try. This is a huge fight.
मेरी स्क्रीन पीछे है.
तो खो गया.
These plain fields. Zold's gonna
बढ़ गया 2-4 भी गया.
Throws the Molotov on him. He's gonna have
अलग बाकी है.
the nade goes out to Zold. Picks him off a little bit.
पहले अंदर जा.
तेरा नेट.
He touched it with the tiptoe and gets knocked.
पहले अंदर जा. सही हो गया.
अबे ये खेल कैसे रहे हैं कसम से जी प्लेयर हैं.
Swings back the other way and Aurora now are another step closer. They put a second.
भाई पीछे कर रहे हैं सर्कल में उधर बैठे रहो.
Inexorably towards that.
सर्कल के बीच में जाके पहुंचेंगे.
Points for them left to try and claim.
S2G वाले पीछे पड़े.
For a potential smash in Miramar.
अलग अकेला रह गया.
And we've seen two chicken dinners on
पहले पैंतीस से बैठ रहा.
from Nongshim, who have a 2-2 split on the north side of the island right now. Furia may look to try and challenge the northern point of this.
क्या करेगा तरवास
Nongshim going to look to regroup over towards the north.
मुझे लगता है ये गेम है. कोई तीन टीम से कोई टीम चिकन करेगी.
Which outpost they want to commit to, it may need another circle for them to do so.
Yeah,
मतलब तो पीछे जा बैठ. जो तीन बने तब बैठ जाते हैं. OG वाले में कोई भी
डिजर्व नहीं करते हमारे. डिजर्व भी नहीं करते हैं. पिछली बार डिजर्व करते थे इस बार नहीं करते. नहीं खेलने अच्छा.
For sure to try and stop him. E-Arena, meanwhile, Going to be coming in through the zone on the north
पहले
side.
तो काम करता है पहले जाते थे बैक
ओजी वालों की सही मारेंगे ये फैन वाले
अरे भाई तो यार
It's going to go a little bit close to the bridge. Now Nongshim need to regroup. For my money,
पहले मैंने तो ना सवाल किया ओजी एसजी वाले आए
they're right next to
अरीना वाले तो बिल्कुल ही एंटर नहीं हो पाएंगे बहुत मुश्किल है इनका
to get across the zone as well to get towards that military island crossing. Godlike are going to contest them on it. This could be
चोर यार तैमूर इतना अच्छा क्रॉस कर गए सबसे पहले आए फिर भी मर गए
घूम रहे हैं अभी भी जगह पकड़ अभी हम घूम ले पहले पूरे मैप में
maybe Galaxy will join in that fray, but they have to get across.
जोन आ गए जब इतना सब कुछ कर लिया अगला जोन प्रेफर नहीं कर रहा था अब जोन अगर प्रेफर कर लिया जोन प्रेफर करके क्या किया
इसमें जोन चल जाएगी जोन में लोग आए हुए
on the eastern and western bridge. You can see Nongshim though, they got those sandbags. They're going to be holding this hill. This is a great spot in this circle. We're going to have so many different sides to rotate away from it if necessary. These guys are set up for this one here. I'm not kidding. They are the biggest threat in this lobby right now.
बात तो ये भी है ना भाई फलक अकेला क्या करेगा
वही ना with the chance to smash this
एच खेल सकते हैं बस और उसके अलावा तो कुछ भी नहीं कर सकता
एच खेल लिया था 2-3 में ले आए जैसा दूसरी टीम ने लाया था
अरीना वाले बढ़ जाएंगे
there's going to be at least
वो वाली उम्मीद ना रख
ticking away every second. A drop of sweat
leading. अभी ना फायदे नहीं आने दो इन्हें आने दो
There's Godlike keeping an eye on Arena.
NX का एक मर गया NX का नॉकआउट हुआ NX का
ZY.
Okay, that's right.
Long edge
should be able to get safe.
पता तो चल गया ना NS वाले इधर बैठे हुए हैं
ऐसे ही है
Gonna keep their player up here.
Okay.
Remember, they don't know who it is until it's flushed, so they still don't have a clue it's Nongshim just yet.
We'll be able to get that healing done. Unlikely that there's any full crashes onto this
अच्छा 40 वाले सबसे पहले इस साइड पे ये वाले घर पकड़ लेते हैं रोड वाले
from the north side at the moment and Furia, Alola generally
चोर यार सबसे पहले जोन में आके मर गए क्या बोले और
each other are still there, not to mention Galaxy pushing in from that north side as well. So
बैड लग
next circle 2 maybe Nongshim Red Force
पता नहीं उनके माइंड में क्या चल रहा था
तो बैड लग नहीं कर सकते जोन
माइंड उनके माइंड में क्या चल रहा था
no one really contesting them. Of course you do still have Falak from 4 tries, the last player to stay alive, who could potentially find a backstop position, find an off angle, achieve a little snake in the grass play. But for STG, on the south side, I think they have a good run up as well.
ये मारेंगे OG वालों को
Yeah, there's so many teams here. I mean, S2G, Nongshim Red Force, they're going to have some big dominant positions. They could win this game and end the tournament here and now. The question is how are they going to
अबे 3 पॉइंट्स का फर्क है इनका और इनका 3-4 पॉइंट का फर्क रहता है वो देख
give away their position and a lot of attention is going to be laser focused on them. A southern shift happens. S2G have the high ground.
Now this is really important.
S2G वाले को चिकन लग रहा है मुझे कैरी
the teams on the north side will
हो भी सकता है यार
ब्रो ओए फलक ने सिंगल गाल पकड़ ली है
यार ओपन नहीं खेल सकता फलक कोई ना कुछ पकड़ना पड़ेगा
फलक घर में है सोलो वाले घर में
Think again.
Nope, there are a whole bunch of teams holding on this eastern bridge.
ओए ओजी वालों को रिफ्लेक्स मार के हो रहा है का बंदा
हाँ मैंने देखा है चिकन होरा वाले भी गए S2G का चिकन है भाई फील हो रहा है मेरे को
This is their chance to disrupt E-Arena.
A real big chance. E-Arena.
आईडीए वाले भी दिन है एनएस भी दिन है
अरीना वाले भी सर्कल में है ओजी वाले अबे ये मिड उस साइड से इस साइड पे पहुंच गए हैं अरीना वाले ये पहले उस साइड पे थे अरीना का एक नॉकआउट
There goes Schwab. And now Wizgod is going to be looking to get that thirst, soak up them points. They know it's the arena here. Oh, the pan shot. Okay. Woo! He said, okay, let me go ahead and get back to this side.
ये फिनिश हो गया
He's going to be full sending it across this bridge to try and survive.
ये भी मरेगा
You can hear them.
Arena वाले मरेंगे.
I can hear the S2G chants already. They know this looks really good. But
अभी मालूम नहीं क्या है बैठ के.
This east side concluding, and we didn't really catch it on camera, but Furia went up towards Nick Galaxy.
ये क्या सीन है? बीच पे बंदे ही नहीं जा रहे.
वो चल रही.
And not losing themselves, but again, that leaves no challengers from the east towards the high ground position in those sandbag spots.
knockout
The east side is going to be coming into this zone.
Finish हो गया था.
Run through. As the arena
अच्छा इन्होंने बैंडेज बहुत ज़्यादा उठाए हैं सर्कल पकड़ने के लिए.
Yeah, at the cost of Schweppes and a whole bunch of utility as well. They're going to be going through almost
NS or S2G. It's 4 man है.
They're going to have to hope to catch a third party. Something. If they do get that
40 फलक ने नॉकआउट किया गोल लाइन का.
this could be dangerous. Let's see how this works out though. As we're going to look at Duniya getting mighty close to T-Flash. That name.
वो नॉक फिनिश कर दिया फलक ने.
जियो नाइस.
still going.
यार फलक हैवी लोंडे. अकेला है यार कुछ कर भी नहीं सकता.
अकेला भी उसे.
He's going to manage to push through complete ease, but it's a good start. As the blue zone at his back, Bose for Team Flash. Remember, they were the team that was holding out the East Bridge. They They might try and turn their attention to our tabletoppers, Nongshim Red Force, in their bunker spot. It is really dicey for everybody on this east side. They have to push past such a difficult, impregnable position.
Hey, they found a spot though, right? Arena was able to find a little bit of space. Possibly some
क्या बात है. निकल जा भाई. ओ क्या बात है.
ओए जी निकला इधर कर रहे हो
यार.
That was a crazy dash out of the open.
कितने से बच्चे.
The melee position. A team that we haven't talked about in a while is Aurora, who sit as a blocker to Alola. And remember, they are a team chasing towards that smash zone.
Arena का एक नॉकआउट है.
Towards Mormon as well, a knock over to Arena, and they knock down another player. Vitality pick up the flush. So Aurora tonight.
Arena का नहीं हो सकते यार. S2G और NS वाले. ये 4 man है.
On the south side of this zone, as it pushes, by the way, away from Nongshim.
जो 4 man थे वो खतरनाक है.
ये देखना NS वाले. इनका एक बंदा 2 मर जाए ना तो फिर मजा आता है.
Arena. That's a big one, a big fight about to take off as they're waiting for this next circle. This is still stage 5, but military zones are
मारेगा कौन यार इन्हें. सब चुप के खेल रहे.
ये देख अरीना वाले ने 2 कार पकड़ लिए कंपाउंड में.
Right now they're just keeping eyes on Alula, trying to get a few more eliminations. They know they're
हमारा फलक है.
फलक इधर ही अभी लाइव है. और राइट साइड पे ऊपर रोड वाली साइड पे कंपाउंड है एक उसने वो पकड़ा हुआ था.
I feel like the most important decision here is Nongshim's.
वो उस पहाड़ी को साइड पे था.
फलक तैमूर में मान जाऊंगा.
यार
अकेले है ना. कितनी देर खेलेगा. अगर उस पे पुश किया तो बढ़ गया वो. NS वाले गए. NS वाले पुश है NS वालों पे.
मार दो फ्लैश.
एक फ्लैश.
वो ताला यार फ्लैश क्या कर रही है यार ये फ्लैश मर गई भाई खत्म.
वो चेक कर.
ओए
वो ताला
ONGX वाले फ्लैश वालों पे पुश कर गए हैं.
फ्लैश वाले मर गए. ये NSC को मार दिया.
अच्छा NS वाले हैं. ठीक है
मारा है. हां लेट्स को मारा है.
NGX है ना निकल लगती.
और नेटमैन वाले भी आती है.
और NS वाले मार गए.
NS वाले
यार बहुत बात है फील्ड पे.
As Nigma Galaxy in just one.
भाई जो भी इन्होंने कहा भाई तुम लोग नहीं तो हम नहीं तो तुम लोग भी नहीं.
Could see another match.
My goodness me, but
वो ऐसे जी वाले हैं ना. पलट पे नजर आती है ना.
फलक यार फलक डैमेज है गाइस. फलक डैमेज है. हो गया इसे जो पर है.
फलक उधर है वो शैक पे देख. पीछे लेफ्ट शैक पे है फलक.
हाँ वो मिड पे बैठा हुआ है. ना जियो
गाड़ी गई उस पे.
गाड़ी गई यार. नहीं
नेट कराएगा ये.
नहीं
उधर से नेट भी आ रहे हैं ना. फलक पे नेट भी आ रहे हैं
भाई.
We'll certainly know about it now. Godlike wants to challenge on this hillside, the southwest side, getting hotter and hotter. It's the Lone Ranger on horseback.
अंदर जा.
अबे इसके पास घोड़ा है यार. फलक.
अबे नहीं.
Jumps out for a little bit longer and
वो
survives.
जी
He's got that big gun on his head. He's ready for the fight.
Oh nice यार GG लड़के
जियो शेरात
नहीं यार
and the circle goes south too.
यार यही
यार उसके पास गाड़ी भी नहीं है यार घोड़ा था
जी
बहुत अभी बचा है वहां से बच गया है बहुत बड़ी बात है तैमूर कोई और था नहीं होता सर्वाइव
भाई बहुत अच्छा खेला यार अच्छा खेला लड़का 2 किल कर गए
इसी बीच में यार
They could end this tournament right here, right now.
S2G
भी भाई वो भी भाई
On the side that S2G is starting to spread their wings. They're taking so much real estate in this circle. Looking
इनवल टू देख ये इनवल टू देख
ये अरीना पहले से क्वाइट थी
जी वाले अब सिखाने
अभी S2G वालों का
बहुत सिखाने
नहीं ना भाई वो 4 मैन लाइव है और सर्कल उनके पास है सर्कल में है ना
ये भी बोल रहा है
वो देख
Did he spot S2G though in the grass? Just stand up. The fight waiting to happen. This could be the fight to decide.
तीन टीम में 4 मैन की
Whichever team owns this one, they're going to control the entire side of the map.
सिर्फ चिकन ही ना करते यार अरोरा वाले भी इनके ये देखना ये इनके पास लोकेशन अच्छी है कुड़िया के 2 में
Nongshim Red Force swept aside with a targeted strike from Nick McGalaxy.
और लाइक का एक ही है ना यार बेशक निकले ना लेकिन देख तो सही ये कुड़िया वालों पे नेट कराई जा रही मारो यार अबे S2G वालों को मारो यार
Vitality, fight Aurora. That's a perfect opportunity for SUG to third party this and take this tournament.
But I mean, where do Vitality go? Where do they go to try and make the most of this match? He's towards Aurora. You can't sweep West. Furious still have some snakes in the grass and Kamikaze reinforcing that position. I feel like Vitality might just be giving this one over to S2G.
You gotta realize, Vitality, it's either go anywhere else.
भाई ऐसा लग रहा है कि लेंगे भाई S2G वाले ले जाएंगे मरवाओ यार इनको मारो भाई
As these are the 2 squads with the full team still alive in this tournament.
We need to put the aura in Aurora right now. They need to play big.
Aurora जिंदा है पूरा क्या हो गया?
वो बेशक जिंदा होना उनके पास इतनी अच्छी लोकेशन नहीं है।
Aurora घुसेंगे ले लेंगे इजी है क्या हो गया?
किधर घुसेंगे भाई? हाँ वो सर्कल घर में है नीचे स्क्वाड हाउस में
आएंगे क्रश करना पड़ेगा उनको नहीं कर सकते वो भी सर्वाइव
लेकिन फूरिया वाले नहीं दूसरे हैं
Because they know they have the high ground. They do lose that building though, so that backstop there by Solke. He's going to have to jump on down and look at this position. This is all about fight timing.
यार ये फूरिया वाले ले सकते हैं
S2G should have this one in the bag. And top is looking in
क्या पता ये पे खत्म हो जाए गेम
वही तो मैं कह रहा हूँ लेकिन फूरिया वाले ले सकते हैं पीछे से
इनका गेम है यार
There is still angles that they can take over towards Vitality. And they may actually opt to stay on the top of this ridge.
You can feel the tension in the air. You can cut it with a knife. This could be the end of the tournament. We're watching the last game if S2G take this one. Duniya. Don't count them out either. They have 2 players up, but they could definitely disrupt this entire fight.
Down the line.
Circle se chalenge
one more zone shift. One more zone shift to decide who's going to have the advantage.
S2G वालों पे zoom देख बोल रहा था ना मैं
Now it's only Ayala left for Duniya.
There was also a knockover towards a Vitality player coming through from Aurora, who are pushing up to the ridge but leaving Top out to deal with Vitality's position. It's so suppressed. Oh, the links coming into play, and there's a knockover towards Top. S2G find the backline. That's not going to be reservoir.
Aurora जा रही है S2G पे. Aurora जा रही है. Aurora जा रही है.
नहीं जा रही भाई किधर से जा रही?
नीचे घूम रहा है रिच पे.
अबे नीचे घूम रहा है नीचे दूसरी टीम भी है वो भी मार रही है इनको अरोरा वालों को.
टॉप नॉक उनका यल ना के
ये इसको लो यार इसको लो लोस्ट को लो भाई मारो इसको है भी यार.
वो तरह जाओ रश करो.
S2G के कितने नॉकआउट है? 3 नॉकआउट है. हैवी यार चूरिया वाला ले लेगा. क्या 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 अच्छा ये इधर है. मार दे यार किल उठा उसका कंफर्म कर.
क्यों रिवाइव ना हो जाए? बहुत दूर है.
अबे नेट गया ये
अरोरा कभी मर गए ना.
अबे वो रिवाइव हो जाएगा. लास्ट रहता है.
S2G पे जा बस सही है. नहीं होंगे यार. मार दे.
अरोरा वाले लेके चिकन यार.
निकलो निकलो भाई.
ये रो रहे हैं.
1v3 डॉग कर गए उसको.
You can see the look on their faces, the devastation. It could have been over right then, right there. They had that game in the palm of their hand.
ओए सर पकड़ लिया उसने S2G ने यार.
तो भाई पकड़ेंगे तो क्या लगता है?
Aurora with the charge through. It felt like the knocks were there. Everything was lining up. But they built that house.
ओहो खैर कोई बात नहीं है भाई. कोई बात नहीं.
To go again and this time there's a fourth player in the ring.
तुम्हारी वजह से रो पर है वो. देख लो तुम कुछ हो रहे वो रो रहे हैं.
भाई गेम में मजा आ रहा है.
सही बात.
वैसे यार हम जीता या जीता तैमूर. इनको मतवाने में जो मजा
बताओ तुझे. अभी 2 मीरा मार के 4-5 टीमें हो गई हैं स्मैक स्पॉन में. मेरे ख्याल में 4-5 टीमें हैं. अभी दिखाएंगे टोटल पॉइंट्स. अच्छा एक बात बताऊं. जहाँ पे लोकेशन थी S2G वालों के पास वो अपनी लोकेशन छोड़ के नीचे भाग गए. हाल देख.
S2G वालों ने वही से आ गए ना. वही पे तो आ गए. वो जो नीचे आ गई बस पूरी ऊपर खत्म.
पूरिया नहीं अरोरा वाले ऊपर चले गए थे.
नहीं फूरिया एक बैक भी था.
वो बैक पे बहुत दूर था.
वो सही रहा. अरोरा वाला
वो बैक उसने सबको मारा. वो जो ऊपर जो था
वो अल्लाह कवर सही दे रहा.
इन्होंने हका है बहुत यार. बहुत गंदा बहुत अच्छा चिकन था इनका.
These teams need to give Enigma Galaxy a little pat on the back. Say, hey, give me that one. That's dangerous.
Absolutely. Dap them up. We are going to be heading out for a few bucks. Make sure you don't go anywhere because there are crucial games left to play. Let's see what we've got for you.
Make sure you don't go anywhere because there are crucial games left.
We were there.
Let's see what we've got for you.
For every click, every clutch, every respawn.
We were there.
We were there for the years of grind. And we're here.
S2G वालों का IGL गालियां दे रहा है.
EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves.
आ गए भाई सारों ने आ गए.
Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
शुक्र है नहीं हुआ चिकन यार, चलो और देख लेंगे। हमारी टीम तो वैसे भी बहुत ज्यादा मुश्किल है, खैर बहुत ज्यादा मुश्किल है।
Just when you thought it couldn't get any better, now a dark horse has arrived in that smash zone. It is none other than the silent killers of Aurora Gaming. Because this squad, we have said it over and over again. If you give them a chance, they will take it. This through everything. They have multiple global MVPs.
लेकिन यार 4 ट्राइब्स में हो गए यार, ये बात नहीं भूलूंगा मैं। भाई क्यों जो है ना जोन पकड़ के भी नहीं करवाया यार, क्या पता इन दो में हो जाए, कुछ ना कुछ हो जाए। बहुत ज्यादा मुश्किल है, वही तो
4 टीमें हो गई हैं भाई इस मैच में, देख ले।
और ट्राइब का नाम निशान नहीं है यार।
Very well on Miramar. 9 out of 10. They are big fragging, big winning. Cannot wait for this next one coming up because Aurora are in. They just might do it.
Yeah, and the position that they were in too. Obviously,
यार फलक को उसके पॉइंट भी तो मिले होंगे ना।
प्लेसमेंट के 105 पे है ना, 105 पॉइंट।
Moving out of position there, and obviously Aurora catching them off. You can just see the dominance that this team has when they're under pressure.
फलक के 1-2 पॉइंट ही मिले, फायदा नहीं उनका, 5 ही रखे वो।
25 पॉइंट
अरोरा गेम में 25 पॉइंट, 15 एलिमेंट, प्लेसमेंट के 10 पॉइंट है ना।
जो टॉप 1 पे होगा वही जीतेगा। चलो नहीं होते चिकन किसी के, खत्म है।
कोई पता नहीं यार, 2 गेम है।
When you're not able to close it out, and it's something that you brought up earlier too, Lace. Sometimes in Battle Royale, in PUBG Mobile Esports, you only get one chance to win it via Smash Roll. If you're not able to close it out, you start overthinking yourself. You start seeing what those players are currently doing, which is just putting themselves down and starting to doubt stuff in their head too.
I mean, we've seen it with the arena. Now, obviously, S2G, they had such a powerful position from the get-go. They were moving their rotation so well with each and every so close. The height on their here, but like I said before, the positioning from Lost sort of moving over this top side of the hill, unfortunately, was caught out by Aurora looking down. So you can see the upset on their face from this, and they just knew from that moment they messed up.
Oh, the Doc and Reefus wombo combo, like that is what you want to see as an Aurora fan. That is such a good execution. The push from S2G I would say was not even a bad idea.
अच्छा पता है S2G वाले ये सोच रहे थे गाड़ी निकालना है फिर फिनिश करते हैं गेम।
Was going to be enough cover to keep you alive in the very end. Kamikaze, of course, trying to keep the dream alive.
करे ना,
Aurora were just way stronger.
निकाले गाड़ी।
ओवर कॉन्फिडेंस था ना, दे गया।
We don't see very often on the global stage, but any of those 4 teams could still now be crowned your
दोबारा नहीं करेंगे, दोबारा कभी नहीं करेंगे ये चीज।
चिकन था भाई, इजी चिकन था।
With the Smash format in this next match, which means that some other teams could still end up
खुद को ही पता है गालियां दे रहे अपने आप को, अपने टीम को।
You can see 4 Thrives is still, even though 4 Thrives hasn't really been performing that well.
फलक इस दफा वो
they could still find
यार फलक सही खेलता है, मुझे पता है फलक का G2 से सही परफॉर्म नहीं हो रहा फलक को, और IQ पता नहीं क्या कर।
G2 पे सही खेला है फलक से, फलक इस दफा नहीं सही खेला।
फलक सही खेल रहा है यार, फलक क्या करे और मेरी जान। वो रोंडो में वो उसने नॉक किया है, कर्नेट से मार दिया अपने ही बंदे ने। कहाँ परफॉर्म करे फलक।
for Aurora, that is like smelling blood in the water, and it just activates immediately. Like once they get that knock, Aurora are all over it. Full push, full send, complete synergy. They like, right, we have a target, we know what we're doing now. So for me, I think it's less S2G and more Aurora.
Yeah, they were in great positions. I absolutely agree to you. And Aurora were moving to the rotation on Vitality. If they were just to wait another moment, it would have opened up an even better position for them. But obviously, you know, like Max says, they were sort of making that push. It wasn't the worst decision, it was the timing decision that put them out.
Overall now we see Aurora jumping
Aurora 140 पे पहुंच गई है भाई.
Red Force at 140 points apiece. Notion Red Force does have 3 chicken dinners.
भाई मुझे अब लग रहा है भाई.
Looking at this overall ranking,
Aurora.
we got a chance to see
Aurora का लग रहा है.
for Miramar Max, and we ended up seeing Nonshim there, and as well as E-Arena. This could be the turnaround for E-Arena.
I mean, especially great. Like, Nature, remind me, PMI, Macau Invitational, which map was it the Nonshim Red Force won on? I got this map. It was game 6, and it was what battleground?
यार जो MS वालों के साथ हुआ है ना, टेकमा गैलेक्सी वालों ने किया है.
It's Nonshim Red Force o'clock.
वो एंड है.
जिंदगी बहुत याद रखेंगे.
Hypothetical scenario where none of the top 4 teams get chicken dinner. These guys, the top 3 is not going to cut it. You need a win if you want to do it, and you know what that means.
अच्छा, तू कह रहा है कि वो तू कुछ और के नाम ले रहा था फ्लैश का. चलो फ्लैश तो वही है, वे फ्लैश का नाम क्यों ले रहा है? ओ एनएस है.
One more chance for those squads. 4 Thrives, you are 17 points away. I don't know if they're gonna be able to do it.
निजमा गलती की बात कर रहा है जो एनएस को आके खड़ा है बीच में तेरी गाड़ी दे के बड़ा है इसका.
Still time absolutely for them and to be able to capitalize on that, and what we've seen, and obviously a lot of these zone balls on Miramar, they could have that potential to be able to do it.
क्या लगता है ज्यादा?
You know, we saw it from the
Comeback.
the hashtag
No more.
EWC post. They just need that chicken dinner.
इंशाल्लाह यार हम तो दुआ ही कर रहे हैं.
यार अरोरा भी पहुंच गया 94 पॉइंट पे. वेन उनका भी 0 है, चिकन 0 है अरोरा वालों का भी.
You have absolutely nothing to lose.
ओ यार एक गेम अच्छा निकला, एक गेम चिकन, उसके अलावा कोई हल नहीं है. तैमूर है खत्म.
एक अच्छा गया, दोनों चिकन. मीरा मारे दोनों चिकन.
अच्छा हम एक मांग रहे थे, दो का सोच रहा है.
भाई सोचो तो बड़ा सोचो ना यार, तुझे पता है अल्लाह बेनियाज है. देने पे आए तो भाई छप्पड़ फाड़ के दे सकता है.
ये बात तो है.
तेरी आवाज उधर से आ रही है मुझे, इधर से तू बोल रहा है डबल हो रही है.
And also looking at God like AKOP had some really good plays by the way earlier today on Rondo specifically, so good one on AKOP. But at this point, it's just about getting experience, just trying to get as high a rank as you possibly can. I would say top 10 would be great to see try and one of those. But I'm sure that with how much they've learned this event, next time we do see them 7, they're going to come back even stronger, maybe in PMGC.
I think so. I mean, we already seen a strong performance out of OG. This one being now their second international event. For Godlike, they have completely shattered my expectations. Even though after what I saw from earlier on, I had them in my top 5 for the finals here. The pressure I feel like is going to get into them because it is their first international event. But I'm with you. I think that experience that they're going to be getting here is going to progress not only just for them, but also for India as a region.
Oh, exactly. I mean, if you look at the likes of X-Force Rejects, for instance, down in Africa, right, the African region, their global experience has been moving forward and actually influencing other teams around them in their local area. So it's the exact same thing for our Indian teams here. I've been very, very impressed with Godlike, very impressed with OG. Even in the finals coming in here, day 3, looking really good, making some fantastic plays against the likes of Chiamba, like a lot of different teams here. I do think that, yes, the experience is one thing here, 7, that's definitely not to be overlooked because they just don't have the experience these other teams do. But I will say, a big jump between group survival and finals. Like, it's a completely different earlier in the week. So for them, it's just really hard to adapt as well. And yeah, they're getting left behind, but still massive GGs. I'm very impressed.
Completely different playing style here in the finals. Group A, we got a chance to see just tacticalness. Group B, we've got a chance to see aggressiveness. And survival, we got a little bit of a sneak peek. It was still passive, but now we're here in the finals. And now we only have possibly one match left. If nobody wins it from the top 4, then we will have that 6th match. But Barney, do you think it's going to be ending here in this first Miramar? Or are we going to go one more?
Oh my
God.
What is happening, dude? My heart is coming out of every orifice that I have, Lucy. I don't know what is going on. It's getting insane. It's getting so spicy here on the Qiddiya City grid. Of course, we now have 4 teams that are on Smash Point. We've got Nongshim Red Force.
Yes, indeed.
E-Arena.
Since a long time.
I know. It feels that way, doesn't it?
Yeah, it was a long time ago now.
And of course,
just Aurora Gaming just cuts it now.
I know, they're all fighting, battling tooth and nail for this right here. Our beautiful PMWC trophy and the legacy,
of course,
at EWC.
And I think there is people from all over the world as well, like watching them. And I think our audience is ready as well. Everybody's like, one more game? No, don't want one game, depending of who you're rooting for, actually.
That's right. We step foot onto Miramar for a 2 times, potentially, but it could all end in the next match. And so, everyone in the Qiddiya City grid, are you ready?
Of course,
make some noise!
Here we are, back to you, Caster, for the game 5.
There you go, setting the stage perfectly there. Shout out to Barney and Luke, you've been absolutely killing it over the course of the event, and so have you, Paris. You've been absolutely electric here in the Qiddiya City grid, and all of us are sat in anticipation for what is yet to come as we move over from Erangel and set our sights on the new geometry that is Miramar Blank.
And we said goodbye to Rondo, we said goodbye to Erangel, and we are saying hello to our 2 final Miramars, which will cap off this tournament. PMWC at EWC. It has been an absolute slammer of an event. But right now, that last game, not so much. It was a bit of a slam dunk from Aurora. And S2G misses the boat on that one.
And Eamon, I think what hurts most is that could have been the full 3-pointer blank. They were set up for a nice swish in through the net.
Yeah, they were. They absolutely were, but bounced off the backboard, directly back into their own face. I mean, for Kamikaze, completely understand it. I think his center position movements have been sick throughout the tournament.
All right.
This one, not so great.
Okay.
I think sometimes you do have to peel back and realize we need the full 4v4. I think a lot of the time Kamikaze's gone for those center anchors. It's been fine because they've had the majority control anyway. And what he does by doing that is massively secure the win. Because he's able to play that position very effectively. That time around, when you've got Vitality up in that northern edge, you've got Aurora trying to push up the hillside, you need to fully reinforce that position, otherwise that happens. Either way, we were discussing it, it's a hard one, because right now Aurora's on an absolute high. They are living in the clouds at the moment, but for S2G, that's a mentally booming game.
It's going to get you. It's going to get you, even with the strongest mental fortitude, a game like that, you have to completely reset and effectively try and just play this one in isolation. Treat it as a best of one game, forget everything else. Because, yeah, otherwise you kind of sat there with the thoughts of, that was our championship game. We were very nearly in a reality where we could have been crowned champions.
Yeah.
But there are other teams that are eligible for that to be the outcome, and of course, like we touched on, with 2 games left to go, there is still plenty of opportunity for any one of them to close it out. That smash rule could still come into effect. You could still close it here in game 5.
For Nongshim, we know they can do it already. They did it yesterday on game 6. E-Arena hasn't looked terrible on Miramar either. S2G is known for their Miramars. So we'll wait and see how it does pan out. We're just waiting to get into game right now as everyone gets set up and ready to jump in. All fun on screens. I don't think it's been the worst of tournaments for them. It's just, there has been some missteps, right? And I think that it wouldn't be right for me to say that they've played fine throughout the entirety of this tournament. They have made some missteps here and there. Sometimes, I think Neptune actually put it very well. They play very reactive into some of their late games, where I think there are some good decisions as they leapfrog into the circles, but then when things start to go wrong, they really go wrong. And that means losing one player here, one player there, trading off for things that they weren't quite expecting. But we do know that once Ulf gets towards an endgame as a four-man, they look fine. They look really good. But it's getting there, which has been the difficulty for them. Aura Sleepy currently is doing an incredible amount of work for the squad today. Looking fantastic. But we have seen them to lose that Arundel earlier on, where it just felt like a sure thing. TAIMOOR was just showing up in a big way.
They were indeed. It was great to see the rise back to form for TAIMOOR.
Hello.
The topsy-turvy road to Enigma Galaxy as well. A lot of narrative things that we'll be picking into as this develops. So get in store for it. We're about to go live with this one. Miramar Game 5 here at PMWC at EWC 26. Looking to crown another new champion, another new organization to fly the banner high, and our next 4 kings of PUBG Mobile here on the grand stage live from Paris, France.
Penultimate match here. It's going to take an ultimate game for some of these guys to get it done. 4 teams vying for control right now. Other teams looking to break in that 122 points barrier to potentially take it all home on that final match. We're looking at Furia, TAIMOOR,
let's go,
Enigma Galaxy to make that jump. But there are 4 teams that could stop it right here, right now. Going into map number 5, Nongshim stopping out short over towards Ruins as per usual. Nice playing path for them. They can get looted very, very quickly and move into that circle when it pops. We've not seen a lot of western circles, and Nongshim's been able to play a lot of these like southeast, east circles fairly well, despite starting in Ruins, which is, I think, the most impressive thing about them. TAIMOOR out down towards Impala. And S2G will have to go for full reset. And like you say, you kind of want the Men in Black mind wipe right now, don't you, really, from the coaches?
Yeah, the neuralizer. Wipe that off. Glad to see this though, mate. Yeah, a bit more normality instantly into this one in terms of the circle. We've had some pretty wacky circles at times, made it a bit uncomfortable for a few of the squads, a few of the games. It's going into our first of the 2 Miramars, potentially 2, that is. Glad this is a more consistent start to open us up.
Yeah, we're around El Azhar. I don't want to center up too much around here because we're heading over towards those horrible dead fields. Always a bit uncomfortable to play. You got Death Valley down towards Ricardo way. La Bandita is going to create a little bit of a funnel for our teams playing Los Leones, Paraíso, as well as Impala. For S2G, straight shot towards the center available for them here. I think they're fine playing from truck stop. Nongshim Red Force, a little bit more of a journey, but can wrap on that north side. And again, jumping into this one, trying to get a move on, just like Naruto Uzumaki. Just straight running across that water. But we want to bring some heat to the equation, some fire, with the Ninetales Fury Org skin as well as the Naruto Uzumaki set. Plenty to win in game, plenty to grab. Make sure you do join in. But join us now as we head back into the game.
Yeah, that'll always be there waiting for you whilst the event's ongoing. To take advantage of it, but like Blank said, we'll stick with the present for now and see what we get out of this. Obviously early doors into it initially. No over-aggression necessary from the teams, not worth the risk due to the damage it could do back upon you. So it will be a fairly safe opening few minutes here of looting for a decent majority of that squad. It's a bit of a split there from OG early with a 3-1, so Aru further back. Ooh, and this has actually resulted in a bit of
इनकी आपस में fight हो रही है gold वालों की और godlike की और OG की.
Nest Power comes in with the opening elimination as Godlike do get line of sight down onto OG.
Yeah, good shots from S Power again. He has really made a name for himself here.
अच्छा fight दिखा ही नहीं रहे उनकी.
His own region.
उन्होंने kill कर चुका है ये हाल देख इनका.
Known to be able to tango with the best of them.
ਉਹੀ ਤੇ ਨਾ ਟਾਪ 10 ਵਿੱਚ ਆਉਣਾ ਕੋਈ ਨਹੀਂ ਪੈਂਦੀ ਸੀ ਚਲੋ ਇਹ ਅੱਗੇ ਨਿੱਕੀ ਦੂਜੇ ਦੇ ਕੇ ਟਾਪ 10 ਵਿੱਚ ਆ ਜਾ
नहीं आ सकते टॉप 10 में भाई टॉप 10 में 96 पॉइंट है इनके 78 पॉइंट है.
Ulf getting nice and central on this one too, just underneath Hacienda.
बजवादे आईडी का रैंक छोड़ दिया तूने.
Still a lot of teams yet to move in just yet though. Aurora getting the full loot on. You can see it on our screens right now. Still looking for some supplies. Mini 14 there for the M16.
नहीं खेलता हूँ थोड़ा खेलता हूँ यार
टैंक नहीं कर रहा अपनी आईडी का
खेलता हूँ थोड़ा खेल रहा हूँ
अभी तो तुझे ट्रिक भी मिल गई है हाई प्लस वाली भोसड़ी वाले
नहीं
बोल तो रहा था मिल गई है
3 घंटे आईडी पर आया अब अल्टीमेट पे कर रहा हूँ
already shown they can do it. And with how tight those rankings are towards the top,
अल्टीमेट का कर रहे हैं
अच्छा अच्छा
राम वो तो है मेरे पास लड़का वो जो ट्रिक लगा रहा है किसी पे
That's a big jump up in prize pool as well. And it may all end here on this match, so you can really switch things up very, very
इसी पे ट्रिक
quickly.
लगा रहा है मतलब
Getting a top 5 in this event would be a really, really good result for them. A bit hard to jump up over towards that top 4 with E Arena on 123.
वो जेड़ा पैक करके देता वो पीसी के थ्रू कर रहा है ट्रिक लगा कर दे रहा है पीसी से वो क्रोन वाली आईडी से स्टार्ट करता है मैच पीसी से तो ट्रिक लग जाती है
तो वो तो मैं भी तुझे कर देता हूँ स्टार्ट
because you are so focused on getting that chicken dinner, so focused on hitting that smash that you forget that this might just go all the way through to the 6th match, and then Nongshim just takes it.
नहीं कोई VPN वो भी सीन है ना VPN वाला और वो भी चीज
वो भी मुझे पता है
You're scared to play it out like a regular game due to the fear of having it slip through your fingertips and not getting that instantaneous win. But then, like you touch on, you
रात को ट्राई मार लेते हैं
to be laughed, and it's been a nice step up from the teams above them that are dangerously close to all being tied. 1 point of difference.
ये क्या कर रहे हैं गोटी वाले?
ओके करो आ जाओ
The one saving caveat could be
वो क्या?
trying to first onto the big dogs in the lobby that are in the smash zone.
ये मैं किल शील उठाने के चक्कर
में games and keeping them going for a bit longer.
अबे कवर ना देता तो अभी चला गया था एक बढ़ गया था वो बल्ला के
bit of damage back over onto Ulf and the 4-5s boys.
नहीं जाफर हमने कवर अच्छा दे गया फलक को अलग
lovely pick for that. Yeah, it is. Eyes over towards that. Understood that that's a potential position a team could be playing in. Instantly rebuffs the shots, and because of that, Falak stays up.
Either the iPad.
Bloody sure. He drops off the vehicle. He gets insta flushed. So that does keep 4th Thrives as a 4-man, which they need because they're right on 105 points. Get themselves 17 more on this match. They set themselves above that smash ruling. Challenge out for that top 3 as well if we do go all the way to 6 matches, which at internationals does tend to be the way things go down. Yeah, it's not a win though.
Tight timing on the turnaround here.
Being
ran down by 4-5s. He's calling for the backup and they're starting to swell over.
Oh, low 1 HP है. Oh, nice यार.
He will fall.
अलग तेरे रोल है भाई.
Pulled up to the party as well.
अपना टीममेट रिवाइव दो अपना टीममेट रिवाइव दो
Bring the bullets back and there's no reason to be here
Zephyr को
anymore.
रिवाइव दो
It's so central. It's not about place to play, but I think you're right. Ulf just realizes that they cut their losses on this one. This stage of the game, trying to get yourself further up in the rankings, not worth it. Take the fight against the team, which might be easy. He's been thrown through the windows, running off the upstairs, can get very dangerous in there. Dropping those mollies as well. Zone 2 though coming up, and Zone 2 will cut in very hard on Miramar. Plenty of fun areas. This could head over towards some hard shifts towards the high ground. Now that's a hard way over towards those fielded areas. Offside, Rivdora Amada. Cruz de Valle, water treatment also in place, so a lot of elevation, as well as very, very shallow spots of the map. So quite a bit of fun here to work with going forward. Loot crate does drop down. This is very good for Nongshim Red Force as well, because as they've noticed with this circle going over towards the north side, moving over towards Tora Armada. Enigma Galaxy will be the first team to grab this.
But
yeah, I think that Nongshim Red Force cuts out the majority of the queue on this.
Aurora.
Yeah.
इंशाल्लाह अपना 40 इस बार कोई अच्छा परफॉर्म करेगी देखना
इंशाल्लाह
A pretty firm grasp on these games, but there's been some awkward decisions again during the sentiments we've given out here about some of these sides struggling a little bit when the pressure starting to get to them, eating away at them with the decision making.
इस पे इंशाल्लाह चिकन थाली ना 5 मिनट के साथ बहुत गया पानी
5 किल के साथ चिकन कैसे करे
ये टॉप 4 टीमें जो हैं उनका एक बंदा जाया हो जाए बेहतर है ज्यादा
हो जाएंगे वो ये क्या सीन है
Again, the more time they waste on this rotate, the more teams are going to make those wide runs. Furia being one of them. They're actually going to meet them on the roadside probably quite soon. And Furia has not been traveling through the blue. Right now, the rest of Nongshim Red Force themselves at a reasonable HP count. Might just tuck in.
You got Ulf here as well that have been hit from pillar to post on their movement throughout this game. They ran into OG. Damage done. I mean, 2 players already hard flushed out. One up on the the last remaining member. Throwing the nades down. That's nearly all of the offensive utility used as well. Just the Molotov. So broken bottles and his teammates gone as the fire spreads. Meanwhile, top side, what we touched on before, the non-shin rundown. Furia still hightailing behind them.
They actually get ahead of them on this as well. Nongshim Red Force, they're kind of an unsuspected rotation. I think if keeping an eye on those drop spots, Nongshim drops towards ruins and likely has made a very northern rotate, but they're going to take a very quick move in. You see here, Egos, the cards alongside with them are so easy, moves forward. The rest of the team hasn't quite regrouped yet, but they've got the 2-man on this. Egos stops short, forcing Nongshim Red Force to actually move away. He is quick with the positioning. Not very fun. And all this while, the circle has been pulling in here, so Nongshim Red Force might need to make some quick decisions later on. Cruz Defy actually quite free at the moment, but do you want to go there too early? You might want to now.
I think the Galaxy on screen now with a wraparound from Alula. Creating some space between them. Ooh, quick getting back in, looking to see if he can spot them out here. Smoke's casting at least enough of a shadow for him to stay tucked for now. Looking to buggy him out of this one. It's Ralph that's isolated. Ooh, there you go. Easy headshot confirmed. And a hard flush, making it far more comfortable.
Finish तो नहीं हो गया?
Yeah, unfortunately, did get down to
knockout
the eye on that one. Ralph sadly behind.
अबे दिखा दो उनकी फाइट पोस्टिंग वालों नॉकआउट है फलक
Every single turn on this. Eagles dragging the rest of his team to better position. Even now moving over towards the north side to get a better beat on where Nongshim Red Force is rotating in. This is really good presence of mind here from Furia. Very proactive of where teams are, gathering that information. And where So Easy is coming in might be commanded by Eagles in the future. Oh, he is being so annoying. Alula will find Eren there, and I believe that is Ulf now out.
Wasn't an easy one for Ulf at all here. So many back-to-back fights. She started off losing him out to 4 thrives, then consistently just got punished by everyone. Now, Vitality are just sandwiching behind Furia as well on this push-up from Nonshin. You can see the establishing shot here. Overview of where they are on the spread. Let's see why. Got a scope attached. He's got a read on it. Vitality right behind them.
I got the MK14 as well. Be deadly at distance. Ayala spots Vitality, having a peek over. Just trying to figure out what's going on here. Tizzy stayed behind for Nongshim Red Force, ensuring that there wasn't going to be any cheeky rotates over the north side. He's going to get a Rune Awakening pretty soon, because Aura is making their way in, so we'll be able to pass that information across. And honestly, for Nongshim Red Force, they might want to swing further down on this and give up position to Furia. Maybe play over towards the ridge side of the road. Does expose some sightlines from Flash, but it is getting really cramped up over towards this northeast side for Nongshim. Furia consistently stealing away those positions. Now Tizzy gets that information now and will move.
Sky jumps out instantly, looking to see if he can get boots on the ground and deal some damage. Rest of the squad still continue to maintain a safe distance behind Tizzy on the follow-up. Back round towards that angle to provide support. Oh, bumpy path for Bucky, but Tizzy
That's nice.
gets over the ridge.
Very smooth. Yeah, good shots from XZY as well to back them off. I mean, takes a little bit of damage, but provided enough support there. Circle heads over towards the west. Alula actually have quite a decent compound here on this one. He can play up from the south side of Cruz de Valle. Jiggle. Quite an aggressive scout, I'd say, over towards Vitality as well as Furia. Doesn't die for it. Milu, shot by Vitality. We're getting those shots in. Very quiet game so far, other than Ulf as well as OG going down.
अच्छा आपस की बात है वैसे हेलो आपस की बात है अरीना को देखो टॉप व्हाट एवर टीम
वही तो कह रहा हूं भाई बैड लगता है ना उनका भी
वो बैड नहीं वो डर के खेल रहे हैं कोई बैड नहीं
भाई उनकी टाइम आता है बंदे को नहीं समझ लगती चिकन जो पता है फिर बंदा चिकन के लिए खेलता है किल नहीं कर पाता मैंने हो जाता है
वही अभी 40 जोन में है ना बस सही है यार
40 वाले जोन में है इंशाल्लाह चिकन है यार 40 वालों का
इंशाल्लाह ताला दुआ है कि चिकन हो जाए एक चिकन हो गया दूसरा चिकन इंशाल्लाह हो जाएगा उम्मीद है
Sort of fair enough to them because this went very northeast on the circle. There has been areas they've found to play, and E-Arena taking this 2-2 split right now.
करना पड़ेगा यार 40 को
बैक के बगैर और वालों क्या
Makes it out of there. Gets over towards a little bit of work with. Actually a playable spot. I mean, he's threaded the needle on that one. The rest of the team can move.
Aurora भी टॉप पे आ गई है Aurora.
Risky initially when I saw the peak over the top of the roof. I was thinking if Doc goes down
सभी आ गए टॉप पे हमारे नहीं आए अभी तक
आ जाएंगे अभी लोड हो रहा है
Hamza G
और
we know he can deliver on that S2G getting the long range shot with a nice knock
good like
and a tasty adjustment over. And the arena, if they can follow up onto the three-man squad, there could be a bit of a punishment play. Got Joker off into the distance. SDG still getting a read on this. These three squads were so close to each other that nothing could get past them.
Aurora, yeah, losing one player here, not ideal. Makes a chance at a chicken dinner here in match 5, slightly more difficult. With Alula still controlling center zone. Tiamba, again, went up to down towards 6 as 4 drives. Able to grab another point here.
Tiamba कहाँ पे?
So easy to actually outside in the blue at the moment. Taking a fair bit of damage off the back of this one. They're really racking their brains of where do they want to go, how do they want to play. I mean, he's still out there. Come on, man. Get in. Don't know what he's trying to say. I think he's waiting for top off the angle or something. I'm not sure. Finally, we'll regroup the team, but burning through meds to do it.
Finally, we'll regroup the team.
That's been a caveat we've seen happen a couple times.
40 वाले सर्कल में अभी भी सर्कल जाएगा इनसे
Always feeling like they're kind of somewhat
अगर आए ना सर्कल पे तो भाई मजा आता है
defensive or medical wise. Let's see what the zone shifts from this though.
ओए सर्कल में
Alula's living life.
बस सही है
अच्छा Furia knows that they need to create some space for themselves.
सर्कल तो है रश ना जाए रश कंट्रोल कर सके अभी है बात चीज ये है
ये एनएस पूरिया
पूरिया मतलब
डेट आया इस पे एनएस वाले जाएंगे
Tizzy up front right now, gathering that information, passing it back for the nades to be sent through.
It takes a lot of damage.
Tizzy back down again, realizing that maybe this is not what the fight's for. A long nade of quite hit on. So Easy will move away. Vitality giving Nongshim a little bit of life force here.
ये पक्की पे गई, ये बढ़ जाएंगे सर्कल में। ये गे भाई गे। कंपाउंड नहीं, नीचे वाले कंपाउंड पे बंदे हैं। एनएस का चौथा बंदा किधर है?
चौथा बंदा ठीक है वो पीछे वाले पीछे सामने
यार वो कितने बेवकूफ है, नीचे वाले कंपाउंड में बैठे हुए, ऊपर वाले में बैठते। अभी नेड पे जाएंगे।
वो ये वाले भी आदमी ये वाला फंसा है।
वो बहुत दूर है, आइडिया वाला 16वें नंबर पे है। स्क्रीन पे
ये वाला टॉप पर लगा दे बात है।
अरोरा का एक टीममेट फारग खत्म है, ठीक है।
3 दिन में 2 इंच से मैं ये Wheeler to money.
अरोरा का दूसरा गया, ओरिया का नॉकआउट हुआ है। ओके, अरोरा का नॉकआउट है। 2 लॉस रहता है अरोरा का।
ओए भाग क्या
मर जाएगा क्या? अरोरा कर गया। ये एनएस भी मर जाएंगे सर्कल पकड़ते पकड़ते। पूरी वाले एनएस वालों के पीछे आ गए हैं। वो देख, अबे
क्या नेट मारा है,
गंदा कुश्ती है।
गे एनएस वालों ने 2 दिया भाई उसको,
गलत दिए।
एनएस
कुछ इस वीटी वाले आ रहे, अब वीटी वाले तो चलने ना मानना।
वो देख पूरी वाले
एनएस वाले आरामी है बहुत।
नेक्स्ट तो नहीं तो दिस
ए लेटा हुआ है घर के बाहर।
This next fight between Nongshim and Tiamba will
Arena भी जिंदा है।
Nongshim gets into this game.
एना जिंदा है सुजी जिंदा है।
Tiamba's going to crumble. Alula's compound becomes
आइडिया क्यों जिंदा है, मुझे ये समझ नहीं लग रही। इसको तो मार तो वही है, ये खेल क्यों रही है।
हाँ जी तैमूर जाने क्या हाल है, पहचाना मुझे गोलू बोलो। हाँ गोलू मोलू पहचान लिया, कैसा है?
Here's the replay back over from the Fury, a crash down onto Nongshim. Look at that was gorgeous from Hyunbin. Perfect utility play over in a split second.
Yeah, it's good stuff. I mean, the thing is, Vexy on that back line with the mini 14 did good stuff.
Yeah, when got shot.
वो इन पे वो आ गए, पुश कर दिया इन पे।
In one corner right now.
एक नेड इसका।
Molotov towards the back line. Does a good amount of damage
ये अंबा गया।
तांबे वाले नहीं यार, वो मारेंगे तांबे वाले। वो गया, दो नॉकआउट।
चलो दो ही बंदे मार।
ऊपर से तीसरा स्क्वाड आ गई।
बहुत सारा बत्ती है।
वीआईटी वाले ने पुश कर दी। ओ
बस
एनएस गई, यहीं पे एनएस रगड़ी जाएगी।
ओए भाई एनएस क्या सरवाइव किया एनएस ने
भाई। वीआईटी वालों देख कैसे एंट्री की है।
What a game from Nongshim though. They made a lot of cool decisions there. Took it as far as they could. But Vitality was
ये क्या कर रहे हैं? 40 वाले किधर घूम रहे हैं ऊपर में?
दोनों
आईक्यू नॉकआउट।
दोनों गया, फर्क भी नॉकआउट। T24 भी गया।
अबे ये क्या कर रहे हैं यार? उनके पीछे S2G वाले हैं। ये देखना S2G वाले।
उधेफा है, मरा उधेफा।
Keep himself alive. Hamzy G.
मुझे लगता ही ले जाएंगे चिकन S2G वाले। अरीना और S2G। क्या लगता है आपको?
holding on to this.
यार ये लोग बहुत गंदी जगह है खेलते हैं जहाँ पे थर्ड पार्टी आ सकती है. कितना ओपन है?
पूरा के दो बंदे हैं भाई. भाई चिकन लोडिंग हो रहा है अरीना का या S2G वालों का.
S2G में तो है, अरीना का नहीं होता. S2G मारी पे
बाहर हो गए ना. हम बाहर हो गए. आते पूरा बाहर है ना.
बाहर है भाई. अबे कुछ सरवाइव कर लेते, थोड़ा सा अच्छा खेल लेते, टॉप 2 तक 3 तक तो आ जाते.
Previously, the arena's looking for that finish, looking for that chicken dinner, playing in from that south.
देख नहीं यार कितनी अच्छी जगह खेल रहे हैं S2G वाले. ऐसे आ रहे हैं और ये हमारे वाले सर्कल में घुस रहे थे. ओए ये S2 इनके पीछे भी बंदे आ गए हैं. अरीना वाले इनके पीछे हैं, S2G वालों के पीछे.
Goodness me. I mean, how gifted can you get on this one for Alula?
Every time it shifts, they're counting their blessings more and more. No one's taken that risk to try force them out of the position just yet. S2G from long range, that's vitality. Getting the sight line onto them.
So sad for Ida as well, because they've just dragged themselves out of 16. They're allowed to be put back down there again.
Goodness me. I mean, how gifted
can you and that might come quicker than expected. Darkin trapped behind a vehicle, lost able to grab that one. Another Elim garnered. And this puts them on equal footing as well. 1-4.
ULA के 4 बंदे हैं, अरीना के हैं और S2G. भाई इन दोनों टीम में से किसी का चिकन है, अरीना का या S2G वालों में से?
S2G में चिकन
नहीं, वो दोनों सर्कल से बाहर हैं.
Should be Ida just down now.
Get
set up towards that central side to hold off all these teams. E-Arena will clean up the rest over towards the northwest. Swain still up and kicking for Ida though. Desperately trying to stay in 15. Very unlikely. See how far you can go though on this one.
दुआ करो ULA वाले चिकन निकाल ले. वो सर्कल के मिड में है ना भाई, देख तो सही, वो कंपाउंड्स में है.
P90 in the hands, it's Mormon that sprays back over to get the final knock onto.
पूरा का एक टीममेट जिंदा है. क्या यार, मर गया.
मनोती है, जिंदा है तो मरवा दे पूरी.
Good dash. Oh mate, S2G. They thought they had that one right on target, but it barely.
अरीना और S2G वालों की फाइट हो रही है आपस में.
2 out of the 3 teams at the end here could smash.
ULA वाले सर्कल के मिड में है, कंपाउंड्स में नीचे.
For Alula, they have a fantastic position to finish this one out, but the likelihood of this ending in this game, Jackie, very, very high.
They fought so hard, man. The zone moving in again. Alula just waiting.
डिजर्व करती है S2G तैमूर. अरोरा और S2G डिजर्व करती है. अरीना नहीं करती भाई खुद भी. इन्होंने बहुत पैनिक होके खेला है.
I mean, they've just popped all the tires on that button.
भाई वो चिकन के चक्कर में मार रहे थे, पता है?
And dragging as they move it in.
वही तो ये लोग नहीं करते थे इधर.
Better than nothing down the hillside. Vitality desperately hanging on by a thread at this end game. We're getting down towards stage 9. It's going to pull all these players inwards more.
तीन टीमें 4x4 मैन है.
Living on the sidelines. Goodness me, both teams. With a white knuckle grip.
Third party मारेंगे S2G वाले, देखी.
For that win, for that victory. Here at
ये third party करेंगे.
Okay. 1 vehicle. 2 vehicles in play right now for them that look decent. Smokes are starting to be sent out from either side of S2G as well as E-Arena. We'll be breaking down the gates of Alula.
S2G का 1-2 बंदे मर जाए ना.
Solke is going to swing wide on this one.
The quick repairs have paid off. Nade still being thrown over. Slight shift down. E-Arena running through their line of smokes with their own cars on the move. They got a good sight line blocked off with the smokes they put down, but this has drawn their crosshairs.
Arena का knockout.
But the same will not be said for that squad. Their eyes light up.
Bullet shot out downrange. Keep the punishment on.
Arena ka knockout.
In the midst of all this, Yasha peeks back over. Good work done. One player hard flushed out for E Arena.
Neither team. Hamzi G up front.
Oh,
But their dreams finally dash back down to reality as Hamzi G hits the deck. Punishment play onto Alula.
The Arena with just Joker left alive. Hamzi G trying to keep this game in contention. Lost hits the deck, nade out, air bounce there. Doesn't get the damage through. The last to make it happen. Gravity, the real villain.
S2G का एक ये उल्ला वाले लेके चिकन
S2G
S2G ULA वाले उल्ला वाले
फ्लैश है बेटा ये वाले है
सर्कल की बात थी सारी सर्कल में थे उनको चिकन हो गया
किस्मत नहीं खराब है पिछली गेम में नहीं सेवन डी वो चिकन ये देख
orbited by 2 victors.
खत्म भाई
What a disappointing finish for both S2G and the Arena. Not in the sense of disappointing in the game. The circle just was not having it, Jackie.
No given no
नहीं
to fight for absolutely everything.
बस शुरू में जुड़े थे तो वो कैसी
मदनी डरा देते हैं तमूरा जी
चल सही है भाई और तो
मदनी डरे हुए
नहीं चलो सही है जी अल्लाह हाफिज़
ये वाले चाह गए
कौन जा रहा है ये वाला चिकन लेगा ये किसी का भी फायदा नहीं होने दिया
तुमने कहा मैं तेरी ना मेरी
It still could be that 4th place squad that wins it all, that takes it all. Nongshim Red Force counting their lucky stars that they were able to still do good in that game because S2G is catching them up off the back of that one. E Arena was also able to put up good points, getting up towards 3rd place. But at least S2G's put themselves in a position now where they could still win off points alone if they have another good match here.
Playing a blinder right up until the end. But my God, unexpected twist on that one. Didn't know Arrow was going to go that way, mate. It definitely caught me off guard, and I imagine it was the same for them amongst it all. Alula, though, doing what they had to do, denying out both teams from ending the tournament early, starving off victory for at least another game.
They didn't want to end in 16th place. That's what happened there. But we'll be back real soon for the final match here at PMWC.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
सही रहा बंद कर रहा सही रहा
نك واحد عندنا نك ترى كذا تمام تمام خمسة هذا هو كله من ابي طلقة اصلا ابي طلقة البيت عندكم بيت اصفر يا مالك وحش تيمين خربنا عليه.
When you least expected, Al Ula Esports takes us to the final match, which is going to be upcoming here at PMWC at EWC 26. Welcome back, everybody. My name is The7WG, joined by Lace, Maxman, and Neptura. And Max, I'm going to go straight to you because another heartbreak here for S2G at the end.
Oh man, I feel bad for them, man. Like the last one was like, hey, great, we got another game. And I'm like, oh, that must feel kind of bad if you're S2G or an S2G fan. But you know what? Al Ula, they started off the day in 16th position and they are literally alone as their main team, right, able to keep the tournament going, getting rid of E-Arena, getting rid of S2G, and keeping it going with those 22 points. Also, extra prize pool. Alula going to be loving it.
They are going to be loving it. We see E-Arena there in third in regards to the points. Being able to secure 10 points, they're still, if for some reason, nobody else wins via the smash rule after this match, Lace, it will come down to the points. So these points that these squads are getting with S2G 15, E-Arena 10, and then Nongshim Red Force as well with 7, they could come into play.
I mean, yeah, a lot of teams, so you've got to realise that this is the right time to maximise all your eliminations to move you up on that leaderboard, because that's some cash money, baby. But I mean, look, from this position, even from E-Arena, they were kind of going to lose this regardless. S2G had that position to sort of push them around that west side, and Aula obviously had the compound the entire time. So it was going to be denied. Denied. Regardless of, you know, sort of their movement in from that. But look, S2G and this situation flung into the air, obviously, off of that, and then not being able to get that nade of the, you know, positioning in that middle, the teammate, sorry, on Alula. I'm getting it together. I'm just upset. Clearly, I'm upset, guys. I'm upset. But I'm not upset because if we go one more game, and I'm very excited for this to happen.
Last match देख के जाते हैं ना कौन विन करता है ओला वाले के वही ना उन्होंने किया किसी को भी फायदा नहीं होने दिया
Actually, that's where Nongshim Red Force won in PMMI, so actually.
Exactly. And guess who won the last match yesterday in Miramar?
I forgot, actually. Can remember.
No, you just said it. Nongshim Red Force.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I was like, wait, what? What do we do?
Come on, it was an easy layup right there for you, Max. But yeah, Nongshim Red Force, they've been able to showcase that they can actually win not only at PMMI, but here as well in the finals when we end up going to Miramar, when we end up going to the final match. Aurora found themselves very in just an unfortunate situation, especially with the circle, with the rotation that this team had to make.
I have strong words for Aurora, which I will not be saying here. But just one play I'd like. Don't worry, I won't say it. I won't say it. Maybe later. Maybe later. No, I'm so confused because yes, it was a really difficult entry into zone. They couldn't really get a very easy way in. They were trying to thread through a couple of different teams there. But for me, they made that initial push in between EA and S2G right on the road. They actually moved in. Doc found a position, but then the entire team all came in and just went, we're just going to spread around. We're going to drive. We're going to have a little Sunday drive. It's nice. It's good weather. It's the desert. It's fun. And it's like, just stay on the position. You found a position. Stay there. Play from there. You could have won the game. They had a really decent position. EA, from the similar side of zone, got a third place. So, you know, again, it all comes down to what I was saying earlier about Nongshim in that one Erangel game where Alula went and won from the position I thought Nongshim should have taken. If Aurora had taken EA's position, we could have had a win from them as well.
We could have, but one team that was able to do a great defense was Nongshim Red Force against Booyah Max.
Oh, I'm loving it. Like, sure, they don't win it, but that was such a clean, instantaneous fight. Like, I saw John for a second. He blinked. He missed the fight. Here we go. They go to the crash. Kill me. Cooking up that nade.
एक पेज निकाल लेते हैं यार हमारी चीजों पे
यार ये भी है अभी टॉप 3 तक भी पकड़ लेना 40 वाले लेकिन बहुत मुश्किल है टॉप 3 भी
टॉप 3 पे क्या होगा
यार प्लेसमेंट के प्लेसमेंट बोल रहा हूं प्लेसमेंट नहीं है अब टॉप 3 में तो टॉप 3 1 2 3 भाई प्लेसमेंट की भी बहुत बड़ी बात होती है ना
Do you know how not panicked, how calm, cool, and collected you have to be to do that?
यार प्लेसमेंट हमारे नहीं निकाल पाए पूरे उसमें पूरे टूर्नामेंट में मतलब 18 मैचेस में एक ही निकला है वो रोंडो वाला बाकी इतने पॉइंट्स नहीं मिले हमें.
Nobody else was able to join the smash zone here as we're going to be heading into the final match of PMWC at EWC 26. Nigma Galaxy 106 points. There's still a lot of money at stake here, Lace, between all these squads, even if they cannot win it via Smash Roll.
Yeah, and even if you have a look at Tiumba and the way that they were able to move up this leaderboard from just a few games, you know, this is where the money happens and it's incredibly exciting, obviously, moving into this. You know, obviously, we have a look at S2G, 154 points. If none of these sort of get into that position, they'll capitalize it. They have been getting those positions in late game to get those extra placement points, so it is looking good for them. But yeah, I've got to hand it to Max. I'm feeling like a Nongshim. I feel like that this is going to be the closeout. S2G have had 2 opportunities And I said you only get one, so the third one may not happen.
This is looking like one of the best finishes we have had at a global event for PUBG Mobile Esports. S2G Esports, we know they're going to be showing out, especially right now with the 7-point lead that they have. Nonchum Red Force showing that they can win via Smash Roll. They could be challenging as well, not just via the points. They could be challenging for the win. Aurora Gaming, we know what that team is capable of, Max. In E-Arena, all they need is just one match, even if they have been kind of non-existent today.
Yeah, today's definitely been a bit of a slow one for the side of E-Arena, but look at the top of the rankings. 3 wins, 2 wins, and 2 wins.
कितने बजे ऑन की थी तूने वे?
मैंने तकरीबन 1 बजे।
1 बजे क्यों ऑन की थी इतनी जल्दी?
मैंने पुराने मैचेस ऑन किए हुए थे।
पुराने मैचेस देख रहा था। अच्छा वो मिरामर वाला देख रहा था, नहीं देखा था? अरे वाला देख रहा था।
वो मैंने स्ट्रीम ऑन करके छोड़ दी थी पुराने वाले मैचेस।
On the second page, Niptura, still more money is there to be gained.
And it's all still so close, right? So we're so used to seeing big gaps between these teams, but look at this. Ulf 98, Hora 98, Team Vitality 83, Alula 80 with that win coming in
अब तो कोई भी जीत सकते हैं वो तू क्या कहता है कौन जीता है?
You know, when we are talking about that prize pool coming down to the final
तू किसको सजेस्ट करता है कौन जीता?
In Paris, we're looking at some
तो यही चाह रहा हूँ कि यार टॉप 3 प्लेसमेंट पे आ जाए।
jumps up in that prize pool. All these teams are going to be fighting.
और कौन ट्रॉफी कौन जीते?
बस ये भी हो सकता है 15-20 किल के साथ और चिकन निकाल ले 40 वाले।
हैश वन नहीं आ सकते फिर भी।
Max, you might have a new player to fanboy over because Tizzy is popping off.
To be honest, out of all the players on this team right
now,
really Tizzy has been, in particular this last game, got so much done in Miramar. Loving how he's been able to perform. Of course, Hyunbin, big fan of him. But Sleepy, the fact he's up here is quite surprising. Because his damage is very high because he is right, Niptura, usually a long-range player. Mini 14, DMR.
ये तो हम कहते हैं लेकिन ऐसा होना नहीं और ये पता है ये चीज।
Quite surprising that Scarface is up there, knowing Ulf is quite low on the rankings.
I mean, I think it comes down to who's the clutch player in a team, right? Even if the team isn't doing too well, he can still be the one getting the knocks, getting the damage, getting that survival time as well. Scarface has often been a solo for that team. We've seen it from several teams actually, where that last
इंडिया वाले भी कुछ नहीं कर पाए वैसे आपस की बात है
gets that damage, gets those long range shots, just trying to pressure teams, and so in that way, yeah, it's probably pretty on par that, you know, they're on that MVP list.
Yeah, and I'm just going to be looking at those top 4 teams because those teams, I mean, any of those top 4 teams could end up winning it, whether it's S2G, whether it's Nongshim Red Force, whether it's Aurora Gaming, even E-Arena. You know what? I'll scratch away that you have had a bad day, E-Arena, because right now, this is your moment to shine if you want to be able to lift that trophy, if Ravenclaw wants to win here again. But let's take a look at this head-to-head between Nongshim Red Force and S2G, and this is for today. And you can see which team has been performing better overall, and it's none other than S2G.
Yeah, you might be saying the survival time is actually relatively close for the 2 teams, but the fact that with a similar survival time, the average placement point of S2G is an extra 2 ranks higher compared to Nongshim Red Force is highly impressive. They've been very consistent, of course. 3 chicken dinners throughout the entirety of the finals, also looking good back in the group stage. I feel like S2G, if they just don't have those shaky finishes, I feel like they might be one of the most likely teams to end it with a smash.
Yeah, I was looking, you know, we're looking at the pre-show, right? Looking at the head-to-head between Aurora and S2G, and I did say S2G, yes, they have those wins, but they're hot and they're cold. And today we've seen a different version of this team, a different side to them, one that's far more consistent.
और टीम में से क्या कहते हैं और कौन जीते थे? S2G जीते, Aurora जीते, Arena जीते।
Aurora Gaming top, you know, this has been his dream for
TAIMOOR और बता।
years and years, and he's finally on the brink once
हम तो जीत ना सके वो तक बात है।
कोई भी नहीं जीते।
किसी और का ये तो हो नहीं सकता ना। ओ यार लिटरली S2G रोने लग गई थी यार वैसे। जीता जीता मैच जैसे उन्होंने वो किया हुआ है।
Nongshim Red Force, Aurora Gaming, and E-Arena. Any of those 4 teams can win it as we're heading to the final match, the final Miramar of PMWC at EWC 26. Hot Jukes, John Allen.
रीना परेशान है वैसे तैमूर।
The sword of Damocles swings both ways, and 4 teams now stand atop the pack. Their chance to make history here in Paris.
हमारे यार 3 बजे मैच पॉइंट तक पहुंच जाते हैं ना, वहाँ अभी तक बैठे हुए होते हैं। ये कुछ ना कुछ करेगी। और मैच पॉइंट इजी थे, पहले गेम में 99 पे पहुंच गए थे हम। 2 गेम में निकाल आया था। मैच पॉइंट हो जाते लेकिन नेक्स्ट टाइम बेटर लक
So far on the day, haven't put up hardly any points except for that rondo. But it was
चलो यार लास्ट में जल्दी लगाओ यार, ये देखते हैं फिर उसके बाद गेम चलेगा इसके बाद जा रहे जिम जिम के जो बंद होगा
तो
हाँ खेलेगा गेम इसके बाद
नहीं यार गेम नहीं खेलते गेम खेल के क्या करूँगा
ये भी है रैंक पुश नहीं करेगा कल से लाइव आएगा
हाँ कल रैंक करूँगा ना भाई तेरा क्या दिल है माँ की आँख रैंक छोड़ दूँ अपना
तो वही तो कह रहा हूँ आ जा अभी कर ले जरा
अभी नहीं ना यार रात को स्टार्ट करूंगा गेम यार मैं रैंक करना ना अभी फिलहाल रूम करवाना है तो उसके बाद रात के टाइम भी इंशाल्लाह
किसका रूम करवाना है
गेमिंग रूम सेट करवाऊंगा ना ये तो वो ऐसा रूम है इसके रात को नहीं खेल सकता ये भी अभी मैं बैठा हूँ तो
molecule of brain power needs to be focused on one singular goal, finding every single point you can.
Or
getting that win. It's either one or the other. And there are still
जो टॉप पे होगा वही जीतेगा चिकन के बाद लेट्स सी फोर ट्राइस क्या करती है तैमूर तेरा नजर होगी फोर ट्राइस पे
भाई मैं तो यही कहूंगा जो अच्छा खेलेगी वही विन करेगी
ये तो बात तो है ना
अरीना जैसे अरीना घुस के खेल रही थी अरीना ऐसे खेलती शायद विन भी कर जाती पता है
अरीना को तो मेरा नहीं है प्रेफर सजेस्ट के वो जीते वो डिजर्व नहीं करती यार वो बहुत पैनिक हो गई उसके बाद वो वाली अरीना नजर नहीं आई हमें जो कॉन्फिडेंस से खेल रही थी
Miramar will be the final arena that our gladiators will take to for your entertainment. So Paris, make some noise. The final match is here. Let's get it underway. The
last match है भाई World Cup का.
And into the final stretch.
Let's get into it. You can take a look at the overall.
Let's see कौन विन करती है ट्रॉफी. Let's see.
154 पॉइंट पे S2G.
They are by far your favorites right now. E-Arena.
नहीं लीड है.
Such a threat though. All it takes is the win. And honestly, it's what they need. They have.
बस S2G यार इजी है. थोड़े से पॉइंट्स निकाले वो चिकन की ना करे तो जीत जाएगी. वैसे मैच पॉइंट पे 4 टीम है ना.
हाँ 4 टीम है.
40 गलत किया ना.
ये 40 माँ की आंख टॉप 10 से भी बाहर हो जाए. मुझे तो ऐसा लग रहा है.
नहीं ऐसा थोड़ी ना होता. वैसे लीड इतनी है नहीं.
प्लेसमेंट की बहुत बड़ी बात होती है. तू कहते हैं ना प्लेसमेंट नहीं. अब देख ना वो जो टॉप 10 से बाहर टीमें बैठी उन पे नजर ही नहीं पड़ रही. ऐसा ही है ना. प्लेसमेंट बंदा ये तो कहता है
यार लेकिन ये भी ना हो कि बस लेटा होता है बैठ ही रहते ओजी वालों की तरह. अभी तो देख ना मैं उनका कहता हूँ
क्या ये क्या
बच्ची ओए मार दे.
अबे ये जंप मार गया.
क्या किस्मत है. किस्मत हो तो ऐसी होते हैं पूरे.
इसको पढ़ सकती है वैसे.